Hello, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to the V.ECOP Days 2024. My name is Fiona Elaine Strasser, and I'm one of 3 mobile journalists called Mojos, broadcasting live from the UN Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona. We're on site to connect you to the conference, providing first-hand insights through interviews and video impressions of the venue and satellite events. And as we start, we would like you to promote this event on social media, and you can use the hashtags. I'm sure you've seen them before. Hashtag VCops24, hashtag ECOPS, or hashtag Generation Blue, and Science to Action, as well as hashtag Ocean Decade and Ocean Mission. I am so thrilled to be here today and have you everybody joining us, not just as a mobile journalist, but also as a fellow early career ocean professional. The V.ECOP Days 2024 bring together ECOPs from all over the world to showcase their testimonies of change, increase their visibility, and connect them with each other. We are so happy to have every single one of you join us today and during the next few days. And of course, none of this would be possible without our hosts, our 11 hosts from 10 different countries, covering 5 regions: Africa, the Americas, Asia, Europe, and the Pacific. So it's very exciting to have you all join us, and we have a really great program ahead. But as we kick off this event, we want to take a moment to look back at the last V.ECOP Day in 2021. Yes, it's been already 3 years, but the energy and the ideas and the commitment to change were truly inspiring. And to help us relive those moments, we have a short video highlighting the best of V.ECOP Day 2021. Here it comes. Our generation is that we are not only internationally connected, but also someone's talking. But also intersectoral. So even we're not just marine biologists joining from all over the world. We have people from all sorts of backgrounds. And I think that is kind of like putting us apart from every other generation that came before us, because the connection is really strong and we are already growing up together and kind of like taking on these challenges together. So let's hope the video is ready in any second, because it would be amazing to have this short recap of the last V.ECOP Day. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue talking because I think while we're all waiting, this might be nicer than just staring at a screen and waiting for the video to show. I hope you're all very excited. I hope you're all very excited for that first slot with the Asian hosts. So we also have another presentation coming up from Evgenia later on, and she's going to introduce the global ECOP node, because obviously V.ECOP is the virtual pendant, I want to say, the virtual side of the ECOP day, and that kind of like gives us the chance to connect internationally and over different time zones. So that is a great plus for that. Okay, the video is ready. I got the message. We're there. Let's see.
Welcome to the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Day, also known as V.ECOP Day.
Doing Ocean Decade is a one-in-a-generation opportunity and the first global campaign to catalyze ocean science solutions for sustainable development. We got a lot of ECOPs from a variety of professional disciplines to showcase their ocean-related work, activities, and contributions.
So let's get to know each other a little.
While I was in the limiting factor, I was looking out of one of the windows and it looked like it was snowing. You know, small white particles slowly making its way to the bottom on the seafloor. These white particles are called marine snow, which is made up of organic material from the surface of the ocean. And this organic material also includes plants. So these plants that I'm studying from the shallow reefs are helping in sustaining life throughout the food web and at these depths at the Challenger Deep.
Innovation is really important for to make a sustainable world and to improve science and to avoid disasters.
It is absolutely imperative to prioritize that collaboration with local communities. We need to ensure that we're building, nourishing, and maintaining local relationships.
I always say that when you're making solutions for an environment, you have to ensure that representation is a part of those solutions, right? That the people who are impacted are also represented in those solutions. And so when I think about diversity and representation, I don't limit that to maybe gender or race or ethnicity. It really is diversity in perspective. It's diversity in thought. It's diversity in experiences.
The Pacific is the ancestral home of the Hawaiian people. It's a strategic oceanic region of influence and impact that serves as a global education canvas for the highest levels of learning to generate real-world solutions guided by our indigenous wisdom.
ECOPs have an important role, and it is very important, and it will make a transformative change to ocean science, in which we can find solutions to the regional needs and to the problems in the planetary emergency that affects our ocean.
I spent 2 months aboard a deep-sea commercial fishing vessel, fishing off of Mauritius. We were out there fishing and processing 24 hours a day for 2 months. The ship took me on completely voluntarily. They were under no obligation to let me on board, but they let me study all their bycatch and take any data that I wanted to. And because of this was kind of a unique situation.
So I think as young people, you need to have those experiences, even participating in these V.ECOP days. And I'm noticing how supportive people are in the chat. And any of these things that can affirm that we're doing well, that people are interested, that we have worth and value, that our work is interesting, that really does help.
Hi there. Hola. Question.
Hi, everyone. My name is Veronica, and I'm also one of the 4 mobile journalists called Mojos, broadcasting live from the UN Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona. This includes the satellite events and, of course, the plenary sessions in the Convention Center. We would like to thank our sponsors who help make this event possible. This includes the German Marine Research Consortium, KDM, in cooperation with the Global ECOP Program, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, IOC, UNESCO, the European Commission through PRIP4Blue, Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. Thank you to everyone. And today, we are especially honored to have Kevin Brousseau, Associate Deputy Minister, Fisheries and Ocean, Canada, with us, sharing a short and powerful statement. Thank you, Kevin, for being with us.
Be with you, and what an honor it is for me to be here in Barcelona, welcoming all of you to the launch of the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional event at the 2024 Ocean Decade Conference. You know, over the next, and thank you for showing the video. I thought that was really cool, just to bring kind of backward now looking forward. And over the next few days, the work you are each going to do and their contributions to both this event and to the Ocean's Decade will be amplified as you showcase the contribution and impact of early career ocean professionals from around the world. The ocean connects us globally. It highlights our shared responsibility to protect and manage it for a healthy and sustainable future. Loss of biodiversity, plastic pollution, climate change, all these impact the health of our ocean, affects our safety, our well-being, and our economies. So solving these problems requires us to break down barriers and work across geographies, cultures, and generations. Canada believes in the mobilizing power of the Ocean Decade. It's created an opportunity to sharpen our focus on the benefits of collaborating nationally and internationally across all ocean disciplines, including with our focus on engaging early career ocean professionals, or V.ECOPs, in our efforts, which is today and over the next 2 days are particularly important. In Canada, we were fortunate to be able to help establish one of the first National Ocean Decade V.ECOP programs in the world. Such initiatives offer an opportunity to contribute to cooperative global efforts, to tap into that diverse pool of thinkers, and to help inspire others. In my role, one of the important things I do is to create pathways for V.ECOP mentorship and leadership and ensure diverse voices shape ocean science initiatives that contribute to policy and decisions that are based on the best available science and knowledge, which is one of the reasons why Fisheries and Oceans Canada is so proud to be part of this event. So I'd also like to take a moment to thank the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, as well as the German Alliance for Marine Science and the Global V.ECOP program for their efforts to make this all happen. Sessions like this one are invaluable to strengthen the V.ECOP global network. They pave the way for future collaborations and allow for critical discussions and exchange. They bring together people who share a common sense of urgency and ambition when it comes to addressing pressing ocean issues. This event is a chance to showcase your ideas, your ocean actions, and describe their impacts so others can learn and build from them and help transform the way we approach and use ocean science for sustainable development. I wish everyone a productive, engaging, and successful event this week. Have a little fun. You're the next generation of ocean leaders, and together we can make a significant difference for the ocean and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin Brousseau, for being here with us today. And as we move forward, let's remember that each of us has a role to play in applying science and knowledge to ocean sustainability. Our testimonials of change are not just stories. They are stepping stones towards a sustainable future. Let's not forget that. And I'm incredibly excited to see what we can achieve together during these 3 days. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn from each other, to inspire and be inspired, and to contribute to the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Thank you, everyone. And let's dive together with Evgenia Kostinaya into deep blue of knowledge, collaboration, and change. Evgenia is the Global Coordinator for the UN Ocean Decade Program for Early Career Ocean Professionals, V.ECOPs. So thank you so much, Evgenia, for being with us today.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here, and I would like to welcome everyone today. And I think it will be an amazing event of 3 days. That is really, really awesome, and I'm sure that it will be super beneficial for all of us. And I'm sure that a global community just tuning in today, tomorrow, and on Thursday, and you'll get a lot of inspiration from everything that is happening at the UN Ocean Decade Week and UN Ocean Decade Conference. So we started already 3 years ago. It's amazing that we have been working on this for 3 years. We have more than 4,000 people in our database. We have six regional nodes and over 45 national nodes. That's really amazing. It's a lot of change since those V.ECOP days that we had in 2021. And it's amazing that yesterday we already had our first satellite event and capacity development, and we had our first get-together with the ECOPs in the evening for the dinner. We have more than 70 people, I think, there. It was amazing to really connect to people from all over the world. Again, I'm wishing you a great event, these great V.ECOP days. Thank you to all of you who have worked really hard to make it happen during this week. Thanks to all of the sponsors and our partners. Yeah, so all the best, and I wish you a very productive week. Thank you. So,
hi everyone, welcome to the V.ECOP Days, a 3-day event during the Ocean Decade Week. We are really very much excited to welcome all of you and explore the connections to V.ECOP Days, which happened in 2021. Yes, it's already 3 years and we are very much excited to see what has changed. My name is Evgenia. I'm Global Coordinator of the Early Career Ocean Professionals Program and an UN Ocean Decade endorsed program.
I'm Connor, Training and Mentoring Manager, UK Node Coordinator and Europe Node Coordinator of the ECOP program.
I am Sachin, I am the coordinator of the Central American Node.
I'm Gabriel, supporting capacity development and training activities for the ECOP program.
And I'm Natalie, Communications Coordinator for the ECOP program.
So over these 3 years, our community has grown a lot. So currently we have more than 4,000 people subscribed to our database. And we have more than 45 nodes, national and regional ones. So we have grown a lot in our geographical outreach, and we're excited to have more regions and more countries joining us every month. This is truly inspiring. So Sochel, you have been coordinating your Central American node. So how do you feel about it? Like, how do ECOPs see the ECOP program? How do you see the ECOP program helping the ECOPs in your region?
I think the Central American node has provided a great networking opportunity for Central American ECOPs because there was definitely lacking a network where people can connect and communicate with each other, where they can also share opportunities and see what the contributions are of Central American ECOPs internationally, not only in the region, but at the international level. It's also amazing to see how now they have the opportunity to participate more in these international events and see their motivation to keep protecting more and sharing their knowledge about the ocean in the last year and a half.
That's really great. This is really what we are trying to do, and we're very happy to see that it has really worked, and we are really helping people in those regions to be more present at high-level conferences. We ran a global survey back in 2020, which laid the foundation for our work. And one of the dimensions that we really pursue is capacity development, because capacity development was mentioned as one of the biggest challenges, one of the biggest factors and needs for ECOPs. So capacity development is a big factor in our work. Connor, You as the training and mentoring manager of our program, where do you see our program is going in terms of capacity development? And tell us, like, what have you done in this regard?
Yeah, no, it's as you said, Jenny, capacity development is really critical to ECOPs around the world right now in terms of giving them the set of skills they need to shape the conversations, get involved, push forward. So we've had our webinars, bringing in external speakers and discuss a variety of topics. We have our mentoring program database, so looking at mentoring programs across the world to try and connect ECOPs with the sort of opportunities they need to gain those skills so they can start shaping those conversations, as I said. We're also looking at training opportunities to develop internally presentations, but critically one thing that we're working on right now that's really important is a database looking at funding opportunities and capacity development opportunities that, like the mentoring database, will link ECOPs in so they can start identifying and shaping their own journey, shaping their own stories and shaping where they want to go. So as you said, in terms of wanting to give them tools to engage across the world where they want to.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think that would be really very helpful for ECOPs. And we know that ECOPs have this problem with finding opportunities, but also getting access to training courses. And Gabriel is leading our training courses dimension. So Gabriel, can you talk more about this?
Yeah, as mentioned, we have a number of courses that we've been able to develop actually. Until now, we have 4 courses developed and trainings given that we do in collaboration with IOC UNESCO, specifically Ocean Teacher Global Academy. So with these courses, we realize that we have activities or courses that enhance skills that ECOPs need, and we've been able to give R, Python, remote sensing. We are also developing more courses such as GIS, and apart from that, we also enhance capacity in terms of having webinars and meetings through which ECOPs can be able to share some of the programs or some of the activities that they do, and then this can be replicated in some of the regions that they are not yet done. So one thing that we see is there is enhanced participation of underrepresented groups, and also we are also diversifying our participation as ECOP, so reaching out to other regions where some of these resources might be limited.
Yeah. And it's great that you are doing these courses also in local languages. Like we just had a course in Central America, mostly in Spanish. Yeah. I think this is what we continuously hear from ECOPs, that we need to provide courses and training opportunities in their language. And this is great that we've done this, and it's not this is just the beginning of this path. So thanks a lot. And of course we have a large community of people doing so much interesting stuff, and our program couldn't be full without a great communications campaign and communication strategy that enables us to show all this wonderful work done by others. So we have Natalie, who's leading this work, and Natalie, so we've done so many great campaigns over recent years. What do you think of, I think this has really greatly helped with visibility of our ECOPs, right?
Yeah, I think there's really two pathways to the communications. It's showcasing what the ECOP program team has been doing, the different nodes, the different task teams, the capacity development trainings that we offer, but also providing a way for our community to share what they're doing. And My Coastline has been one of the great campaigns where we've got people to talk on screen and share their videos of where they're living, and we have some really interesting stories, and as well as that we have ECOP stories, so that shares in a different format what people are doing in their fields and looking at how they're integrated into the ocean decade. So it's really coming back to showing that ECOPs are already working towards the challenges that have been identified in the ocean decade, and they're already a huge part of it. So it's just linking everyone back to this amazing network that we've created.
Yeah, so I think they're very positive for the future, and I'm sure that we'll have other amazing initiatives with more people coming into our network in more countries and more regions. So we just launched a new task team on private industry. So those ECOPs who are in private industry, they have their separate group, so they can communicate with each other and see how they fit into the Yano Syndicate. So it's all going great, and we would like to thank all of our supporters, and especially the REC and ASCO for their continued support towards our program. This was really invaluable. So thank you so much, and we are wishing you a great week full of wonderful events, meetings, networking, and all the best from all of us.
Thank you so much for that video and for sharing your thoughts and the challenges also, but the pathways, right? I was wondering if there is any question from the virtual guests, or if someone wants to say some words. It doesn't look like. Evgenia, is there anything else you want to say or to share?
No, thank you so much again, and I'm very excited to see this V.ECOP Days happening again, and I'm pretty sure that we have a third edition in the future as well, with even more participants. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you for being here with us. So now let's move forward and let's go with our Asian session from this V.ECOP. And I would like to introduce you to our host in the Asian session, Akriti from Nepal, and Tikri from Thailand. Are you there with us?
Hello, Fiona.
Thanks for being with us. So the floor is yours now.
Well, thank you very much, Fiona. So, hello everyone, welcome back again. So it's me. This is me, Alfikri Mulyadi. I'm from Indonesia, like Fiona say, and along with my partner, I have Akriti Marasani from Nepal, and we will be hosting these sessions. And this as Anders satellite event during the Ocean Decade Conference from 9 to 11 April in Barcelona, 2024. I go by Alfie. I'm based in Thailand and originally from Banyak Island, Indonesia. I'm now a full-time student at Pipe University in Chiang Mai, the Northern Thai. I'm a junior majoring in communication program. Currently, I'm working with Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance based in Bangkok, where we have an indigenous and local initiatives to bring up for climate adaptation and environmental preservation for the generations to come.
Namaste everyone, I'm Akriti Marasani and I'm from Nepal. I'm a graduate in fisheries from Agriculture and Forestry University, Rampur-Chitwan. I have my experience including as an executive board member in Nepal Aquaculture and Fisheries Students Association, and I'm also currently working as a member at Nepal Fisheries Society, and I'm very excited to be the moderator of V.ECOP Days 2024. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow ocean enthusiasts, welcome to the session. Delivering the science we need for the ocean we want is part of the virtual Early Ocean Career Professional Days 2024, affectionately known as V.ECOP Days 2024. The Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona has now officially kick-started a decade full of new innovations, opportunities, and partnerships, and we are very excited about it. As part of the official UN Ocean Decade activities, we are presenting contributions for over 3 days from around the world in conjunction with the Ocean Decade Conference program. Throughout the next 3 days program, we are honored to present contributions from diverse array of early or career ocean professionals, each offering their unique perspectives, insights, and solutions to advance the objectives of the UN Ocean Decade. And this program stands as a testament to the boundless potential of collaboration and innovation in shaping a brighter future for our oceans. Our major objective includes giving equal opportunities for individuals and groups from all the regions and time zones around the world, and especially those located in remote regions and communities, to participate and share their contributions to the UN Ocean Decade. Our session today promises to be nothing short of inspiring, featuring voices from ECOP nodes around the globe, knowledge sharing initiatives with small island developing states as ideas, least developed countries, ECOPs, youth, and as well as discussions on the status and future of marine protected areas and many more. So stay tuned. So, without further ado, let us dive headfirst into the depths of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration as we set sail on this remarkable journey towards a more sustainable and equitable future for our oceans. Thank you for joining us.
Well, before we delve to the heart of our proceedings today, it's imperative to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsor, whose generous support has made this event possible, including the German Marine Research Consortiums, or KDA, in cooperation with the Global ECOP Program, Fisheries and Ocean Canada, IOC UNESCO, the European Commission to Prep for Blue, a Mission Oceans and Water CSA, Universitat Politecnica Catalunya, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Associations. As we start, I would like to remind you again, if you'd like to take us in any social media platform, use the hashtag V.ECOPs 2024, hashtag ECOPs, hashtag Generation Blue, hashtag Science to Actions. So without further ado, let's get started. For the first theme of our sessions today is Voice from ECOP Notes. And our first contributor of the day is Xiong Yushen, representing ECOP Note China, and he will share about us with the title Establishment and Development of ECOP Note China. Talking about Xiong Yushen, he is the current intern of ECOP China Note. He was born in Sichuan Province, China, the place where the most pandas in the world. He's now the master's student at East China Normal University, studying satellite oceanography, and he's ready to share with us the development status of ECOP China. Dear Xiong Yushen, you may have the floor.
Let me share my, wait, I'm not allowed to share my PPT? I'm sorry, I think there's some fault. I can't share my screen.
Dear technical team, we request you to allow our contributor to share his screen.
Okay. So again, hello everyone, I'm Song Yuchen from ECOP China, and it's my honor to be here. And as we all know, China is a big country with vast coastline of more than 14,000 kilometers. And with such a strong connection to the sea, China has a large number of ocean-related personnel that can exceed 36 millions. And China also have one of the highest highest number of ECOPs in Asia. And this population makes promotion of ECOP program in China highly significant. And in order to better accomplish the challenge 9 of Ocean Decade, and so comparing to Japan and South Korea, ECOP China node is a newly established national node. So now on behalf of our team, I will introduce you to the development status of ECOP China node. And in 2022, the former intern Chunhua Jiang, who is now the China coordinator and the Asia coordinator Raphael Roman, conducted the ECOP China National Survey to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the priorities and challenges confronting Chinese ECOPs. And a WeChat group was created as the main communication channel of ECOP China, and it has now more than 260 members now, with a lot of Chinese social media and ECOPs spreading international or domestic job opportunities and scholarships, news, and so on. Chunhua Jiang also assembled the initial ECOP China team, which till now has greatly expanded with a clear framework consisting of Chinese ECOPs from various organizations. And we accomplished many collaborations with domestic scientific organizations and have a strong connection with popular social media to publicize ECOP-related news and activities. And over the last years, Chinese ECOPs participated in various activities. In June 2023, ECOP participated in the 4th National Environmental Microplastic Pollution and Prevention Conference and the beach cleaning activities on World Environment Day and World Oceans Day. And during the conference, ECOP China Node coordinator Chunhua Jiang publicized the ECOP program by introducing it to other attenders. And during the kickoff conference of Decadal Collaborative Center on Ocean Climate Nexus, which is DCC-OCC in September, the ECOP China ambassador, Dr. Baolan Wu, together with other experts and scholars, discussed how the young force in ECOP China could contribute to the ocean decade. And in October, ECOP China team launch of our program training courses for ECOP Asia by publicizing this event on Chinese social media, attracting more than 50 applications in China. And November is a busy month for ECOP China. Firstly, ECOP representative participated in the 2nd International Mega Delta meeting. And most importantly, during the International Digital Twins of Ocean Summit in Xiamen, we organized an ECOP workshop in order to gather the power of young generations of marine scientists. And the launching ceremony of the ECOP China node was officially held in the presence of more than 30 ECOPs. And this is another important milestone for the development of ECOP program in China. And in January 2024, 3 ECOPs attended the Ocean Decade Big Science Program Implementation Symposium to discuss how to promote cross-sectional collaborations and enhance China's contribution to the Ocean Decade. And also, 2 of our ECOP China members, Dr. Yuntao Wang and Dr. Lin Wang, will be joining the upcoming conference for the Western Pacific and its adjacent seas. And these are the major activities of ECOP China in this year. And in the near future, we wish to continue to expand number of registered ECOPs in China, providing more opportunities and communication channel for them. And we also started a long-term rally on ECOP China story videos, aiming to call on Chinese ECOPs to tell their ocean stories to the young generation. Moreover, we will continue to expand our collaborations with not only scientific organizations, but also companies, social institutions, and so on to enhance our diversity. And last but not least, I'm happy to announce that ECOP China official webpage is published, and I wish to express my gratitude to Natalie Fox, the ECOP program communicators, ECOP program communication coordinator, sorry, and Raphael Roman, Chunhua Jiang, and everyone that contribute to our work. And again, it's my honor to be here in this great event, and let's put our heads together and focus our efforts to achieve the ocean we want. And that's all of my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiong Yushen. Such a great work that you've been working on so far. So dear participants, modules, or anyone who is joining us today, feel free, if we are opening now the floor for Q&A sessions, or if you have anything to share with your own thoughts, feel free to use the chat box down below. So we're really happy to share it with our speakers today. And don't be hesitant to use the raise hand button. Everyone is free to use that.
So I have a general question for Sungyu, and that is, what is your biggest hope for the future of ECOP Nord China in the next 5 years?
So we wish to give funding to any ECOP, Chinese ECOPs for them to join academic meetings, international or domestic, and we are actually working on this by associating with global ocean negative carbon emissions, which we think can contribute to the construction of talent cultivation and interdisciplinary exchange platforms on one's project. And yeah, that's basically it. The funding is most important.
We are kind of a little bit wondering if, how do you think in your own perspective as part of the youth community or youth representative as well, how do you actually see the Chinese youth being sensitive of the oceans issues, especially in China?
Well, as I said before, China is a country with west coast and which have a lot of ocean-related personnel. Like me, I'm a master student in East China Northern University, and students like me, like master or PhD student, have with a are in very large quantity, and I think this can be the biggest characteristic in the world. And communication channels and opportunities for students like us can be the most important question. So that's it. That's basically it.
Thank you very much, Chong Yushans. It's such a great to have you in our floor today. So to remind again, for any participants, anyone who is in this room, feel free to use the chat box down below. If you have anything to share, if you have anything to ask to Chong Yushans, it's a great time to connect with our speakers from China.
All right, so seeing none, we shall move ahead and let's give a huge virtual round of applause to our contributor, Mr. Sungyu Chen. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and participants and audience, whoever, if you have any queries, you can keep in the chat box and we shall continue with that. But as of now, we will move on to the next session. So with a gentle reminder that building on experiences made with V.ECOP Day 2021, a special emphasis will be placed on involving and networking ECOPs from indigenous communities and working in remote areas such as the Arctic and small island developing states. With that in mind, now we are transitioning to our next theme, which is knowledge sharing with SIDS, LDCs, ECOPs, and youth. But before I introduce our next speaker for the day, may I please request my friend Alfie to share his experience as he comes from Banyak Island in Indonesia. Dear Alfie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Akriti. So I'm positive none of us ever heard these little tiny isolated islands called Banyak Island. Well, personally speaking, I'm really feeling honored to be here, connected globally. Where I'm from, that this wouldn't be possible if I'm staying in my island, having this international exposure. So Banyak Island, where I'm from, it's located in the western coast of Sumatra Island. And if you guys really remember back on 2004, the huge tsunami in Aceh, it was such a very, very big life-changing for the islander community or my communities back then. I wouldn't even be imagining I would be here if I didn't think that I would find something big. I would find something bigger than what I had in the island. And with that being said, I'm really proud to say that I am declaring myself as an islander, where being an islander doesn't necessarily my life, my youth will end on the island itself. But in fact, I can contribute as much as I can as when I come back to my island and connect to the youth back in the island. Thank you, Akriti.
Thank you very much for sharing with us. So now, without any further delay, may I please introduce our second contributor for this session, Mr. Christian Esteva Vargas from Spain. He is going to talk about how to build a Blue Schools network through a bottom-up approach. Introducing him, he is a secondary school teacher, project manager on ocean topics, geoscientist, PhD student of Maritime Spatial Planning and Youth for Ocean Ambassador. Dear Christian, you may please proceed.
They were saying I'm Christian, I'm from Mallorca, so I'm also an islander. And yeah, today I'm here from Barcelona. I attended the conference on site, but yeah, really happy to share our experience with this Asia network as well. So let me share my screen. Just a second. Can you see my screen? Yeah, right? Perfect. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm a secondary school teacher. I work in a school, but I also work as a project manager on ocean topics. And in our C school where I'm working right now, we participate in a lot of EU projects. We're part of the EU for Ocean strategy from the European Union. And in this EU for Ocean strategy, there are 3 networks. The first one is the Youth for Ocean that you probably know. They're brothers of you probably. The other one is the EU for Ocean for companies. And the third one is the EU network of blue schools. So back in 2020, this network of blue schools had something like 120 schools. And we said we need to do something to improve this approach by doing it from a bottom-up strategy. So we said we're going to ask for a little project, for a little funding, and do the same, but in an island by following a bottom-up approach. We did that together with EMSI, which is the European Maritime Association from Europe, SG Donair, which is a local school here from Mallorca, and an NGO from Portugal, because all this blue school strategy started in Portugal. So yeah, as I was saying, the We're Blue Schools project was an Erasmus Plus project, which was aimed to bring this environmental awareness, sustainability skills to young people in school. We were aimed to certify 100 schools in a period of 1 year. We set these really ambitious goals because we said, okay, if we're a small island with 1 million people and 300 schools, if we certify 1 out of 3 schools as blue, we will create a really true impact. And then how? Yeah, with our bottom-up approach. But before explaining what is this bottom-up approach, I would like to explain you what a blue school is. A blue school is a school that brings the ocean into the classroom, while students and teachers develop their sustainability skills. Okay, so in order to be a blue school, you need to meet this 5 criteria. And in this way, I just talking about EU blue schools. I'll explain later on that there are other networks in Europe, in the world, but I'm just talking about the European one. So you need to develop these 5 criteria. So the first one is develop a project with interlinked activities. That is, you cannot only do a beach clean, you have to do more with this beach clean. No? So for example, if we do a microplastic beach clean, then you can take this microplastic that you collect in the beach and then do some kind of experiments in class, do analysis, create pieces of art with this marine litter, and you name it. There are a lot of actions you can do. Then you need to produce a clear output. What are you going to produce? Is it something physical? Is it knowledge? So you need to explain. Involve all students. It can be 1 class, but it can be all school. Collaborate with a local partner. That's very important. If you want to create an impact in the community, you collaborate with a company or with an NGO. They can provide knowledge or money or visibility. And talking about visibility, communication is key nowadays. If you don't show what you're doing, it looks like you're doing nothing. No. So again, if you want to create this impact in your community, in your country, or in your region, communicate the results. Okay, so if you do this, then you are a European Blue School, and then you get the certification. And why did we choose our island? Well, I'm from here. I'm from an island, and we decided that if we focus on islands are land that are surrounded by the sea, all over the place. So we share our culture, we share our way of being, and we said if we manage to do this in an island, we can easily replicate to other regions in the world. How we did it with this bottom-up approach I was mentioning before. This is to connect with the people. It's not enough to just send an email to the school and say, okay, you can be a blue school. This is the way you have to do it. Read it through and apply. That doesn't work. You need to connect with the teacher. You need to be creative. You need to go to the school, see what they're doing, talk to the teachers, know what are their needs, do some research about the school so they know that you're interested in what they do and how are they working. Yeah, use social media as well. It's very important because schools are constantly updating the activities they're doing. So maybe you can connect some of their activities with the ocean. And very important to don't give up because we set this very ambitious goal of 100 schools. So yeah, it's very important that you focus your work and yeah, don't give up. So we had a very little funding. It was something like 9,000 euros for doing all this job for our organization. So we said we have to be very creative. So we decided to create this model where schools had to collaborate not only with one stakeholder, but with four. So in this way, we made the schools collaborate with a company who could provide money or funding, an NGO who could provide knowledge about the ocean, because sometimes we collaborate with the English teacher and this language teacher, they don't have the skills. So if we bring the NGO or the research center in the project, then that was very effective. A local government who can bring also money or visibility for transportation, for example, and media, as I was saying, very important to create an impact in the territory. So yeah, I will explain you now one of the 100 projects we did. This is a project we collaborated with the school, but also with a hotel company. So the hotel company brought all the tourists to the beach clean, and our own students were teaching the tourists on how to do a beach clean and how to do a monitoring on the beach. You know? So what is the level of the microplastics, what is the water quality, and so on. And we did a full day of activities. So first we did a beach clean, then a monitoring activity, and then the hotel provided some lunch for everybody. And also they provided this sort of merchandising that the kids sort of pinned or decorated. And then they provided this to the tourists as a gift, as a thank you for coming and joining us. So yeah, as you can see, it was an impact activity that went out from the school, and not only in the community, but also in both tourists from other countries. So as I said, we have 100 schools in the network, and we have fantastic projects and all kind of projects. So here, the first one, it's about the sustainability in the boating sector. So they learn which sort of materials you can use to build a boat in a sustainable way. Other schools, they have a fish tank in class, and they can monitor biodiversity or seagrass. Ocean currents studies. So they have like buoys that they throw into the water, and they can monitor all over the Mediterranean Sea or even the Atlantic. Some schools decided to implement their own classroom of the sea, which that was very, very effective. And other projects focused on water sports. Also, we have all kind of levels. We have kindergarten, we have high school, we have primary school. So for example, this example was from kindergarten level. So imagine it's kids 3 to 5 years. So the project was about comparing how the port has changed in the last 40 years. Now, so the teacher showed them pictures back in the 70s, so they could compare the reality with the pictures. More examples: dune systems. So how do they develop through the years? And it was a combined activity in class and on site. Also, this teacher he's very motivated, and he's doing a project with biofueling. I don't know if you know about this. This is really putting some kind of materials into the water and leave them there for months, so kids can then monitor and see how this biofueling is growing now, and the effects of the barnacles growing in the materials. Other schools also, for example, in this case, they found a dolphin dead on the sea. And from there, they did like a whole journey on creating a hypothesis on what was the reason the dolphin was found dead. No, so can you please switch off your microphone, please? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and they learned. Okay. Can you switch on your microphones? It's difficult to speak. Thank you. So yeah, they learned mathematics, they learned science through this project. And yeah, from something that just appeared on the beach, look how creative they are and all the things you can really do. And yeah, other projects where they are going with boats and they're testing the quality of the water, and they're testing if they can find gray or black waters, if they find sunscreen also, which contains microplastics, and then they study the effects on us. So yeah, as I was saying, this is our network. We have more than 100 schools now, and we're very proud of it. The goal now is to continue with all the work they've been doing this year and creating spin-off projects and with more level of difficulty, let's say. So we won a trophy also. We won the WestMed Award from the European Commission, and we're very happy because of that. Also, we've been on TV, radio, and other media, which for the kids is also very important to explain their projects in media, and it's very motivational for them. And yeah, this model is very replicable. Like you can do it on your own also in your regions or countries or islands. We've done it here in Spain. We've replicated in the Canary Islands, which is the other Spanish archipelago. So the model is really working. So yeah, my last message to you is that if you like to create your own local network of Blue Schools, please contact us. We're happy to collaborate. As I said, this is the European network of Blue Schools, but I'm sure in your region there are different networks from the UNESCO or from other initiatives that you can manage to join. And this is our Instagram. Please follow us. It's sommerscholars_blavas. Or if you have any further questions, because I'm afraid I cannot stay for the whole session because I'm here in Barcelona. I have to attend other events. But you can send me an email to christian@cteach.com and I'll be happy to collaborate. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. The concept of Blue School project is really inspiring, and we do appreciate the bottom-up approach. So participants, if you have any questions and any queries, or if you would like to network or partnership with Christian, the floor is open for you. You may raise your hand and we will recognize you, or you can also use the chat feature of our Zoom platform.
I think there is a question from Tristan. Absolutely. I mean, we're really open to replicate this in other regions. As I said, this is the certification our schools get. It's from Europe, but I'm pretty sure that the UNESCO has their own certification, or in your region, I'm pretty sure there is a network that we can connect you to them. But we can collaborate with you in setting up the network. You can have a look at our methodology and how we did it, because for us, it's very important that you really connect with the community. There are a lot of people working on this, but that they just go to conferences and they talk about how great ocean literacy is and so on, but they sometimes they don't really connect with the people. It's very important that you connect with the teachers and what are their needs and how difficult it is to implement new things into the curriculum, because teachers they have their Monday to Friday schedule already, and it's a very difficult job to do. So everything we're adding extra, it's a lot of work for them. So very important to connect, as I was saying. And yeah, please contact me if you have time, and we can maybe have an online call and share the approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tristan, for your question, and thank you, Christian, as well. Next up, we have Charu Gupta. I believe you have the floor. I believe, Charu, you raised your hand. Do you have any questions, queries, or feedbacks? Yeah, yes, you are now. You were not prior.
Areas. And if yes, then we would love to collaborate on the same, and I'll get in touch. Am I audible, Akriti?
Yes, you are. Christian, if you are still there, would you like to answer?
I think is the internet is not very stable there.
Would you mind repeating the question for Christian, please?
So I wanted information about the Blue School curriculum for non-coastal regions. I hope, because I have only seen examples of coastal regions collaborating for Blue Schools. So if we can collaborate for non-coastal regions, we would love to collaborate. If the answer is yes, I'll get in touch.
I think Christian has lost his connection. So with this, we will move on to the next session. As of now, we can still connect apart from this session. We in our LinkedIn and other social media handles. You can even mail your questions and queries to us, and we will connect with our fellow contributor. Yes, Alfie.
Thank you, Akriti. So move to the next sessions. I really hope everyone is still excited as in the beginning. So moving to the next speaker, we have Carrie-Anne van der Waals. You are there. So get to know a little bit about Carrie-Anne. So she is currently a National Research Foundations, or NRF, Professional Development Program, postdoctoral research fellow at the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity. She holds a doctorate in ichthyology from Rhodes University, South Africa. Primarily, she is a marine core psychologist investigating thermal performance and the effect of climate change on marine organisms in urban coastal system within the Eastern Cape of South Africa, using nature-based solutions and green ecological engineering. She is enjoying snorkeling in rock pools that fits with the diversity of life, as well as communicating her science and passion for the South African Rockies shores. So without further ado, we're gonna have Dr. Carrie-Anne on the floor. You may take over the time.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, everyone.
There we go. Great. So thank you for having me. This is such an honor to be here, especially representing South Africa. As Alfie mentioned, I'm Carrie-Anne, and I'm based at the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity. That's funded by the National Research Foundation in South Africa. And today for this presentation, I want to be talking about how the marine innovations, sustainable environments and economies, commonly known as the MESI project, is using nature-based solutions for urban coastlines. So you can see that our MESI team is quite broad, and it consists of our researchers, collaborators, stakeholders, students, and most importantly, a rural indigenous community found on the coastline of Hamburg in the Eastern Cape of South Africa, the Karskama Trust, who plays an important role in co-developing and co-designing these nature-based solutions. So one of the ocean decade challenges that we are trying to address with this project is protecting and restoring ecosystems and biodiversity. And the ecosystem of focus for us is coastal habitats, such as the rock pools or rocky shores and estuaries found along the southern coast of South Africa. Now, these coastal habitats, they are highly productive areas, and they support many different fish and invertebrate species across one or more of their life stages. And what's so unique about these environments is that they're highly variable in structural complexity and hydrodynamics, as well as the nature of substrate, which generally helps improve habitat quality and connectivity, which makes them very important nursery areas for these early life stages. But as a result of coastal urbanization, coastal urbanization is basically replacing these natural coastal habitats with these artificial structures like seawalls, piers, and jetties in ports and harbors. And artificial structures basically fragment these natural habitats by partially or entirely removing them, and can therefore alter the existing biodiversity within these habitats, either through the direct subtraction of space or indirectly through changes in local and regional connectivity. So they're also responsible for changing flow patterns and wave energies, and they can increase sedimentation. So in order for us to protect and restore biodiversity in these coastal urban habitats, the AMESI project aims to use these natural woven biodegradable structures that are co-created with the local indigenous community, the Khaskhama Trust. And these nature-based structures are generally made from a grass-like sedge known as Cyperus textilis. And once the community has made them, we basically retrofit them onto the sea walls in various harbors and ports along South Africa, or the Eastern Cape of South Africa. So you can see that our sites consist of a large harbor outlined in the red block, and smaller harbors outlined in the yellow blocks. And in comparison, we have got natural habitats where we are looking at comparing the different effects of having these nature-based structures. So we are actually in the final month of deploying our nature-based structures. Our team has been very busy working in some hectic weather conditions in South Africa, currently removing or monitoring the last month of our deployment. But yes, every month we go out and we monitor and see what is happening. How are these nature-based structures helping or enhancing biodiversity? So my role in this project is also monitoring the associated marine biodiversity, but I'm looking at them using underwater cameras, underwater video cameras. So I'm looking at how these larval stages right up through to the adult stages may be aggregating around these structures, feeding off these structures, or just using them for other needs. So where we decided to do this component of the study, we decided to do it in one of our smaller harbour sites known as the Port of St. Francis. This is an important port because it's host to one of a large commercial fishery, the squid fishery in South Africa. It's also a private port where there's a lot of people that have colonized and are living there. So there's large commercial blocks. So there's the influence there of urbanization. So how are we doing this? Like I said, we're using these GoPro cameras, and we are fitting them with macro lenses as well, so that we can actually see a close-up version of the smaller individuals or the smaller larval stages, potentially using these nature-based structures. And why we're doing this, we want to establish if these nature-based structures are in fact enhancing biodiversity on seawalls in urban coastal ecosystems, which typically lack complexity compared to our natural coastal habitats. So the take-home message that I want to leave you all with is that this research is contributing to the limited nature-based eco-engineering research currently done in South Africa. And also importantly, the merging of these eco-creative approaches and using traditional knowledge from our rural coastal community has the potential to sustainably and ethically improve the functioning and diversity of coastal urban habitats. Recommendations for action: we have established collaborative partnerships between scientists, government agencies, as well as the local Indigenous community to implement these conservation strategies. And by promoting and testing and validating these marine conservation interventions, such as using these nature-based structures, we are trying to enhance biodiversity. Importantly also, we are supporting a transdisciplinary research initiative, which is often very scarce in terms of the science field. So as you saw in the first slide, our team is broad, and our researchers not only comprise of marine scientists, but we've got social scientists, scientists focusing in education, and even ecomusicologists. So from this collaboration, we're really trying to drive how nature-based structures, as well as getting it and communicating it out there, has the potential to enhance biodiversity in urban coastal systems. So I just would like to say thank you very much again. It's a very big honor to be accepted and to present to you today. And I'd also like to acknowledge our funders, our collaborators, the harbour sites in which we are currently working in, and the field and experimental and analytical support provided. If you do have any other questions, please feel free to ask now, but you can also contact me via my email address and my Twitter handle. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Carrie-Ann. It's such a great experience. So there, for participants, attendees, or other hosts, if you're interested to ask or any thoughts, feel free to drop them in the chat box below, because our Q&A sessions is open now. Well, on what you've been working technically, Carrie-Ann, moving back to Southeast Asians, since we have so many indigenous communities, and what I've been working now with in our Bangkok community in the Cultural Heritage Alliance, I'm thinking that tons of indigenous initiatives back in my island, since my island is surrounded by 63 other islands where most of them are occupied. It's such a great breakthrough to bring their ideas, to preserve our environments that now are actually in danger. And then I would like to highlight actually one question for me personally. Would you be willing to share with us your hope on the future of indigenous initiatives in your area, especially in Africa, given that you are working on nature-based solutions for coastal community or alternatively for urban coastlines?
Thank you, Alfie. Yes, it is a really great initiative that we've been doing, and my hope for including the use of traditional knowledge and more of our indigenous communities is very, very high, because in South Africa we are such a diverse country. We have so many wonderful cultures, and I mean, we have 11 official languages, so we really are a wonderful, diverse country. And what seems to happen is that in terms of the oceans and the villages that live close to the oceans, their knowledge seems to be neglected. And we found that interacting with the community, we learned so much. We learned how that they use this traditional knowledge of weaving to create things for cooking and sleeping on. It is so powerful in the sense that we could actually come up with an idea. Well, my advisor, Professor Francesca Pori, mostly came up with the idea, and she's been such a fundamental player in this whole collaboration. So our hope is really to engage with more rural coastal communities along the coastline, and we do hope that once we've looked at the effects these nature-based structures have had and how well they work, take this much broader.
Thank you very much. As for a reminder, yeah, we have now
Sorry.
Kind of reminder for those who is now speaking, kindly mute yourself. So now we have Nathan Chai. The floor is yours.
Nature-based solutions. I'm really excited There's a background noise.
Is it possible for the technical team to mute that person? Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it. As a coastal researcher, I'm intrigued by your presentation. Now, since you were monitoring artificial structures with cameras, I would like to know if you encountered maybe alien invasion on the seawalls, and also just to ask whether, I mean, the success rate of the acclimatization or adaptation rates for the lava acclimatization of the seawalls or other artificial structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing. That's a very good question. So just to bear in mind, we're not only monitoring with the cameras, we also do monthly monitoring by looking at abundance and species diversity by collecting samples near the structures using light traps, just so that you have an idea. Because we are keeping them over a long period, we can't directly move them straight away. But in terms of alien invasive species, we haven't really encountered any as yet. We're still analyzing the camera data, so it's still very early stages of this project. But in terms of, if I understand you correctly, are you asking if the larval stages are adapting to living in these urban coastal systems? Or
exactly.
Is it a... so in a sense, yes, but it's also, like I mentioned, that their numbers are not as high as they would normally be in a natural coastal environment, because they don't have these ports and these harbors don't necessarily have the complexity or the crevices and the holes where they can find protection from predators and so on. So that's why our hope comes in with the nature-based structures. We're trying to create a safe place that could potentially increase these numbers and create more, enhanced biodiversity, essentially. But we are still analyzing the data, and I definitely would love to come back and give you guys an update on how well the project has worked.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing.
We're really hopeful if there is any questions for our participants, other hosts. Well, so we really appreciate Carry On for the great sharing, and it's such a very big work you've been doing so far. And now we have Mohan Kumar Das. Would you like to speak, Mohan Kumar?
For the opportunity. Yeah, the presentation is so nice, but as per some of our idea in Bangladesh, we have found that nature-based solution, there is some limitation, like time and scale limitation is there. sometimes maintenance and management issues are there. So I would like to hear from Kerry, what kind of limitation have you faced during your activities over the regions? Sometimes social and equity considerations issues are also there. Well, there are some issues, though nature-based solution is a very nowadays very popular concept, and many countries, many coastal related regions, the activities is nowadays intervention, and it is very popular. But I also want to know the conflict or the limitation, what you already been faced and how you overcome those. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Mohan. Definitely, we've encountered challenges, and I think one of the challenges is just the environment in which we are working in. So we are on a very dynamic coastline. We have quite a lot of upwelling events and high temperatures, as well as quite big swells. So our oceans are quite dynamic. So finding coastal habitats or urban coastal ecosystems like within the harbors to kind of allow us to work in, and also to assess the effects of urbanization has benefit. But of course, there's always the risk of losing these structures to the environment, losing some of the structures, the equipment that we've put in. So that is definitely a challenge. And socially, I think that in terms of engaging with the community and so on, this project has been running since 2020, and we've taken a long time to develop trust with the community. We have engaged with them. We've conducted workshops, basically trying to make them understand why we are doing this and why we feel that they are so valuable, and their contribution is extremely significant. So, of course, there's been challenges in that instance, but I think the important steps that we have taken we have done them very well. We have established trust, and we have worked hand on hand with them. They've even been invited to the harbor sites and seen their nature-based structures working in place. So for them, they feel so proud, and it's such an accomplishment too. So yes, always challenges, but we never give up, and we strive to continue with our work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so hope that answered Mohan Kumar. So once again, really appreciate for Carrie Ann for sharing that initiatives, and really hope to connect with you for the long run, not only in these occasions. So thank you very much. So right, so we may proceed to our next speakers. With that, my partner Akriti will be talking about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this introduction. Hello, everyone. As like all cost of success of Madagascar. Around the marine protected area are also faced with different problems in managing of marine and coastal ecosystem and their resource. While faced with the declining of Madagascar biodiversity, especially coral reef ecosystems, restoration and socio-economic developments by government and different associations are not enough for effective management. So it's essential to increase the conservation and restoration effort through community-based farming and ecotourism. Our project focuses on promoting the restoration of marine ecosystems along the coastal of around the biceps of Madagascar. Through recreational and eco-engagement activity by involving local community, tourists, school children, is transplantation of natural detached coral on the canvas or in front of the beach with 1 meter water depth to avoid coral died off. Next slide. Slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sirava. Nice.
Masova, can you hear us?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can just cue. Now it's being presented.
I don't know if you hear me. All its practice and environmental education and awareness is held on the beach with visitors. This training focuses on the general facts about the seagrass beds and the coral ecosystems and the importance of marine and coastal ecosystems, and also the transplantation methods, coral monitoring with local community population. So the marine ecosystem faces a challenge such as a lack of local capacity or coordination between stakeholders. For us, by parents, artisanal fishermen, as you're thinking, the marine resource is not exhaustible. We consider that this resource marine comes with God. Moreover, the coastal community depends heavily on marine resource. It's considered like our school or university or workplace or market. Research manifests in overfishing, habitat degradation, and illegal fishing, like beach cleaning with destroyed seagrass bed, bottom sailing with scrap coral reefs, block the turn for research of mollusk or octopus, and coral trampling. This factor compromise the effectiveness of marine resource conservation and the protection of marine ecosystem. Next slide, please. Next, please. The coral reef restoration eco-activity promote the conservation of reefs and that of many species fish, vertebrate, and other marine eco-organism association. It covers also the reef ecosystem service, such as food and habitat for many organisms touch, the direct involvement of local community, tourists, and school children will help people to understand the importance of restoring and preserving of marine and coastal environments. And the development of this eco-activity reduce also the pressure of reef ecosystems and the seagrass beds for the sustainable management. In the conclusion, this eco activity is very important and involving local community, tourists or voluntary or school children, ensure the coral reef restoration initiative. It's also among social and economic development in our region to develop local ecotourism. And in the end, there are some recommendations. Thank you very much. Thank you. To listen to me in the end, if the question, yes.
All right. Thank you very much for the great sharing with your very nice project. So for all participants, hosts, modules, attendees, we are now opening the Q&A sessions, or if you have any thoughts, feel free to drop them in our chat box below.
Okay, thank you.
I probably have a quick questions, Ms. Alpha. For our friends out there, the like-minded fellows, if they want to connect with you, how do you think will that be possible?
Possible for what, please? For what,
Yeah,
please?
Right. So if we have out there our friends that have a kind of like similar concerns with you and your communities, how do you think it's likely to be connected with you in any ways?
In this eco activity, I adopt the possibility of local using. For example, this activity are doing on the canway or in the pledge. So the local community has the materials using for this eco activity, and we adopt also with the knowledge of local community in the coastal, and so our teams organization accompany this local community or tourists or school children during practice.
Thank you very much, Joel. It's such an inspiring project. Will you be willing to share us if you have any websites to share to refer to? Kindly share it to us by copying it in the chat box here. So I would like to thank once again our speaker now, Joel Arnaud Mazoava from Madagascar. Such an inspiring project you've been doing so far. And proceeding to the next speakers. Right. Proceeding to the next speakers. Last but not least, we have now Brigitta Gunawans. So from Madagascar, we move to other part of the world. We have down under Australia. So here we have Brigitta Gunawan. Getting to know a little bit about our speaker now. Originally from Jakarta, Indonesia, Brigitta Gunawan is an ocean climate advocate who strives to connect communities with the ocean through science, education, and storytelling. He is a National Geographic Young Explorer, Global Citizens Youth Leader Awardee, Ocean Awards Young Initiatives winner, and 30 under 30 for environmental educations. At the age of 17, she founded 30 x 30 Indonesia, a bottom-up policy advocacy campaign driving community engagement to prioritize marine protected areas and support the global goal of protecting 30% of oceans by 2030. She leads immersive experiences to foster climate mitigation and coral restorations efforts, impacting over 1,500 people in more than 90 locations leading up to its adoptions at the G20 Leaders Declarations and the United Nations Conventions on Biological Diversity back on COP15. For the time being, her project has planted 200 mangroves and 600 corals alongside local communities. with that being said, we can't wait to hear our speaker, Ms. Brigitta Gunawan. The time is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for the lovely introduction. I'm going to be sharing my screen. I hope you can see my screen. Well, hi everyone. As mentioned earlier, I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia, but I am currently joining live from Melbourne, Australia, as I'm going to university here. And I'll be sharing a little bit about my community project. It is a creative campaign and it focuses on the global 30 by 30 goal, which I'll be talking more about today. So before I jump into what we've been doing, I wanted to introduce the three main challenges that we focus on that we have in all of our programming. So it's challenge 2, 5, and 10 of the UN Ocean Decade, which is to protect and restore, and also ocean-based solutions, and particularly humanity's relationship with the ocean. And we always have in mind the key objectives of the UN Ocean Decade, 2 out of the 7, which is healthy and resilient ocean, and an inspiring and engaging ocean. But overall, 30 by 30 Indonesia is focused on supporting the 30 by 30 global goal to protect at least 30% of the global ocean by 2030 through a network of marine protected areas. But by mobilizing communities in Indonesia, in particular youth and young people who are engaged in the conservation space, or anyone who has a passion to learn. And as a summary, we are a creative campaign. We're structured as a campaign that provides hands-on opportunities for people to connect with the ocean wherever they are. So it's what we do is we bring people to nature, to near the ocean, or we bring the ocean to them. And I think one of the best ways to describe what we do is, as the first campaign on 30 by 30, is we approach these issues in a matter of being open and to build a network of young people and also work and collaborate intergenerationally. Because we started in 2021. I was 17 then, and it was through a fellowship with Earth Echo International where I was working on 30 by 30 ocean advocacy. And within the first month, we actually gained 400 pictures of support. What we did was we called on other people around through schools and in Jakarta initially, and then it spread to all the 5 main islands of Indonesia, and through the youth networks there. And we were able to collect people holding signs that says 30 by 30 or 30 by 30 Indonesia, which can all be seen on our social media pages today. And within that short period of time, we managed to engage with over 1,500 people in over 90 locations and over 15 countries around the Asia Pacific region. And we do this by engaging with webinars, in-person events like conferences, and also habitat restoration events in which we have planted 600 corals and 200 mangroves. But the way we approach things are always different according to the opportunities that arise with our local partners. And what I wanted to focus on sharing is the 30 by 30 coral garden that we have in Tulamben, Bali. So Tulamben is a marine protected area on the northeast coast of Bali. It's about a 3-hour drive from the main city in Bali, which is Denpasar. And what we have been able to do was in 2022, we received a seed funding grant and we were able to establish this nature-based solution, an artificial reef in the form of the number 30 on the ocean floor, as you can see on the left top corner of your screen. And what we do is we collaborate with the local NGOs and we have local dive guides come and plant and support this project, whereas the village children and youth are able to collaborate in this 2-day camp where we first collect trash and learned in a discussion forum, and then they get taught by the divers and the experts about what is happening underwater, and they get involved. And so we continue this restoration. We have at least one coral restoration big event every year. And the monitoring team that we have goes out there every month to look at the progress of these corals. And this is sort of the center of our project because we are advocating for marine protected areas within a marine protected area and engaging local communities in doing so, but also focusing on the fact that local communities have a critical role to play. And it's not all about mainstream conservation when we're talking about marine protection. And the second thing I wanted to focus on was the workshops that we do. So beyond the coral restoration that we do, we also engage with young people through schools and clubs and volunteers. And we focus on breaking down the jargon because we know that in ocean science and in ocean policy, there is a lot of jargon and barriers to entry. And it is increasingly inviting when young people are given the chance to go out in the field and learn about the Sustainable Development Goals. And sometimes we also host workshops where we actually conduct water quality testing as a point of contact to a water body that connects us with the ocean. And these are all thanks to the volunteers that we have and the local partners that we have. And what I'm excited to share also lastly today is this new program that we call Diversities, which is an open source asset for immersive ocean literacy. So what we do is we create these conservation stories in the form of a 360 video, which we then bring to schools and to workshops, and we bring the ocean to the people. And we also are building a community of facilitators, and we will soon be launching a call for facilitators, and we would love to invite any of you who are interested to network with us, to collaborate and start up these workshops and get partnerships with conservation groups and school groups as well. Because every learning module that anyone completes on our website will plant a coral in the 30 by 30 coral garden that I just introduced earlier. And the next steps for 30 by 30 Indonesia and for Diversities is a program this July. So this July, we're planting, replanting the 30 by 30 coral garden, continuing the restoration, and also rolling out that Diversities launch where we will launch an online module where one module completed equals one coral planted into the coral garden. And we will also, throughout this year, focus on mobilizing support for the High Seas Treaty. And as I mentioned earlier, we are open to collaborating, particularly with the program called Diversities. It's not just in Indonesia or the Asia Pacific, but we are broadly speaking about anyone who has an interest in terms of environmental education or ocean literacy to collaborate with us, and we can work with either spotlighting your work as a conservationist and creating an online module focused on your work, or we can work with you to bring these materials to the people in your community, because we are focused on connecting people and building that relationship with the ocean, no matter where you are, whether you're near or far from the ocean. And we encourage every one of you to engage with us through the digital activations that we have, mostly through social media. That's our Instagram on the left-hand corner, and you're free to contact us through either Instagram or emails, and I'm excited to answer any questions and also potentially collaborate with any of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigitte.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brigitte. It's really impressive the work that you have been doing. I personally have been a big fan of yours, and it's really inspiring to hear that at the age of 17 you founded 30 by 30 Indonesia, and I heard about your Eureka moment. So maybe you would like to share to our audience, our participants, your motivation of founding that and about your entire journey. What would be the inspiration for the rest of the youths to the early career ocean professionals?
Yeah, that's a lovely question. Thank you so much for asking. Well, this is a story I always share because I think it's really important for people to understand that to start, it doesn't have to be when you're all the way up in your career or, with all the degrees that you have, but it really just comes back down to your passion and the purpose that you're doing it for. So I started 30 by 30 because I saw the opportunity for me to do more than what society thinks we can do in an academic background. You're always so intimidated by, I have to get this degree or this professional experience before starting. Whereas through my Eureka moment, I was able to just leverage my passion and reach out to people and ask for feedback. I'm always open to constructive criticism and feedback and seeking people to support the work that we do and collaborate. So the first time I found that Eureka moment was actually in a marine protected area in Nusa Penida, Bali. It was my first time in a marine protected area. I have been underwater many times before. I am a swimmer. I have a long-lasting connection with the ocean, but I don't think I've ever been to marine protected area. And so that moment, I was 17 and I saw that the ocean was so beautiful and colorful and you can see so much fish, and I'd never seen the underwater scape that vibrant. And I think that really defined and made me realize that this is what the ocean was supposed to look like, and that other non-protected areas are just needing more attention from us as humans who have made an impact on those areas. And so I decided to focus my work on marine protected areas and getting other young people to get engaged and, notice the differences, notice our impacts on the environment, and be empowered on what we can do to help.
Yeah, that's great. Also, as you are now currently based in Australia, so how are these impactful projects sustainably being undertaken back in your home country, Indonesia? I surely believe you have your team there, but how are you being able to manage that?
Yeah, well, that's a great question as well. So even though I'm based here, the way the whole calendar year works for me so far is that I'm based basically half of the year is me in my university semester and half of the year is totals up to my time back home in Indonesia. So I've been spending the summers and winter breaks back home to continue my project. In fact, I spent 2 months on Gili Air to obtain my scientific diving through a program called Coral Catch, and that has equipped me to continue my project planning for this program in July. And so what happens when I'm in Melbourne is all the background planning on how things will go and run and connecting with other people. And once we're back home in Indonesia, we have the team ready, all set up. But we also have a monitoring team, as I mentioned, I think in my presentation, for the 30 by 30 Coral Garden. We have a team of 3 to 4 divers from a local diving group, and they come every month to check the status of the corals, and especially we've been seeing coral bleaching this early this year from late last year, in particular in Indonesia, and we've been paying close attention, and that's why we're focusing on replanting this July.
That's great. So the participants in this platform, if you have any questions or queries, any feedback to our dear Brigitta, the floor is open. You may raise your hand and we will recognize you, or you can also use the chat section for that. In the meantime, how do you think that people in the audience can support your work?
Yeah, I think the best way to support my work is engaging with us through social media, and particularly with the Diversities program launch because it's something that anyone from anywhere can partake in. Whereas in 30 by 30 Indonesia, we're really just emphasizing on local action. But yeah, diversities is the way to go if you're not from Indonesia specifically.
Yeah, thank you. So, Charu Gupta is saying that she would love to collaborate with you. She has also dropped her email address, and the same message is from Tristan. He has shared a website with you that can be of use to you. You can check the chat section for that. For now, I think this is it. Thank you very much, Brigitte, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. We will try stay connecting with you and supporting your project. Best wishes, and the work that you have been doing is really impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
With this, may I invite my friend Alfie for his beautiful poem, I guess, if you are ready.
Thank you, Akriti. So I'm gonna bring a poem from one of the legends poets by Matthew Arnold, Dover Beach. The sea is calm tonight. The tide is full. The moon lies fair. Up on the straits, on the French coast, the light gleams and is gone. The cliff of England stand, glimmering and vast. Out in the tranquil bay, come to the window. Sweet is the night air. Only from the long line of spray, where the sea meets the moon-blanched land, listen. You hear the grating roar of pebbles which the waves draw back and fling. At their return up the high strand, begin and cease, and then again begin, with tremulous sad and slow, and bring the eternal notes of sadness in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this beautiful poem. Let's give him a virtual round of applause. So with this, we would also like to once again give and extend our sincerest appreciation to each and every sponsor who has contributed their resources, expertise, and passion to the cause. Your dedication to the preservation and stewardship of our ocean serves as an inspiration to us all. So they include the German Marine Research Consortium, KDM, in cooperation with the Global V.ECOP Program, Fisheries and Ocean Canada, IOC UNESCO, the European Commission through PREF for Blue, Universitat Politecnica Catalunya, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association, WIMSA. So next up, we have the session from African region, and this session is going to include the topics such as the need for data and information in the ocean science, women in marine science, and food security. So stay tuned for that.
Thank you, Akriti and Alfie, for taking us through the first session of the V.ECOPS program. I'll be your host, Abi Alela from Africa, together with my colleague, Blessing Charuka from Zimbabwe. I'm currently a PhD student at Egerton University. To give you just a brief overview about myself, let me allow Blessing to introduce himself. Blessing, over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Blessing Charuka. I'm a marine and coastal researcher. I'm currently affiliated with the Center for Coastal Management at the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. I am qualified with a Master's of Science in Maritime Affairs from the World Maritime University in Sweden and a PhD in Integrated Coastal Management from the University of Cape Coast. I'm a fellow with the Future Earth Coast and a member of the Ocean Decade Strategic Communications Group. I'm really excited to be part of this United Nations Ocean Decade Conference through the V.ECOP Days 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to welcome you to the Africa session of the Virtual Early Careers Ocean Professional Days 2024, or as we call it, the V.ECOP Days. The Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona will kickstart tomorrow, the 10th of April 2024, a decade full of new innovations, opportunities, and partnerships. And we here are excited to share our program with you and look forward to an engaging session to address the decade challenges. The UN Decade is once in a lifetime generation opportunity and the first global campaign to catalyze ocean science solutions for sustainable development. As part of the official UN Decade activities, we are presenting contributions over 3 days. We've got ECOPs from a variety of professional disciplines, showcase their ocean-related work, activities, and contributions to the UN Decade. This is a truly brilliant program, and we're glad you're joining us. The Africa session will begin now, and we have a number of themes. I'd just like to mention, we have one, the need for data and information in ocean science. We have women in marine science, and we have food security. We have a number of speakers from different regions. We have, most of them are from Africa, and we have others from the USA, Canada, and Europe. And just to give you some housekeeping rules, please keep your questions in the Q&A section of the chat box, the Q&A section, sorry. And also any chat you may have, please keep it in the chat box and avoid raising your hands. And so let's dive right in the program. And also just feel free to zoom around the world and show us where you're zooming in from. So type that in the chat box section. Thank you. Blessing, over to you to introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Abby. Today, I'm really excited to co-moderate the Africa sessions of the V.ECOP Days 2024 with Abby Alela. Once again, encourage all participants to post or share through the social media using the hashtags V.ECOP Days 24, ECOPS, Generation Blue, Science to Action, and Ocean Decade. The first session theme for us is the need for data and information in ocean science. Just to remind or bring this in mind, the vision of the ocean data and information strategy of the Ocean Decade is to establish a trusted and inclusive interconnected ocean data information system that is actively used for decision-making to support sustainable management by the year 2030. With this in mind, I call the first speaker, who is Anthony Belanduo, who will speak on digital twins and an arc for coral diversity. Anthony is an academic and a researcher from Florida, and his research area is dedicated to biology and corals. Anthony, the floor is yours. Do we have Anthony, or have we lost him?
Connecting. I think he's connecting.
While he is connecting, I would like to share one of our feelers, which is connected to our theme for today.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 8. Create a digital representation of the ocean. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? First, we must fully explore today's ocean. Its countless challenges and endless possibilities. Sometimes this means understanding the past, and sometimes this means projecting the future. Today, we know more about the moon than we do the ocean, but we have a unique opportunity to change this, working with some.
I hope you all.
How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? First, we must fully explore today's ocean. Its countless challenges and endless possibilities. Sometimes this means understanding the past, and sometimes this means projecting the future. Today, we know more about the moon than we do the ocean, but we have a unique opportunity to change this,
Working with some of the best minds in ocean science, the Ocean Decade fosters partnerships to explore and fully map the ocean, creating a digital atlas of our planet's crown jewel, from surface to depths, from biodiversity to cultural and social values, from shorelines to open spaces. This knowledge will support dynamic and sustainable ocean management in a constantly changing ocean. Let's find new ways to see our past, current and future ocean through open data and freely shared information. Together, let's create an accessible ocean for present and future generations. In the ocean we want, we know everything about the ocean so that we may better protect and sustainably manage our planet's blue wealth. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade challenge? Join us today.
Thank you for listening. I'm going to stop my video and give Andon the floor again. Andon, do we have you now? Well, without wasting time, let me just go through the presentation just to make use of the time, because I do have a backup. So I do hope we are all seeing the video. Now, Andoni's topic is on coral reef, digital twins, and distributed genetic arc for coral conservation. I'm going to present on behalf of Andoni, who couldn't connect, maybe due to some technical glitches. We all know that coral reefs are important for ocean health, but as we know, there are many challenges facing corals, which range from the effects of climate change, the effects of pollution, and also ocean acidification. These are just some of the few challenges which I want you to remember or recall. Now, the next slide on this. Oh, where's my slide? I would like to sorry, I missed it. I'm going to share again on behalf of Andoni. Now, based on the research by Andoni, we find that we have here a presentation which shows the status of the ocean health on December 2014, where the corals are healthy. And then on February 2015, we can see that the corals are dying. And lastly, here on the last picture, we see that the corals are already dead. But there is a lot of technology to save coral reefs, which already exists. And I'm going to play this video. Unfortunately, it's embedded, but I hope we are all able to see the graphics from this animation by Andoni. Now, without wasting time, I'm going to show the next again. So, well, in the short term, there are many things that can be done to preserve or restore corals, which include coral gardening, artificial reef structures, reducing pollution, and reducing coral bleaching, but also community engagement, which would really help. So I'm not going to take much of the time, but then going to stop this share and give the floor to the audience if they have any questions for Andoni regarding coral reefs and how they can be restored, the challenges and opportunities. Thank you. Any questions from the video, or we would move to the next presentation? Or do we have Anthony now?
Just give it some time, Blessing. There's a video that's going to be shared as we wait for the speakers to join. We give them about, because the session started a bit earlier, so our presenters knew they were supposed to join in 5 minutes. So there's a video that's going to be played. Let's let it be played first. Thank you so much for that. So as we're still waiting for our speakers to join us, I want us to show just a give schematic of where you're all joining us from. So we have about, just want to show a schematic of where you're all joining us from. So we have about 352 participants already joining in, and we have a number zooming in from different parts of the world, and the gender balance is quite good. We have most female participants joining in with a number of male participants also, and we also have those who identify as a number of you identify as non-Indigenous, and the schematic is quite good. I wish I could show you the map. And let me just show my screen so that you can all see what I'm talking about. So this is is it visible, Blessing?
Yeah, it's visible. Please go on.
Yes, so this is just a brief schematic of where you're all joining us in from. We have a good number of you zooming in. So thank you all for joining us as we still wait for our speakers for this session to join in. The notification was given earlier, but I think the time came in a bit too early, so that's why perhaps they haven't joined. So if we can give them a few minutes, I've sent them a reminder, so we hope they'll be able to join on time. And so as we go through this session, as the topic was on the need for data and information in ocean science, I just want to throw this to all the participants and those joining us and other hosts too. If you're familiar with this research topic, would you perhaps also share with us your insights as we wait for our speakers? Anybody, feel free to raise your hand so that you can speak, and also type in the chat box. Yeah, you're free, the floor is yours. Anybody?
Yes, thank you, Abby. I've just seen quite a number of our participants joining now. So yes, if anyone is having insights on the session theme, please just raise your hand to contribute. Thank you. We know that we have Brigitta Zhao is joined, so should we proceed with Brigitta and then swap with Anthony in
Yes,
case?
because yes, they're in the same theme. So let Brigitta present. Brigitta, introduce Brigitta. So the floor is hers once you introduce her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Without wasting time, I'm going to introduce Brigitta. Allow me to share my screen. Thank you all. Our first speaker now is Brigitta Zhao. Brigitta is an MFA, a candidate in NSCAD University. She's graduation is May 2024, she's a recipient of the Scotia Scholars Masters. She's motivated by a passion for ocean literacy and environmental issues. She has collaborated with deep science, data and scientists and other partner or oceanographers to incorporate ocean data into artwork. Her artwork serves as a celebration of humanity's capacity for positive change while encouraging contemplation of interconnectedness of the profound relationship between the human life and the ocean. Now, Brigitta, over to you. Do you want me to present from this side or you want to present you from your side? Brigitta?
Oh, hi. I can share from my side. Am I sharing actually?
Okay, let me stop share and then you share. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can everybody see my screen all right?
That's perfect. You can proceed.
Okay, beautiful. Hi. Like I know I only have 5 minutes, so I'll dash through it. My work has been a serious experiment and discoveries using visual art to mobilize scientific research communities, and this has been an ongoing project. Due to this constraints, I will share two projects from this endeavor I have completed during working with companies in the ocean tech. And this project examines two very different approaches for this discovery process. And the first example is on the Smart Atlantic buoy where I worked for Deep Sense during the past summer. This buoy is one located at the mouth of the Halifax Harbor and it's constantly collecting and sharing the real-time data to determine if it's safe for all sorts of vessels to come into harbor, especially during the extreme weather. But the issue is this buoy does go offline for maintenance and sometimes like it would usually go offline during the extreme weather days. So there's actually a team works on creating a predict model by cross-examining the buoy and the line data to build a predictive model for this buoy for it to be in use when it's even go offline. And the machine learning training database is huge. When I worked on this project, I just selected during the September 11 to October 10, 2022. It was during a hurricane called Hurricane Fiona. And I choose among all the weather data, I choose the highest wave data. And this hurricane also happened in the third week when I relocated to Halifax. And that time when a third of the city went without the power during the hurricane. And I even had friends who live in the city and go off electricity for 5 days. And so what I did is I mapped the highest wave data during this time to the music notes. So higher of the wave, higher of the music note. And when the wave over the security line of the highest wave, which is during the Fiona time, and the visual would create glitches. And the presentation grid is how it looks like on the Instagram. I also have this exhibition project in the gallery for a full website, and I would have to say it was a better experience. But this is just an example. I noticed that during the text time, there are some writings in the video while I'm doing the live play. Like the actual video is actually quite smooth. Like I shared the video with Justin. I hope it can upload again after the meeting so we can see it. And we are like the first moment like during the hurricane time.
I'm sorry, we are losing you.
Sorry?
We were losing you. Just continue.
Okay. So for the underwater noise project, I actually had a chance to go out on the boat and to like collect the hydrophone data and the underwater imagery myself. And this project I collaborated with Glass Ocean is a company that go out to the ocean and collecting engine informations to optimize engines. And the prominent work is striving to switch from traditional fuel-based engine to a more environmental friendly electronic engine. And so how it works is the underwater imageries would interact with the sound, with the speed, with the frequency, and it shows cases resulted very different. So this is the traditional fuel engine. And the sound is what you truly hear, like from the underwater hydrophone sound that's collected. And this one is way tranquil. Yeah, this one is the electronic engine one. And the video is actually both 15 minutes long, and I also have this exhibited in gallery setting as well. But like what we are seeing is what I posted on the Instagram and for more people to share. And I know I'm going over the time, so I'll leave the more explanations during our Q&A sessions. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brigitta, for the wonderful presentation. Let us check if we do have Anthony. For those who have questions for Brigitta, we planned to go to the Q&A after the presentation by Anthony. Abby, do we have Anthony now?
I can't see Anthony yet. So let me see if there are a couple of questions for Brigitta. I also have a number of questions for her about too. So Brigitta, do you stay in so that you can respond to the questions I have for you? So Anthony is not yet with us. I can't see him yet. So let me just dive into the questions I have for Brigitta. First, Brigitta, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. That's amazing work you're doing. So my questions, my 2 cents for you are first, how can ocean data art contribute to scientific research in a unique way compared to traditional data visualization methods? And secondly, what are some examples or insights or discoveries that have been made through ocean data art that have not been made as easily apparent through conventional data analysis techniques? Thank you, Brigitta. You can respond to these questions.
I truly believe believe in the art, like visual art and liberal arts, like a possibility of changing the world. We say you have to destabilize a world of thinking with a world of thinking. And I truly believe in art, there's this power of storytelling that works differently than the traditional, that the scientific research is finding a proof of certain questions. And I think the artist's job is to getting the result, getting what we find and the end result to the people. And that's also the reason that I come to the conference is I'm still trying to discover the new ways of sharing the stories that I've been creating to people. Would that be more function in a gallery setting? Would it be more function to on a website page on Instagram, or talking to people? I'm just I feel like so many researchers are so valuable, and the data set are telling are the hard proof of a certain research fund. And so using that as a tool to communicate with people, I feel it might serve as a better way to convincing people on communicating people on what is emergency within the ocean realm. And that's this is ongoing project, and they are every time I do things differently, and I just eventually I want to find a way of the better serve as a storytelling to tell people and to make people to understand, or make people to be cautious on the environmental issues we are facing, or what research we have been doing and have been doing really right, really good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So
Thank you so much
for bringing a new way to storytelling to science and communication science using art tools. Thank you so much. Over to you, Blessing.
Yes, thank you so much, Brigitta, for this presentation. We know art, science communication is very important for communicating, scientific research about the oceans. And art is just one of those champions, one of the champions for science communication. Now, Abby, without wasting time, we want to make this session as interactive as possible. I think we should move over we should transfer to the modules, and then we come back at 12:35. We're hoping to have our next speaker for the next session.
Yes, I think we have the Mojo Susanna who's live in Barcelona. So Fiona, please say hello. She was to join in about 5 minutes ago. So Fiona, you can join in now.
Okay, Anthony is now here. I don't know, he just popped in. What do we should, okay, give Anthony the floor or?
Okay, Fiona, are you ready? we can allow Anthony this session. So Anthony, they're already ready. Anthony will present later.
Hi everyone,
Yes.
we are in the
Thank
World
you.
Trade Center and it just finished a session about digital twins. And we have with us Ali. So would you like to introduce to all the V.ECOPs, what do you do and what brought you here today?
Sure. My name is Ali Hochberg. I'm the Bermuda Node Coordinator for the V.ECOP program. I'm also the Outreach Manager for the Bermuda Ocean Prosperity Program and the Marketing Officer for the Bermuda Zoological Society. The session we had today was about digital twins of the ocean for the V.ECOP program.
And how is this interaction with ECOPs? Why are they so important in this program? Would you like to explain a bit more?
Sure. So digital twinning of the ocean is relatively new. And in case you haven't heard about what a digital twin of the ocean is, basically it leverages computer technology and all of the systems and technologies that are already out there taking measurements, high resolution measurements of the ocean to basically create a digital representation or twin of the ocean. And why ECOPs are important to this is because the technologies that are being developed now for digital twins of the ocean are the technologies and programs that ECOPs are going to be used in the future. And in addition, ECOPs have ideas, new ideas, and insights that can be used to enhance and create these programs.
The question here is that sometimes as ECOPs, we wonder like how can we actually reach to these people? How can we get a job or, you know, just take the opportunity? We wonder what are the skills necessary to do that? What are you actually looking for in an ECOP?
That was actually one of the questions that came up in the session today. So one of the best ways to get kind of your foot in the door or to dip your toe into digital twinning is there are lots of hackathons that take place. One of them was mentioned today. And so basically what a hackathon is a group that gets together and you share ideas about what data are necessary for digital twins, how you would use them, what digital twins can be used for, like what issues they can be used to address, which turns out to be pretty much everything. So everything from coastal hazards to addressing pollution to marine protected areas. Basically that's the easiest way to get involved. And really digital twins, it's a two-way street between ECOPs and EOPs, which are experienced ocean professionals. And so what came out of the session today is that basically reach out. If you want to get involved, reach out to lots of the groups that are involved with digital twins. A lot of the EOPs there today were more than willing to have ECOPs involved. And so ECOPs that want to get involved in digital twins of the ocean, you know, hackathons, and then just, you know, saying that they want to take part and be a part and learn more, really.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Do you want to just send a message to all those ECOPs that couldn't come here today? Just like a quick suggestion, tip message.
Yeah. Really, thank you for watching, first of all. You all are so important to this process. Stay involved, learn more. We will be posting resources about this session and others. And really, if you're interested in digital twins of the ocean, we, at this session today that we're presenting, will be summarizing the outcomes of this session and digital twins of the ocean, and we will be making that paper available. So if you're interested specifically in this topic, you can read that paper and learn more, and there will be resources about how you can get engaged more. So thank you, and you guys are amazing, and you're doing a great job.
So with these beautiful and empowerment words, I pass it to all of you, to this host. Ciao, see you soon. Oh, nice. Oh,
Is that
thank
okay?
you so much. Thank you.
Going to be talking about leveraging digital twins, and I'll be making another one next weekend. So come join me. Hi. Sure.
Comes on. So we are grateful to the insights from Ali and the team from Barcelona and the guests we had. So at this moment, we'd like to welcome our guest, Anthony. Blessing, please introduce Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. Our presenter now is going to be Anthony. Anthony is a researcher, an academic and a researcher who focuses on biology and corals. Anthony, I give the floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Blessing. I'm going to start my screen share now. I have a talk ready for you guys here. Okay. No technical problems? Everybody can see my slide deck and screen share?
Yes, it's visible.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Visible, please proceed.
Thank you. So I'll be talking about coral digital twins in a distributed genetic arc for coral conservation. So I'm based here in Miami. I work at Florida International University, and I'm also part of Lemon Sea, an ocean acidification NGO. I've been a coral researcher for a decade and a half now, more than a decade and a half, and this is a very different talk than I have ever given before. It was one of the reasons I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I normally talk about, genes and gene expression and genomes and microbiomes, and today I'm talking about something much bigger picture than that. I'm talking about trying to save these creatures. So for me, I've studied coral algal symbiosis for a long time. So coral reefs, as we know them, are made possible by an endosymbiosis with dinoflagellates called Symbiodiniaceae, and corals get the vast majority of their energy budgets from this. Most of the people here know very well that coral bleaching is the breakdown of this endosymbiosis, this nutritional symbiosis. So this is one talk where I will not be showing you photos of that many bleaching and dying corals. But for me, the other critical part is the coral-human symbiosis. I'm sorry? Do we have a question?
No, sorry. Let me request that person. Please, if you're not speaking, let Anthony speak. Just mute yourself.
I'm happy to take questions if it's a question. You can interrupt.
No, you were saying something in a different language. It wasn't a question.
No worries. I'm open to questions in different languages too. I'll continue. So coral-human symbiosis for all of human time as we know it, corals pre-existed us, but the coral reefs have been there for us. We've depended on them throughout the tropics and into the subtropics, and still 1 billion people eat directly or indirectly from the reefs. These places are so important. It's a two-way symbiosis, Now the corals need our help. We need to be there for them in this part of the symbiosis. It is a mutualism. So with that, sadly, corals are no longer safe in the ocean. The oceans are no longer a safe place for corals. And with this, I mean, we need to continue doing all of the activities that we're doing, restoration activities, continue them, continue outplanting corals, continue everything. But, this is a 10-year-old, slide that some of you guys have seen before. This is old news. It's getting worse. It's getting much worse. I live in Florida, where the waters got up to 36, 37 degrees last year. That is not something that acclimatization deals with. That is not something that genetics deals with. That is a death sentence for corals, and we watched them die. But the thing is, the technology to save corals already exists, and it exists in our homes, in schools, in universities, in public aquaria. This is my own relatively messy but very healthy coral system, and these are rescue corals from Florida. There are 3 species in here that are threatened, listed species, and these have been in this aquaria for years, in aquaria for years at this point, and their genetics are dead in the wild. So this is one of the species in there. So I just want to get up close and personal because, I love and adore these things. And corals, for me, are charismatic creatures. Each of these polyps are little mouths, see all of their tentacles. You can even see their little symbiotic macroalgae in there if you look very closely. This is Montastria cavernosa, a very important Caribbean coral, a coral that builds our reefs, and they're dying. We have to make sure that the genetic diversity does not disappear. Of them. But with this, the beautiful part about corals is that you don't have to it's not complicated to clone a coral. A lot of them clone themselves. You can clone a coral by snapping a piece off very carefully, or in the lab, cutting it in half. It's incredible technology that they've evolved over the years. Now, onto digital twins. The last session focused on digital twins, and I know I don't have to explain to you what they are, but they are, digital identities of complex systems through time, right? Digital twins of coral reefs already exist. There are multiple labs that are doing excellent work on there. So didn't even have to make my figures from this. This is Cohen Lab at Hui. And this is, the 4D reef group below. And, the amazing thing is that digital twins can be used to capture the reef topology and for diversity. So do real ecology there and identify risk, run simulations on these things. And from that, you can figure out which reefs and heck, which corals are most at risk. And from there, you can orchestrate zero harm collection. This is a scary thing to say because as an avid diver and dive master, you do not touch corals. When I became a PhD student and was told to touch a Cropper millipora, I was like, what? We're doing what? But experienced people can collect a coral polyp or two with no harm to the colony. I've done that many, many times, and there are other people who can do that as well. But it's not something that I suggest that anybody do, because also you will go to jail, as you should if you do it without paperwork. We need to use digital twins as a framework for a genetic arc to save corals. So this is, eventually this would and could be a global project. We're starting small. Literally next weekend, I'm making a demo digital twin with a few colleagues here in Miami. And this will be a community-driven project, and I hope it is a huge community-driven project. But we capture the reefs in 3 space and in 4 space with digital twins, use that to identify colonies that are at risk, and use it to capture enough individuals to get representative genetic diversity. And then we have corals we have to keep alive for a long, long time. That's the other part that makes projects like this challenging. But I'm okay with challenging projects. We have to talk about them. We need a distributed genetic arc to preserve diversity. The thing is, like I said, the technology for growing the corals exists. It's low-tech stuff. I can teach you to grow corals. I'd love to teach you how to grow corals, but you don't even need me to do that. You can look up Julian Sprung's books and read it there, but I'll happily teach you. I'll make YouTube videos, and there are YouTube videos about it. Come to my lab and I'll teach anybody who wants to. But yeah, the thing is, we need a redundant network.
Just a moment, yes. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes
I know exactly where I am time-wise. Thank you, Blessing. Let's see. So yeah, we have we need to create a distributed network of these. So like any data system, we need redundancy in that. So we need to know where all the genets are, each genet being an individual coral, and we need replication of them. So you can't just have one piece of coral, because if it dies, it's gone forever, right? So each clone of coral, we have to have it in multiple places throughout a network. And we need a leveling economy in this network to do that, so that we don't have just some corals that people like. We need to have everybody represented redundantly across there. The numbers for this, I don't know, we think about how many corals can we keep in there. Let's not think global yet, but Caribbean and Florida reefs are close to me. There are 46 to 53 species of corals, depending in the Caribbean, depending on which paper you look at. 53 in Haiti anyway, probably fewer in Florida, 50-ish. So 50 corals, and if we want some minimum, 100 genets each of them, so that's 100 individuals, that's what? 5,000 coral fragments. 5,000 coral fragments in triplicate, 15,000 coral genets that you'd have to keep alive in a distributed system with some sort of, and this is where we can use the blockchain and open ledgers for good instead of making money, and even and use this to track where these corals are, because each coral genet is an NFT. So the thing is, I am not a blockchain NFT bro, but I want to use NFTs and the open ledger and a proof of life system with a leveling economy to help us save corals and keep them alive. There are a lot of challenges for genetic digital arc. There's policy and legal complexities. That tank that I have in the lab very legally would be prison if I had it in my living room right over here. There are technical hurdles. I'm talking about NFTs as like I know how to mint them. I do not, but I would love to partner with other specialists in that. Building and maintaining a community. This is a huge community project. Nobody can do this alone. I don't want to do it alone. And heck, if you want to do it or think you can do it better, please take over. This is an idea that I am giving out there to the world. I'd love to be involved. I'd love to help, but I'd love for other people to help and heck, take over. And longevity, 100 years. And I say 100 years because it's hard for me to think of longer, because even if I'm really lucky, I'll be long dead by then. But 100 years is what we need to think about. And yeah, next slide. With that, I just want to say I'm seeking partners to help give corals another century. This is my email address. Reach out to me. Come to Miami. Let's make a digital twin next weekend. I need community managers. I need economists, computer scientists, biologists, aquarists. I hope we can do something. And if you think that this idea is bad or have critiques of it, tell me. Please be super critical of it. It's impossible, tell me. Or if you have a way to do it better, tell me. Let's do it better. And that's all. I'd love to take any questions. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so much, Anthony.
So for the amazing work you're doing in digital twins research to conserve coral reef biodiversity. So I hope there are any questions in the chat for you. Let me just check the chat box. Let me see. We don't have any questions at this point, but I can ask you just one question since it's an ECOP generated session. Since you said you want to go large scale with this research global, my question is, how do you want ECOPs? What would you advise ECOPs who want to participate in digital twins research to get involved? How do you advise them? What advice do you have for them? Any text you might give them as we have this session? Thank you, Anthony.
Don't be afraid to reach out. Don't let any ego get in the way of that, yours or anybody else's. Please email me. Let's chat about how we can do it together, or reach out to people, make it happen. That's what I say. There are no rules, right? Like I'm only here because a person that I met in Miami outside of science told me to apply for this talk. I anxiously put in for a kind of talk that I'd never done before. So thank you, guys. This is great.
Okay, thank you, Andon. Just one question from my side. You mentioned that, or you showed us a time lapse, between when corals were healthy and when they were dead. Now I know coral reef restoration is a complex task, and there are many challenges. I mean, climate change is just a tip of the iceberg. We have pollution, overfishing, or destructive fishing methods. But I'm all looking at these challenges. I want to know what is the state of the global outlook on coral reef monitoring and restoration? Can you give us an overview?
Yeah, so I mean, those restoration efforts are very important, and I've participated in some of them, and there are many wonderful organizations that do them. And I think that it's important that even while we digital twin and genetic arc things, that work continues, because we're at a point now where there's net loss here every year. I mean, in Florida, things are worse than they are in the Indo-Pacific. They're worse than they are in a lot of the Caribbean. We've lost our dominant species. We've had local extinctions of a few species here. Like we used to have Acropora-dominated nearshore reefs. They're more than 99% gone. It's horrifying. I mean, these are things that make me feel old. I turned 40 this year, and the reefs that I saw as a teenager aren't there anymore, guys. It's bad.
Thank you so much.
Was that the question? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
It's really getting emotional. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. From us, the Africa host, Abby Alela and Blessing Charuka. In a moment, we're going to switch over to the mobile journalists there in Barcelona. So Yela and the technical team will take over in a moment.
Thanks, everyone.
Abby, you have anything to say before that?
I have no insights at this moment. We can switch over to the mobile journalists in Barcelona. Then we get back at 12:35.
Thank you, Yela. And the technical team, you can take over now.
In case they're not joining us yet at the moment, we can proceed to the next session if it's okay with you, Blessing.
I think Yela is confirmed they will take over to the mobile journalists.
Okay.
Just to make it consistent. And unfortunately, they lost connection. Let's wait for the technical team. Okay, thank you, Abby. I think we'll move on to the next session because they have lost connection. The next session. The next session is on women in marine science. And to introduce this, let me play our first filler for this session.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 4. Develop a sustainable.
Kindly play it again.
Yes, let me play it again. I hope this time it will succeed. Here we go.
Through fisheries, energy, tourism, and transport. The way we manage and share the ocean's limited resources has a global impact on coastal communities, indigenous peoples, and marine ecosystems. Let's seize the Ocean Decade to unlock transformative ocean science solutions that connect people with the ocean in a productive cycle. Investing in ocean science and technological innovations will create employment opportunities around the world and multiply sixfold the our marine resources for a healthy and productive ocean, for the well-being of humankind and the planet. In the ocean we want, both society and planet benefit from an equitable and sustainable ocean economy, so no one is left behind. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? So we have women in different roles playing a role in marine science. We now want to hear from different contributors from different regions about the role women play in marine sciences. So we have 3 speakers. We have Olivia Livingstone, we have Renny Sojuala, and Monse Pijoan. I'd allow Blessing to introduce the first speaker for this session. Thank you. Over to you, Blessing.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Allow me to share my screen and introduce the first speaker. Now, our first speaker for this session is Olivia Livingstone. She is a technical officer for fisheries and I think M&E and research support of the EU-funded project in fisheries implemented by the Environmental Justice Foundation. She supports establishment of efficient fisheries co-management associations in Liberia. She has a vast knowledge for artisanal fisheries, marine conservation, but also community engagement in fisheries co-management associations in Liberia. Without wasting time, I'll give the floor to Olivia Livingstone. Olivia, the floor is yours.
If Olivia is not with us, we would now switch off to Fiona, who's our mobile journalist in Barcelona. Fiona, over to you. Please say hello.
Ready? Yes. Hello, everyone. It's me again, Fiona from Barcelona and Ocean Friends. And I have someone really special with me, Dr. Toste Tanua, a chemical oceanographer from Geomar at Kiel. And he's going to share with us a little bit of his experience being an ECOP and also what's possible for ECOPs nowadays.
Great to see you again. I'm a PhD student in 1990s, and I'm a sailor, and I was a sailor then. And I always wanted to make significant ocean observations from my sailboat. And also, I got a lot of requests from sailors going to interesting places and asking, what can I do to help you understanding the ocean? And honestly, we didn't have a good answer then. And I did a lot of sailing to the Pacific, 15 years and stuff like that. I never did any observations. And if you had asked me 10 years ago if citizen science is something for all, I would say no, it won't work. But now I completely flipped. We have great sensors now, we have great instrumentation, and we really need people to the boat. It works great, and that is something. If I was an ECOP now, I would go there and just support citizen science, develop instrumentation, develop the support chain to get the data, quality control in the databases, and using the data. And we have now sensors that are developed that are easy to use, not so expensive, and delivering good data, good enough data. So we can get data from all kind of places all around the world. And we need that because the ocean is so big and running a research facility is just way too expensive. So yeah, let's work together and equip our assets, our boats, or offshore aquaculture, whatever you have, with sensors so we can understand the ocean.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think nowadays with technology also developing so fast, new things are someone 10 years ago could only dream of, right? So I really love your message saying citizen science that we need for the ocean we want. So I'm going to send it back to your hosts online and see you later.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you for the host you have who said we need citizen science for the ocean we want, for the science we need. Thank you. And now we move on back to introducing the next speaker.
Abby,
that was, yes?
I think we do have an interview with Susanna at 12:30.
Okay, do we have an interview? Is Susanna on?
Yes, we have an interview that is on at 12:30. A minute from now, so later we could play another filler from that side on women. So while waiting for that, let us play another. I'll play another filler from my database.
Ocean Decade Challenge 9. Deliver skills, knowledge, and technology.
There you go, I hope.
How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The answer is we don't. Unless we have the necessary skills, knowledge and technology readily available to every expert and citizen alike. If we are to reverse our planetary crisis together, everyone needs access to ocean information and the skills to turn that knowledge into sustainable solutions and action. Whether you work in science, government, business, civil society, or are a citizen committed to protecting the ocean, you can play a part in this open ocean knowledge revolution. The Ocean Decade encourages the exchange and sharing of skills, knowledge, and technology to cultivate health responses that can collectively promote a clean, safe, and accessible ocean for present and future generations. Let's use the Ocean Decade to build bridges between disciplines and across geographical and generational divides to radically open access to data, technology, and skills, and achieve together the ocean we want by 2030. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Thank you, everyone, for in the audience. Women, increasingly play significant roles in ocean science, from scientific research, education and outreach, policy and governance, and even technology and innovation. We encourage all women to participate in their different roles in the Ocean Decade. Now, without wasting time, we'll try again to go back to have our interview with our mobile journalist, Susanna, who is on site in Barcelona. We'll give the floor to the technical team. Okay, I think there's been some miscommunication. So this interview has been scheduled for an hour from now. Thank you, Max. Now we'll introduce the next speaker, who is Renis Oma Ajola. Let me share my slide to introduce Remis. I hope it's visible to everyone now. Now, I should make it. Remis Aoma Ajola, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, is a research assistant. She's a World Maritime University graduate. She focused on gender inequality in ocean science and governance. Remis, I'll give you the floor and I'll ask you whether I should present from this side or you are free to present the slides yourself. Remis, the floor is yours to speak.
Thank you so much, Blessing. Let me share from my side.
Thank you. I'll stop sharing and I'll give you the floor.
Okay, thank you so much again for this opportunity to present my research finding, my PhD research findings. I'm Renis Aoma Ojwala, as you've been told, a research assistant at World Maritime University under Empowering Women program. Today I will talk about gender equality in ocean science and governance, and I will give insights from Kenya, which was my case study. So the aim of this research was to examine gender equality and empowerment of women in ocean science institutions in Kenya, which was conducted in public universities offering ocean science programs, government agencies, as well as NGOs and IGOs in Kenya. So the main question for this is, sorry for that. These are my main outline, which is why are gender equality important in ocean science, and what are some of the challenges? Are there some success stories, and how can we achieve gender equality in ocean science? So I will start by saying why we need gender equality in ocean science. Why is because the gender equality in ocean science is essential when it comes to advancing scientific research in ocean science, and also understanding the complex nature of the ocean. We know that the ocean is very complex, and we need the knowledge from both women and men. And this is because the women and men have different distinct roles in ocean, and they understand the functions and the roles of the ocean differently. So we need to put the expertise together to be able to foster innovation and also rich ideas when it comes to achieving healthy ocean. So by promoting gender equality, we ensure that the diverse voices are heard, and this will lead to results and sustainable solution to the pressing issues that we have in the ocean at the moment. So in addition, having an inclusive environment in an ocean science empower women to pursue this field of science and strengthen the talent pool that we have to drive the processes towards a resilient and prosperous future for the ocean. So what are the challenges? When I was trying to look for challenges we have currently that hinder gender equality, achievement of gender equality is one is because most institutions in the ocean science or that are responsible for the ocean science lack gender disaggregated data, gender specific data, and then they also lack policies, institutional policies that address gender issues. There are also deep-rooted gender biases, such as lack of support, recognition of the work that the women are doing, lack of role models, limited access to resources, and also education, for example. So based on the challenges, this research analyzed the policies that were in place in those institutions, and I'm glad to say that 27 of the institutions that are dealing with ocean science in Kenya participated in this study. That is approximately 70%. And I analyzed the policies that they have. Not all had policies, but the ones that had, I analyzed the policies that they had. I also collected gender disaggregated data, that is women and men, both for students and staff, and also interviewed the staff to know more about their contributions, roles, challenges, and the barriers that they face, especially when it comes to access to career opportunities and also career advancement. So we'll start with the findings that I got from gender policy evaluation. And this is mostly from the universities, because I was disappointed to find out that majority of the government institutions, NGOs and IGOs in Kenya don't have gender policies. Only a few had, but majority of the universities, public universities had. So I only analyzed those from the universities. And as I said before, most of the ocean science institutions did not have gender-related policies. And the policies that I analyzed, I noticed that they had more gender-neutral strategies. That is, they were, I would say, gender-blind, because they were not outlining specifically what they need to do to improve gender equality, especially when it comes to enrollment of students in ocean science-related courses and also employment of women in ocean science institutions. I would also like to note that all the policies that I analyzed were outdated. That is, the statement in the policies were saying that they should be renewed after every five years. But when I went there, they were already 10 years in place, but not, they had not been renewed, meaning that they are there, yes, but they are not being implemented, or they are not being looked at. So another thing that I noticed is that there were inconsistencies or mismatches between the existing or what gender policy was outlining or saying and the gender balance of the students and staff in those institutions. Okay, there's something wrong. Yeah, so looking at gender disaggregated data, I will also outline that or highlight that most of the institutions did not have gender disaggregated data. So we had to go and start from zero by looking at the registrars or the computers to look and separate which ones are women in which course and then in which position. So I would also like to encourage the institutions to be taking regular gender data to be able to keep track and know exactly what they are doing, if they are improving in terms of gender equality or not. Based on my research, I noticed that fewer women, as many other research have found out, were enrolled in ocean science institutions. This is just an example of undergraduate students in the public universities, where the purple means number of students or percentages of students that were enrolled. And looking at between 2010 to 2019, I also noticed a declining trend of the enrollment of students in Ocean Science Institute departments. Okay, looking at the staff, they were underrepresented in all the institutions, including universities, and majority of them were in junior positions. And as you can see from the graph below, most of them were non-tenured staff members, while only 14% were full professors. But there was a very remarkable increase or improvement when it comes to the positions and gender and positions in NGOs, where I noticed that majority of women in NGOs were managers compared to men. So that was a good sign. So looking at the representation, comparing the representation between the universities, NGOs, IGOs, and government agencies, I noticed that also the NGOs were doing better with 45% representation of women, while the government institutions, most of them, they were about 9. Most of them were just reaching the threshold which we have in our Kenyan constitution, the 2010 constitution, which says 2/3 gender role, where majority of the men, the staff were men, and the third is always the women. So yeah. Then looking at the barriers, this is among the students. They also highlighted that cultural barriers and gender stereotypes were the major hindrances to access to higher education and also careers in ocean science institutions. And then I also tried to look deeper to see what were the challenges that made women not access the higher education. And I noticed that majority of them lack access to financial support to support their education. If you look at the graph from on your right, majority of women were actually resorting to getting loans for them to access higher education, while men, most of them, if you look at those who say that they are supported by their family members, they were higher than the female students. So that means that majority, in culture-wise, seems that women education is actually not supported by many families compared to the male education. So I'll also look at the barriers to career progression among the staff. And these are some of the things that they highlighted. Some of them said, majority said that work-family conflicts that hinder the...
Remis, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sorry for that. So the majority of people of staff said that that hinder their progression. The one is being denied opportunities, having strict promotion guidelines, like number of students supervised, number of papers published, bullies and also sexual harassments were mentioned. Work-family balance was also an issue. So these are some of the extracts from the interviews where the people were complaining about these issues. So how can we address this? One is, I would say first is make sure that you collect regular gender data, so as to know exactly where the gap is. Is it in terms of recruitment? Is it in terms of enrollment of students? Is it in terms of representation in management positions, for example, or decision-making positions in the institutions? The policies that are in place, you make sure that they are implemented and enforced, and also make sure that if they are not gender specific or gender transformative, make sure that you reformulate them so as to address exactly where the gaps are. We have to make sure that we invest in education and initiatives to empower women. We have to have increase the number of women in leadership positions. We have to also create awareness, because the majority of men tend not to understand actually what gender equality is. And in that matter, or in that case, they tend to resist, especially when they heard about gender equality, they think that is some women's issue. So we need everybody on board to be able to raise awareness and also achieve this gender equality in ocean science, because we need both knowledge both for men and women to complement, so as to get concrete actions that can improve ocean sustainability. So these are some of the results, or I would say publications from this research. So if you're interested, please, you can go ahead and read more about this. Thank you so much, and that was all about my time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. That was so much amazing work you did during your PhD, and we are glad to hear from your research and learn from it. So please also wait on and hold on for the Q&A session as we move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter will be Monse Pijoan. So Blessing, please introduce Monse. She's with us already.
Oh, thank you so much. Let me share my screen. I think I'll try to introduce Monse. Now, yes, Monse is a researcher who is conducting food work on traditional tall ships to explore perspectives and life path transformations when they become part of ship's crew. She provides insights on the profound bond forged with the marine environment through her experiences and the acquisition of essential seafaring skills and the adaptation to the ever-shifting motion of the oceanic realm. I'll not waste time going through all her bio. I'll give the floor to Monse. Monse, the floor is yours. Properly, please, you can share your slides and proceed.
I want to share the slides. Yeah, is that all right? Yes?
Yes, it's good now.
Okay, and you hear me properly, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I finally, I'm in Barcelona because I'm from here. I'm in the World Trade Center. So, and I found the last session from the V.ECOP. So I am here together with them. And yeah, well, thank you also, Ranish, for introducing the gender perspective in you said in ocean science. I would say also in ocean workforce, because as my research has been conducting my PhD research at sea in traditional sailing boats with youth experiencing this. I mean, it's difficult. I don't know how many of you have been living at sea for your field work or because of your experience, but it's really I mean, it offers you a different perspective and of feeling the and sensing the ocean is a new way to engage with nature. And in those experiences, I haven't had the problem of a lack of women on them. But this was a question of my PhD, why I haven't focused on a gender perspective in these experiences. So from these insights, it comes my next approach, which will be charting ecofeminist ocean horizons. And I'm looking forward women that from my experience, I found out that in these traditional boats, there are plenty of women involved, and maybe they start with these experiences, and then after that, they get engaged in maritime or ocean careers. Why? Because there is a connection between those experiences, the social aspects, in relation to sustainable projects. So it's not so they get engaged with the relationship with the ocean. So, and then after that, they want to proceed with maritime careers. Challenges of the research, because it's I mean, it's in its start, the research. So we know that the global maritime workforce, well, it goes, no. The global maritime workforce is only represented for 1.2% for women, okay? Also, in these challenges, because I'm speaking about workforce, so the main cargo that all the commodities we get represent so are transported by sea, okay? So to transform this fleet into a cargo sail, that is a challenge for 2050. And also in these initiatives of getting skilled and the workforce at sea, they contemplate that all this fleet can be transformed not only through traditional ships, but through new technologies in sail cargo, okay? So I'm really interested on getting to know, and this is not a short-term project, it's a long-term project, women who are doing this kind of processes. So starting in social initiative, getting to know, being engaged with the ocean, and then becoming part of the, so transforming their lives into maritime careers. How this addresses the Ocean Decade challenges. So I would say that I will focus in challenge 10, which is the relationship the people have with the ocean, so transforming it. Also with feminine voices, it seems like impossible that they can be there. So that makes another perspective to all the the challenge. And also challenge 10 focuses on many other challenges. All of them are involved in challenge 10. What I have found these days here in Barcelona, these days here, I found that there are many projects or biologists, scientists, the marine area protected areas, but I found that there are plenty of projects that focus on science, but not taking into account the social aspects of the areas they are working in, okay? And I was totally surprised for this encounter. And well, I will get to the next slide. Well, the next slide is this one, because it is crucial that we have social researchers involved in all this. It's not, I attended the Marine Protected Areas workshop and also the Ocean Literacy workshop, and it looks like there is a big interest on implementing ocean knowledge, but maybe to societies that we don't know, they have already knowledge, they have already a relationship with the ocean. Probably they have a bad experience, a colonizing experience that they have could, because they created a new ocean protected area, they have put their relationship with the ocean. So it is important that social researchers are there to get to know their history, how they fish in that area, how they get related to that area, before implementing new knowledge that they are not ready to get access, or I mean that it's so, I mean the relationship from science to communities is such a distanced one that there are, I mean there are not the implementing of these programs is not effective at all. So yeah, I just wanted to share this because I've been, I mean, yesterday we had the African hub, Ocean Hub, and they really implement this in South Africa because they work all together with artists, sociologists, anthropologists, and people from the sciences. So this was the only, I mean, the only project that I realized, and also I've been a kind of stranger here in the sessions because I said I'm anthropologist, and everyone was like, "Oh, nice that you are here." But it's like I'm like someone strange because everyone wants to do sociology, anthropology to understand, to connect with indigenous communities, but it's like, but they are not there. It's like the problem they have. Is there, like looking for or seeking for this connection. Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe running out of time. It is true, inclusion of women in ocean science contributes to diversity and equity in the field, to address many barriers like underrepresented of groups and also minority groups which are usually not included in ocean science programs. Now, Abby, we need to.
Thank you so much, Blessing, and thank you, Montse, for your presentation. At this moment, we need to switch back to Barcelona, and then we'll come back to the Q&A session for Montse and Rennie. So please stay on, the two of you. We have a couple of questions for you, and we hope also the viewers and the other hosts can also have a number of questions for you. So feel free to type in the chat box for those who have questions, and our presenters will be able to address those questions for you. Over to you, Veronica, in Barcelona. We switch to you. Okay, so as we wait for,
I've got a call.
Forum? Let's start with Guillermo because he's a bit in a rush.
I've got a meeting in 2 minutes, but my name is Guillermo. I'm a marine biologist by training. I work a lot at the interface between biodiversity conservation and fisheries management. And of course, marine protected areas are one of the best tools we have in our toolkit to protect the ocean and deal with fisheries impact. So here to learn about technologies like Global Fish and Watch technologies, learn about the next generation of MPAs and how maybe my research can contribute. But I have to run to a call to discuss regional fisheries management organizations with colleagues at Greenpeace. So thank you. Enjoy the conference, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Annie and Veronica. Ciao.
Thank you. And Annie, do you want to introduce a bit yourself and what are you doing here?
Sure. Thank you so much. Fun fact, Veronica and I went to school together. I was doing my master's and she was doing her PhD in Canada. And so I am here with Global Fishing Watch. I'm a product manager for biodiversity there. And what we are looking at is bringing together human activity data that we have from satellites together with environmental data and data that users can upload themselves. So this is a really, really great space to be able to learn from other people, learn about other technologies, learn from people that are on the ground, that are working in MPAs. So it's been really great to hear all of the discussions so far.
And for the early career and ocean professionals that are live there in the session, what is Global Fishing Watch? How can they actually maybe try to work there or get involved with them?
So at Global Fishing Watch, we provide free tools for anyone to use. You can log on and use it yourself if you want to. Our whole goal is to be able to increase the transparency in the oceans so we can better govern our oceans. So we have a team of researchers and engineers that are working hard to bring in different satellite data so that we can track human activity, including vessels in the ocean there.
And this morning in the sessions, we were talking about the 30 by 30. And I would like to know, what are the skills for an early career ocean professional to get more into this technology, like Global Fishing Watch or any other project that are more into those technical atmospheres?
So I think that in this space, communication is really, really important because you are constantly talking with people, whether in my role, I'm talking with users all the time, I'm talking with engineers, and you need to be able to speak their language. I think it's also really important to have some understanding and foundation of marine conservation, some way to be able to relate to people. And even though I work for technically like a tech NGO, not everyone has technology background. We have a communications team, we have a policy team, we have people that work in the region. So just because it's technology based doesn't mean that you have to have a technology focus to work there necessarily.
Definitely. I would like to know if there is some questions in the online conference.
There are no questions
If
from
not,
here.
no questions? Okay. Well, then, if not, let's finish this with a nice message for all those ECOPs that they are seeing us from all over the world.
It is so inspiring to have so many people around the world that are focused on the oceans, and that's the only way that we can really help is to be able to collaborate together. Everyone is working on their own interests within this space, and so it's going to take a lot of work. It does take a lot of work, but I think there is a lot of hope also here.
So thank you so much, Annie. It's a pleasure to be together.
Thank you.
And see you soon, and go back to the V.ECOP's conference. Ciao.
Ciao, Veronica. Thank you so much. So we're back online, and we have the Q&A session now. We have our two presenters, Monse Pijuan and Reni Sojwala, who presented a few minutes ago. So for those who have questions for them, please feel free to type in the Q&A section of the Zoom. And if they're not, I think I have a number of questions for Renis and Monse. So let me start with you, Renis. Just since your work was based in Kenya, are there any initiatives or programs in Kenya, your home country, that are promoting gender equality in ocean science and governance? And if so, what impact have they had?
Thank you so much for that interesting question, Abby. I would say that there are a few initiatives currently in place. For example, we have Women in Science organized by the WIOMSA, Western Indian Ocean Region Marine Association, sorry. And I think with that kind of setup, that can also help encourage women, especially the upcoming women scientists, to join this ocean science field, because already it's a male-dominated area, and that can also scare women from engaging. And also maybe having that mentorship program also helps us maneuver, like find our way into the job market by seeing someone who does something that you are interested in. As a young scientist, you will be having that or develop that interest and being inspired to join or work in that field. Another thing that is also what I would highlight is having the gender focal points in some institutions like universities. They had gender they called it Gender Center or Gender Institute, like one of the, or not most of them are actually University of Eldoret, Egerton University had a Gender Center or Gender Directorate, which also create awareness among students and staff regarding gender equality. That was also another thing that I have to highlight, but get to know that even when they were there, gender equality was still not happening. So we have to take these initiatives seriously so as to be able to implement and achieve gender equality. So another thing
Thank you, Denise.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you so much. We need to keep abreast of time, and now maybe a single question for Renis, for Monsi. You have sailed on tall ships.
Monsi, yeah, Monsi.
Right? That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's really, I've sailed on ships, but I've not sailed on tall ships. What do you think? Do you think, or should we ask in the room whether women are really interested, or from your experiences, have you interviewed people who are willing to sail on wind-propelled ships?
Yeah, my experience, and that's why this that was the inspiration of my next project, and looking forward these women, is that there are plenty more women participating in these projects than young men. So that's a reality. So yeah.
Thank you so much. We need to get back to Max and the technical team. They're going to play us a recorded video, and immediately after that, we're going to have an interview with our mobile journalist Susanna. Max and the technical team, back to you.
Thank you so much for your time. Welcome to the V.ECOP conference. Would you like to introduce yourself, your affiliation, and why are you in the Ocean Decade Conference?
Sure. My name is Fernando Magdaleno. I'm Deputy Director General for Biodiversity in Spain, both the marine terrestrial sites, biodiversity. And I'm here because I wanted to know much more about the work people are doing about marine protection, and also to show our advances and commitments in this field.
And what are the commitments from the institution regarding, for example, the 30-30?
In the case of Spain and the ministry I represent of ecological transition and demographic change, our commitment is to reach the 30% protection by 2030, but with a previous milestone, which is to reach the 25% of marine protected areas by 2025. We are currently reaching 21%, so we have like 1-2 years to reach that goal of 25 and some additional time for the 30%. So we have a roadmap of protection and different management plans to rule the activities in that places, and our aim is to show these advances, to share them with the public, and to get all the comments and inquiries about the things we are doing.
Under the EU biodiversity strategy, we also have the 10% of protection, of street protection. How are we doing towards that target in Spain?
A bit slowly, because it's a complex thing. There is, in fact, quite a sense of threat from many different economical activities about what can that mean in terms of banning, prohibition of different activities in the field. And we are trying to explain very well what that number would mean, what kind of activities would be banned and which not, and which zoning within each site. And our roadmap is a bit slower in that sense, but we are trying to advance also to reach that 10% or that percentage of the 10% goal, which is of overall interest in the entire European Union.
Yeah, it's indeed a very challenging goal,
yeah,
and as we heard before in other presentations, we need to include everyone, all the stakeholders, right, to really make it proper. How is Spain doing towards integrating, for example, early career ocean professionals within these conservation targets?
Our policies are absolutely based on science. We know that the best way to take decisions politically is based on science, and for this we are investing much through public and private entities to increase knowledge about which is the status of the bottoms about the species which are sustained by those sites. So we are attracting talent, we are attracting people who are interested in those questions to be part of the teams which are helping us to provide that science, that knowledge, and this I think is the best way to integrate that eagerness of young people to work in these areas which are very vocational for many people, but we think it's good to put them in the field of decisions by making them aware of how they can provide inputs, how they can integrate the scientific and technical teams and feel them really part of this complex but really amazing process.
Yeah, it's a rewarding process
Yeah,
also.
I guess so. Even for us as civil servants, we know that it is hard to do, but we think that each small step we are providing is really attractive even for us, and we think it's valuable to spend energy and time to reach the goals we are trying to achieve.
So, because this will go live in the V.ECOPs, would you like to send some messages directly to an early career ocean professional that is in another part of the world? What will be the skills needed to get closer to decision makers, to make a change, and do what they actually want to do in their career?
Yes, I would say of course we need much knowledge, much training. Sea and oceans are really complex systems, and we have a scarce knowledge about many of the things which are happening in that depths, in that bottoms. So we need people who are well trained, who have cooperation with different teams from all around the world, but also we need open minds. We need people who understand that knowledge is the necessary ingredient but not sufficient to reach the goal. We need them to be capable of communicating very well their findings, of integrating with other people, even from stakeholders which are not at all promoting and defending marine conservation because they could think it's a threat for their own economical activities. So we need, I would say, much energy, much knowledge and much openness of mind to make these gaps smaller and smaller and really attract people to the goals we are trying to fulfill.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. And also to the insights given by the guests whom she had. We now move on to Mojo Susanna, mobile journalist Susanna, who's live in Barcelona. Susanna, over to you. Please say hello.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Improvise.
Is it
Susanna, are
streaming
you
live
with
to
us?
them though?
Yes.
We're live? Okay. Hi, everybody. I don't think you can hear me. Oh, yes, I can see myself. Right. Hello, everybody. My name is Susanna. I'm representing WIOMSA as a mobile journalist here at the Ocean Decade Conference. And with me, I have Dr. Nadim Nazarali from Mauritius. He's the WIOMSA country coordinator. And he's going to give us a few insights about how the conference has been for him so far. So, Dr. Nadim, you can say hello to the audience.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
So, to start off, maybe you can tell us what was the experience so far?
Yes, so like we all know, tomorrow is a great big day, to start with the Ocean Decade Conference here in Spain, Barcelona. But today was I was panelist for the ECOPS with our team here, and also representing WIOMSA as country coordinator for Mauritius, and also University of Mauritius as an associate professor. Well, it's very important that we discuss about the youth involvement in marine science, in ocean conservation, because youth was very important. At the very early stage, we should be willing to involve the youth in many aspects, even in the policy making decision and all, because they are the future. We been youth, myself, I've been involved in many NGOs, in many projects, very early stage, and these opportunities were given to me, and today where I am. But basically, we need to provide more opportunities to the youth, because they, as I said, they are the future, and we need the proper guidance. We definitely involve everyone together for a better future for the ocean and the planet Earth. As we know, we have only one planet, and we need this common science, common goal, And this Ocean Decade Conference will gear towards this achievement for a common goal, common science for better protection and conservation work around the world.
Wonderful, thank you. And another question may be, are there any success stories from Mauritius on ECOPs and early career ocean professionals?
Yes.
Maybe you can share that with us.
I have a big projects going on coral reef restoration in Mauritius, and we used to be a very few team, few friends together helping out. But since the involvement of youth very early, 2013, that was the first project under UN DPGF project, and since then I have several projects under various stakeholders, private sectors, even academia, and involving youth have really kick out the whole coral restoration project around Mauritius. We can now manage more sites than previously with the youth because they are very much engaged. They want to be involved, to get them, like I said, involved in those projects. And when we gave them these opportunities for coral plantation, they set them free. So when we set them free, they have their own innovative ideas, way of doing things. It really from like few thousand, very few thousand, I would say hundreds of coral transplanted. We are now more than 50, 60,000 coral transplanted with their support. That has been a very successful project that we are still working on. And we have another project that we are working with. It's a live coral underwater view. We are installing camera underwater in Mauritius. And the system, the platform has been designed and constructed by a team of young professionals in the marine field who has done marine science and also marine aquaculture courses, and they design that they are fixed it in the sea, and today we are able to place those cameras. So I'm going back, I'm meeting with them, we are finalizing this project, and very soon we are launching it. It will go global with a mobile app, the first in the world. You have a mobile app integrated with underwater live view. Everyone would be able to see the coral restoration live with a mobile camera. And many ideas came with the involvement of youth. Without them, it's really, involving them, like I said, they bring those innovative ideas. Even if they are not in the field, they might be in various, because marine science is really a vast field. They might not be like in coral reef, but during their free time, weekends, when they come with their ideas, set them free. They really make things push forward. Wow. Yeah, I've seen that, and it's definitely working.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Nadim. I think that has been very inspirational and a wonderful success story on how to set our ideas free as early career ocean professionals. Yes. And how to be innovative and think outside of the box.
Of course, and a note I would like to say, WIOMSA has definitely helped out lots of youth. Even my career started when I got the funding from WIOMSA to attend the 7th symposium in Kenya, Mombasa. And after that, I went for a short course in Mozambique, Maputo. And that was a 2-week course. And today, all these really made a difference as an earlier career professional at that time. And from today, WIOMSA has a big hand for the African side of development for youth, definitely.
Wonderful, wonderful. So over to you, Abby and Blessing, and we've gotten some insights from the African continent and how ECOPs can plug in to WIOMSA and other innovative solutions to protect our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susanna. The insights from our guests. We need to involve the youth. We need to involve the ECOPs in the work we do because they have very innovative insights and contribute so much to the work of the Ocean Decade and the work of Ocean Science. So we now move on to the next session where we have 3 presenters talking about food security on ocean science. And we have Dennis Otieno, Taylor Bratton, and Temitope Adewale. So Blessing, please introduce Dennis and the other presenters much later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. Indeed, we do know that the ocean plays a crucial role in global food security, from fisheries, livelihoods, among other sectors. Now we are going to I'm going to present to introduce the first speaker of this session, who is Dennis Otieno. Dennis Otieno is a research scientist at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, which is KEMFRI. He's pursuing a master's degree in fisheries and agriculture at the Technical University of Mombasa. His research focuses on marine fisheries, ecology, and contributes to the Ocean Decade Challenges 3, 2, and 14. Dennis, the floor is yours. Please proceed to share your screen. With us?
Blessing, kindly let's move on to Taylor because Dennis is trying to call me. Let me attend to his call. So maybe Taylor can present and then Dennis will present after Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. We move on to Taylor Bratton. Taylor, the floor is yours. We're trying to be consistent in maintaining time. Thank you, Taylor, for sharing your screen.
Let me.
Please, Taylor, can you share your screen again?
Can you see? Can you see
Yes.
my full screen? Or do you see all the slides at the bottom?
You are beginning to share. No.
Okay, no slides are at the bottom. It doesn't look like it's not full screen.
Maybe I would.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. 1 second.
Can you try to share again? If there's a problem, I could try to share from this end.
No, I think I have it. It should be good now. Okay, let me try and share one more time. I just want to make sure sharing the full screen version. Sorry, I just wanted to like look nice. 1 second. Okay, how's that? Does that look better?
Perfect. Now, please proceed.
Perfect. Okay.
We have 7 minutes.
All right. So hi, everyone. It's an honor to join so many great minds here today. Thank you so much for having me. As you may have noticed, I'm on a sailboat. I'm currently in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, so please excuse the rocking. Before I introduce myself, I'd like to share a story about how I came to think of fishermen as a surprisingly powerful tool for our conservation arsenal. So in 2022, I was living on a remote field station in Belize, conducting a study on compliance in our marine reserve. In 6 months, I interviewed 30% of the fishing population. I asked questions about illegal fishing and listened to the perspectives of those who I thought to be responsible for the removal of protected species from this beautiful marine reserve that I had helped to create. I thought my results would indicate that we need to increase enforcement or strengthen regulations. But after speaking with hundreds of kind, compassionate, and environmentally aware fishers, what I really learned is that fisherfolk may be the secret key to saving reefs. So, hi, I'm Taylor Bratton. I'm a marine scientist, marine ecologist turned anthropologist, with a passion for advocating for the rights of small-scale fishing communities. Professionally, I have designed, established, and managed 3 different marine protected areas. And most recently, I have founded Sea Collective, which is a research-based nonprofit focused on creating a template for the equitable management of small-scale fisheries. So the data point that changed my perspective on conservation and inspired Sea Collective originated from my research in Belize. I found that the demographic most likely to be caught fishing illegally was also the group that had the lowest social mobility, the lowest resource dependency, and lived on average closest to the poverty line. And then it clicked. Maybe to protect our marine resources, we have to first protect the people who depend on them. When we include fishers in conversations about conservation, compliance increases radically. Traditional conservation often bars resource users from accessing fishing grounds and potentially breeds contention between fishers and well-meaning conservationists, resulting in low compliance. Why would you follow rules you don't necessarily believe in? And fishers are often brought into tourism-based conservation approaches, which curb illegal fishing, curb heavy involvement in fisheries by diversifying livelihoods. But these new jobs don't necessarily affirm the same place, identity, and purpose that they have as fishers. And lastly, it's evident that fishing communities are experiencing, small-scale tropical fishing communities are experiencing the consequences of climate change more severely than developed nations. And coral reef ecosystems harbor a disproportionate amount of marine biodiversity, which is safeguarded by well-managed small-scale fisheries. So what if we changed the status quo and prioritized fishers' perspectives? What if we leveraged traditional ecological knowledge to manage reef fisheries? What if we looked to fisherfolk for solutions on how to manage the resources that they know best? So, to address these gaps, I've partnered with a team of scientists, sailors, filmmakers, and adventurers to collect data on fishing communities and their ecosystems around the world, using sailboats as our research vessels. By assessing the paired social and biophysical characteristics of fishers and fisheries, we hope to develop a model to prioritize management objectives within the 30 by 30 framework in a warming ocean and overfished ocean. I won't get too technical, but our model can be visualized on a three-dimensional axis, comprised of composite scores from an ecosystem health model, which is made up of fish and corals, and two social models, which are adaptive capacity, which is a person's ability to anticipate and respond to change, and resource dependency, which is how reliant people are on natural resources. With these parameters, we can prioritize the most efficient solutions based on which quadrant a specific community falls into. So we collect our data by sailing to fishing communities around the world, where we partner with local NGOs, universities, and community groups to conduct social and biophysical surveys. Underwater, we use transects to collect data on fish biomass, species richness, and coral percent cover. In communities, we ask fishers non-invasive questions to understand their adaptive capacity and resource dependency. We also add in certain components of whatever research the local NGOs or universities are trying to achieve. And all our data goes back to these organizations. And we also add it to our open source global data set as well. So ultimately, the questions that we're asking are, do the social characteristics of fishing communities influence environmental health? And can we leverage this model for a more equitable and inclusive fisheries management, strategy in the face of biodiversity loss and a changing climate? So far, we've asked these questions in communities in West Africa, East Africa, India, and Indonesia. And currently we're sailing to Cabo Verde to conduct another data collection mission with some amazing local NGOs. So I hope in this short time, I have been able to impart some sense of inspiration for leveraging the experience of fisherfolk for a more holistic approach to protecting our oceans. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sheila, for the amazing work you're doing with Sea Collective. That's some good work, and we're so happy to have learned and listened to you and tune into your contributions. So at this moment, we move on to the next speaker. That's Dennis Otieno, joining us from Mombasa, Kenya. Dennis, I hope you're now with us. Taylor, please stay on in case there are questions for you. Thank you. Dennis, are you with us?
Do we have Dennis?
Yes.
Please
So
proceed to share screen.
Just reserve your question. We'll take it during the Q&A section. Thank you. Okay, Blessing.
Dennis, please proceed to share your screen and do your presentation. Thank you. Perfect.
And I'll be talking about the achieving food security through sustainable feeding the global population. So I'm a research scientist at Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute in Kenya, and I'm also a student yet to graduate in a Master's of Science in Fisheries and Aquaculture at also in Kenya. So my research interest is on marine ecology and fisheries. So we all know that the ocean has several benefits that usually benefit the humans. But now today we'll be focusing on the aspect of the food, which provides as much food than the seafoods. So we'll be focusing more on the food because this is in line with the SDG. One is the zero hunger, and also life below water, SDG 14. So in the recent years, there has been increased population, which has also led to the increment in pressure on these particular seafoods. So different strategies have been put across to ensure that this problem is being corrected and to ensure that there is sustainable food that can be able to feed the entire globe. So these are some of the solutions and some of the areas and the directions are supposed to take to ensure that we are utilizing the resources from the ocean sustainably. So some of them include the ensuring of the access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food to ensure that there's proper functioning of the food commodities in the market. There's also delivering the sustainable and resilient food systems. Unfortunately, there had been an issue in achieving this particular ocean decade challenge, which was narrowed down into two, which is the unsustainable production of aquatic food. And these resources are not distributed equally across. So three metrics are put across. That is the resource management, the value chain, and also the policy and governance in this particular SDG Ocean Decade Challenge 3, to be able to address these particular problems, which were narrowed down into two umbrella terms. That is the unsustainable production of the aquatic food and also the inequitable distribution of the aquatic food. So moving forward, how do we protect our ocean to ensure that we maximize on the sustainable food production? So here are some of the top ways in which we can do to be able to protect these particular oceans to ensure that we benefit fully into the ensuring that we sustainable feed the global community. So one of them is through conserving and restoring the ocean back to its resilience. And that's why we need the science that we have to achieve the ocean that we want. Curbing pollution, which also bring a lot of issues into the ocean, majorly right now dealing with plastic pollutions. Also, there's the green port shipping and the maritime transport, which also bring about pollution about the carbon, lowering the pH of the ocean, which also has an impact on the ocean acidification increment. Sustainable tourism, we have been seeing frequently tourism usually has an impact, especially into the habitats when they don't do sustainable tourism. So also, as you can see in this photo, the visually we're having the major things that usually bring that has made this particular ocean decay challenge a problem. Starting with the plastic and the marine pollution, as I explained earlier, also the ocean warming as a result of climate change. This is eutrophication also as a result of pollution, and also the influx from the land, that is mostly the phosphorus and the nitrogen, which cause the harmful algal blooms. Following the ocean acidification, which is also an impact from the climate change, and also overfishing. This is usually through the IUUs and also using gears that are not permitted to be used. So moving forward, harnessing these particular synergies and how it's going to contribute to this achieving the zero hunger. We find that we have different kind of sustainable development goals which are interlinked. So looking at the target 14, which is life below water, some of the things is to reduce marine pollution. That will be able to increase the production from the oceans. Also targeting also the same using number 2, you protect and restore ecosystem, reducing ocean acidification. This is through planting more mangroves along the ocean, so as to be able to sequestrate these carbons. Sustainable fishing by also putting practices, also policies and governance to be able to control these particular kinds of fishing, conserving coastal areas, among others, as you can be able to check. So targeting this particular problems, having the 3 pathways to be able to measure this, to be able to improve on the global feeding the population. We find that in resource management, as the earlier addressed, that we need to do habitat restoration. We need to do stock regeneration and translocation, and also relieving pressure to the marginal habitat stocks. This will improve and increase the sustainable fishing fisheries. So it should be considered when doing this particular and handling this particular ocean challenge 3. The second one is through the value chain. Once we understand the sea and the land connection, we can be able to move to more terrestrial food as opposed to more seafood. This will reduce also pressure to the particular seafoods to be able for them to be able to regenerate and replenish for the purposes of ensuring that the global community is perfectly fed. Then the last one about policies, there is need for connection between the management and the producer behavior. This is the management, maybe the government and also the communities. Managing the climate affected species, this is through understanding the endangered species in each particular zone. And also using the traditional knowledge in during making decisions. Not the decision will always come from the government, but also the decision should be inclusive also to the communities. So promoting this particular interdisciplinary research, also this one comes in for the ECOPs. We find that there has to be interdisciplinary programs. This will be able to help in sharing the knowledge and sharing ideas in ways on how we are going to tackle this particular problem. Also, the institution reviewing the key performance indicators for each and every institution has its particular direction and objective in handling, in ensuring that these particular SDG goals are achieved. Capacity building to the young generation as ECOPs from renowned scientists. communication also from one nation to another, or between regions or international. All these help in ensuring that we have a common grounds in terms of solving this particular challenge 3. So that's all I had for you today, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Abby, you are muted. Thank you so much, Dennis, for your presentation. Without wasting time, we'll move on to our last speaker, Temi Tope. Temi, you can please proceed to project your slides. After Temi's presentation, we're going to move on to the combined Q&A for Temi, Dennis, and Taylor. Thank you. Temi, the floor is yours. Yes, please put them in presentation mode.
Okay. I hope you can see it now.
Perfect. Please
Yeah.
proceed.
Yeah. Good day. This is I'm Temitope Adewale. I'm a PhD fishery science candidate at the African Center of Excellence, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. All right. So my research aims to I work on the impact of climatic variability and anthropogenic activities on small-scale fisheries in Nigeria. And my research aims to develop policy recommendations for enhancing fish species conservation and ensuring sustainable livelihoods for artisanal fishers. And I also have a background in fisheries and environmental management. So today I'll be speaking on anthropogenic effects on flat sardinella. And the objective of this study is to assess the effects of anthropogenic activities of flat sardinella, which is Sardinella madrensis, the abundance of it. And my study area is a coastal fishing community in Lagos, Nigeria. Through this picture, you can see this stone piles. This is part of the anthropogenic activity to convey industrial materials from the ocean down to the adjoining coastal land for different industrial activities. Part of the industries that are in that area is the deep seas being constructed there, and also this multi-billion dollar refinery also in the place. And these activities are affecting flat Sardinella madrensis, is affecting the small-scale fisheries because Sardinella inhabits coastal waters. This is where it dwells. This is where it gets its food. It relies on phytoplanktons that are available along the coastal shorelines. So that is why these activities are really affecting its abundance. And it's a very important fish species because it's not important to Nigeria, but it's also important globally. The catches that is gotten from Nigeria contributes about 9% of the global stock, which is the third highest in the world, and is also a significant livelihood source all over the world. In addition, the International Union for Conservation of Nature has rated Sardinella madrensis conservation status as vulnerable. So the increasing anthropogenic activities in this study area is really threatening its sustainability. This picture shows that the study area has been earmarked as a free trade zone. And so it is budgeted that there will be a lot of industries that will be cited. I only mentioned like two industrial activity going on there, but there's going to be a lot of industry in that coastal areas in years to come. And presently, this chart shows the present trend of Sardinella madrensis catch per unit effort. This trend was 2003 to 2019, and we can see a decline already. So this highlight the effects of pollution and habitat loss caused by rapid industrialization on the flat Sardinella species in that study area. It also points out the need for conservation and sustainability of ocean resources in line with SDG 14. And the holistic approach used in the study provides robust data for coastal management policies to ensure sustained livelihood for the fishes. In conclusion, the study points out that anthropogenic activities significantly affect the abundance of flat Sardinella. The chart there shows a steady decline in the catch per unit effort of Sardinella madrensis. Not only that, measured water parameters reveal that the dark coastal water is polluted. The total petroleum hydrocarbon that was taken there shows that it is above the required limit. The heavy metal that is also present in the water, they are also all above international standard limits. And the level of the chlorophyll A in that water is far below what is required by these fish species to be able to survive. So this chart also makes us see that this is the response from fishers in the study area, talking about reasons for catch decreases. And the highest reason that they gave is encroachment fishing, which is what they see. They couldn't see of the quality and some their fishing grounds are being encroached. So for in terms of recommendation, there should be regulation of industrial proliferation to forestall further impacts of fishing ground encroachment in that study area. And then policies should prioritize the protection of marine habitat and resources, as well as pollution control in coastal communities. These policies should transcend Nigeria, because this is a migratory species, and whatever happens to it will also affect, neighboring countries, and even eventually it will affect the global stock. And so our policies should try to prioritize protection of marine habitat and resources so that there will be continued sustainability of this marine resource. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Adewale, so much. So as we move on to the Q&A session. Sorry, Blessing, I hope I didn't interject. You wanted to say something, you can proceed.
No, please proceed.
Okay, so thank you so much, Adewale. I like what you said about transnational policies to protect the flat Sardinella. Those are great insights. So we move on to the question and answer section of this conversation now. I have a question here for you, Dennis. I hope you're still with us.
Yes, I am.
Okay, this is a question for Dennis. What role do policies and governance frameworks play in balancing the need for increased food production with the conservation of marine ecosystems?
particular ecosystems, and to monitor it over a certain period of time. Said earlier in my presentation, involving this community and the livelihoods in terms of in making decisions is also one of the aspects that should be incorporated during governance. So, and also maybe the last one, the international cooperation with other organizations to be able to learn and benchmark on their side on how they are handling this, their, let's say, the illegal fishing should be, if incorporated in along and having a common, let's say, policy that governs this particular, let's say, the ocean problem that is 3, then it can be able to have a uniform way of handling this particular problem that we are currently facing in sustainable feeding the population, which is also as a result of the increase in the population. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dennis, for your response. As I see in the Q&A chat, we do not have questions for Adewale and Taylor. So is it okay if we proceed to the next section of this segment? Blessing, do you have anything to say? Or I can go with a question to Taylor. I have one for you. Since you say the Sea Collective is your own initiative, how would you advise an early career who wants to seek funds to start their own initiative for something big to address the ocean decade challenges?
Yeah, so the funding is a big part of it. But what I recommend is really scouring for grants, looking for opportunities to get your projects funded, and being very specific about your goals. So it's been challenging to find funding for our whole project as one massive concept. But when we're doing small scale projects in different places, it's easier to find funding with very specific asks. So we get a lot of donations and grants, and corporate sponsorships also, because we're not necessarily just a scientific research-based organization. We make films and do community projects as well. So I think being broad, but then also bringing it down into a specific request for funding is a big way to help fund small nonprofits.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your response. Blessing, I have a question for you. There are questions in the chat box, but on my end, I cannot view them. Are you able to view them so that you can ask from your end for our presenters here?
Yes, I'm reading the chat. They are not necessarily questions from the chat. Let me check the Q&A. I see only comments. Let me check. Yes, they're not really necessarily questions. Tristan to tail. I not a particular question. Thank you. Yeah, there are comments and remarks.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I don't know if at this juncture we should close this session and move on to the next.
Yes, maybe the technical, if there's, maybe while we're waiting for the technical team.
No, okay. We can adjourn,
Yeah.
then we transition to the technical team.
Yes, let's just play one video from on the theme.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 3. Sustainably feed the global population. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The ocean has nourished us for thousands of years, fueling and strengthening our communities while underpinning human health and development. Regulations, along with greater awareness of the harmful impacts of land-based meat sources, have driven the demand for ocean-based alternatives. This has led to bigger and unsustainable fishing. trawling and dredging the ocean floor, disturbances in the ocean food web, and disappearing fish species. Is there time to restore ocean seafood resources? Yes. The Ocean Decade allows scientists, governments, and industry to explore and implement innovative solutions that reduce pressure on marine ecosystems by restoring and managing fish stocks, improving aquaculture, and harvesting sustainable seafood. Consuming sustainable seafood is an easy way to join the Ocean Decade. Together, we can support communities relying on seafood resources for their livelihoods while multiplying the seafood the ocean supplies. In the ocean we want, we protect crucial ocean habitats and harvest seafood mindfully so we can always rely on the ocean to feed the global population. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Thank you for your audience. Abby, do you have access to the Q&A?
No, I can't view the Q&A. I can't view the Q&A on my end.
Yes, me too. I can only access the chat.
Yes. So technical team, can you kindly assist us so that we can address the questions?
If there's a question in the Q&A, please.
I think there's a question here that says, please, may you explain more what you mean by lemon sea? I think that question is for Taylor.
That question goes to Taylor. Taylor, please, can you please address how lemon the sea is?
I don't know what that means. Lemon sea?
It's on your slides.
Lemon sea.
Oh, sorry, that should go to Anthony.
But I don't know if Anthony is still with us because he presented about some time back. Oh,
Yes.
somebody, Tristan says he thinks it refers to ocean acidification.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's Tristan.
Okay. So now as we come to the close of this session, I'd like to thank all our presenters. You've given us quite insightful contributions, all our viewers and the attendees online, and also our amazing sponsors who made this event possible. I'd just like to mention them. They include the German Marine Research Consortium, the KDM, in cooperation with the Global V.ECOP Program, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, IOC UNESCO, the European Commission to the Prep for Blue, a Mission Ocean and Water CSA, Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Western Indian Ocean Marine Research Science Association. Thank you all so much for all this. And we welcome you to all the amazing sessions coming on tomorrow and on Thursday. So please stay tuned. And as I now move on, we move on to the next session and now translate on to our mobile journalists who are
Maybe before you go,
Abby.
Abby.
Barcelona. Yes, sorry.
Yes, I think the question was posted for Taylor. Taylor, what are the major challenges you face when interacting with fishermen?
Oh, I face a lot less challenges than you might think. I think originally I went into the research that I was doing thinking that it would be very difficult for me, from my background, to kind of level with fishermen on a way that they'd understand or that I would understand. But with the help of local translators and learning how to ask questions in the right way, I found it very easy to get the information that I'm looking for and also kind of create an environment of trust with my conversations with fishermen around the world. Thank you. That was a good question.
Thank you so much. Abby, back to you.
Thank you so much, Taylor, for your response. And thank you, everyone, like I said before, to our amazing viewers, our amazing presenters, and our amazing sponsors. In Swahili, we say shukran. And that's Swahili from me, from Nairobi, Kenya. I say thank you all so much. So we move on to our mobile journalist live in Barcelona. I move over back to you. I don't know, I think I'm passing on to Fiona, Veronica, or Susanna. So over to you, the three of you. Thank you. Are they with us yet?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, they're still not with us. So I hope you've all enjoyed the session, the Africa session of the Virtual Early Careers Professional Days 2024. It was brought to you by Blessing Charuk and Abi Alela. Blessing is from Zimbabwe and myself, I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. And we hope you really had an interesting session with us. So please stay tuned to the amazing sessions tomorrow and on Thursday. The V.ECOP Days for today is still continuing on, so please stay online. We have amazing, engaging sessions for you, so do not leave. Stay on your Zoom account and please stay logged in. Blessing, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Now we will move over to the next sessions, which are starting right now, from the World Trade Center. Let me check if we do have communication with. Let me check my check.
Okay, before
we do that, I think Joanne had
question.
raised a hand, so
Yes.
I'm checking. Joanne, please have the floor.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Then there is one colleague, he had a presentation. At the last paragraph, he was explaining about the lemon sea. I didn't understand well. I think he could explain more. What does he mean on the lemon sea?
Okay, thank you, Joanne, for that question. Unfortunately, the presenter who presented on that had left. That was Anthony. But somebody in the chat box mentioned it's likely something to do with ocean acidification because he was talking about coral reefs. So it's likely something related to that. I hope that addresses your question, but I'm not very sure. It's just a thought from a colleague. Thank you.
That is true. Now we give the floor, or we move over to our mobile journalist Fiona, who is on site in Barcelona.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. It's me again, Fiona, from the Sea Hub right now. And I have Lucy Hunt with us. She's a senior advisor at the Ocean Race. And we just had a really interesting satellite event about ocean literacy. And so I've had a conversation about her, about the role of ECOPs in ocean literacy, and also how ECOPs can become involved in ocean literacy if that's something you would like to do. So I'm just going to hand over to you.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Fiona. So yeah, I suppose I started off my career doing marine biology and zoology, but every summer I would take about 2 months to work to make enough money to do some volunteerships in every different sort of science. So that could have been from research, so researching coral reefs, but also community engagement, so working with different communities, and then around ocean literacy and marine education too. So it was really a great way to get experience, and I'd advise anyone, try and get as much experience as you can, because that can guide you in the way you want to go. So ocean literacy can be so many different things, because it can be a campaign, it can be working with schools, it can be working with sports like I do, the round the world sailing race, the ocean race. And we have an ocean literacy program that's widely available on learning.theoceanrace.com, and there's lots of resources there that you can download and use with your own community in ocean literacy too. So that's one way I'd say get lots of experience, and yeah, enjoy it, because find the thing that you love doing. So if it's camera work, or if it's singing, or if it's teaching, find that thing, and then you can find your niche in how you communicate about the ocean and how amazing and important the ocean is.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think what's really interesting here is that ocean literacy doesn't have to be only like science communications. It can be many things like art, or you go out and you do sports and you communicate through that. So I think there's a lot of possibilities even for people that are not in ocean sciences, for example. So I think that's a really great idea, like how to start, right? So yeah, I hope that was helpful for you, everyone out there, and I'm super thankful for you to join us. And yes, let's hear from the other Mojos. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. This is Susanna Wachia, representing Wyomsa as a mobile journalist, speaking to you now live from the Sea Hub at the World Trade Center. And I really like the previous conversation that Fiona just had about talking about ocean communication and ocean literacy. That's something I'm really passionate about, and how to engage the arts and arts-based approaches to integrate local and scientific knowledge in just communicating more about our ocean. That's something that we've been doing in the Western Indian Ocean region. And I'm about to go into a communication symposium satellite event, and I can't wait to also get nuggets from there and insights on how we can better communicate and better share about our ocean and to increase ocean stewardship and ocean awareness. And I look forward to coming back and telling all of you about it. Yes, I just joined in from Kenya, and so this is my first time in Barcelona, and I can't wait to share all these cool insights with you and inspire more people to protect our ocean and engage in ocean conservation. So we'll be catching you live in different pockets of the day. And I look forward to hearing what the other mojos are up to and what insights they are getting from the sessions that they're interacting with. So I will now hand over to Veronica.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. We are in the Monaco Expeditions cocktail in the World Trade Center, and here with me is Deidre from Protected Seas. So tell us a bit more to all the early career ocean professionals that are virtually following the conference. What do you do in Protected Seas? What is the role for conserving oceans in Protected Seas?
Yeah, thank you for asking me that question. What a delight to be asked. Yeah, so I work on outreach, engagement, partnerships. We do a lot of work at Protected Seas with really understanding the world's regulations for all the ocean, which is not easy to do, you know, like to get just put a pin on any place on the map and then see what's allowed there. Is fishing allowed? Is it restricted? Is it prohibited? And that can be really useful for scientists, decision makers, other professionals to really understand how much of the ocean is protected, how much more of the ocean needs to be protected, and what does that look like? So does that answer your question,
Yes,
Veronica?
yes. I just wanted to know more about early career ocean professionals, and if you have any strategy to also include them within Protected Seas or collaborating with them, or how do you maybe reach to these other stakeholders that are these new professionals?
Yeah. Well, I think I'm always inspired by the younger, earlier career professionals. Every now and then I'll get, an unsolicited letter from someone wanting to do an internship. I think that's always great to reach out to organizations, especially to build expertise, build professional networks, things like that. So right now we're a really small but mighty team. Um, so I don't know, we don't have a ton of opportunity, but reflecting back in my own life, when I was starting marine biology, which can be such a competitive career, I did some volunteer work and I feel like I had a lot of tenacity and that went a long way to kind of help to eventually get me to a place where I could have a more meaningful position. So I don't know, I came from the bottom up, but there's lots of ways to do it.
Of course. So actually, what would you like? What are the skills that are more valuable for Protected Seas, for example? If you're looking for someone, what would you look into? Because that is a question that early career ocean professionals are wondering.
Yeah.
Like, what can we do? What can we learn exactly to
Right.
that jump?
Yeah, that's such a great question. So I don't know that I would have in mind like a specific candidate or skill set of expertise. I guess I would say it's more like a willingness to really like help and learn and do different things. Protected Seas is really very data driven. But like we were talking about in our panel this morning, we need to, and like there was a presenter yesterday talking about how we communicate to various audiences. And so when we're understanding a problem, I think having people come in who can like readily convey complex information to various audiences, that's a real skill to have, you know, especially if you can develop that early in your career. So
I agree. I mean, look at us right now.
Yeah.
And we want to communicate with you and continue communicating with you further. So I will leave our interview here and pass to our next mobile journalist somewhere else. See you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of your attention, please. I invite you to join the auditorium.
Welcome to all the visionary entrepreneurs joining us from every corner of the globe. I'm Eric Markowitz, founder of Hero Business Coaching, and it's my pleasure to accompany you on this transformative journey as part of the virtual early career Ocean Professional Days, an integral part of the UN Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. With over 2 decades as a business coach and consultant supporting startups in practically every industry, in this segment, I wanted to bring you insights and strategies to elevate your innovative ideas into thriving ventures. I love working with startups. It's one of the most rewarding work that I do as a business coach. Now, I won't be able to tell you everything as you venture out as an entrepreneur, as sometimes I work with startups for over a year, but I wanted to get you started with some of the basics. So let's take a look. Starting your own business is a thrilling adventure that requires preparation, knowledge, and a mindset that is ready to tackle any challenge and seize every opportunity. Today we'll embark on this entrepreneurial journey together, from the spark of your initial idea to the grand launch of your business. But remember, entrepreneurship is more than just launching a business. It's about igniting innovation and driving progress. With determination and the right tools, we'll start this journey to transform your dreams into impactful realities. So let's get ready to dive into the world of business creation and growth. I'm excited to see where this journey takes us. Let's begin. Every groundbreaking venture starts with a spark, an idea. In the realm of entrepreneurship, ideation is the alchemy where creativity fuses with the purpose. It's about crafting solutions that ignite your passion and meet the pressing needs of your customer. Reflect on the challenges you witnessed. Ask yourself, what innovative solutions can I bring to the table? But remember, an idea, no matter how inspired, is just a seed. Validation is the sunlight that nurtures it. This critical phase tests whether there's a solid foundation for your concept. Will it resonate with your audience? To find out, engage with your community, potential customers, fellow researchers, even advocates for ocean health. Their insights will be a beacon that steers your idea towards genuine demand. Embrace a variety of methods to validate your idea. You can host workshops, delve into online forums, or even develop a prototype, your MVP, minimum viable product, and put it to the test. The goal is to move beyond assumptions and ground your venture in reality. Remember, the journey of an entrepreneur is iterative, much like the scientific method. If validation indicates a need for adjustment, see that as an opportunity for refinement, not a setback. Remember Edison, who's often quoted about the light bulb saying, "I haven't failed, I've just found 10,000 ways it won't work." Iterate on your idea with the feedback you receive, refining it until it aligns perfectly with your market's demands. Successful ventures are created out of not just our passions, but our ability to address the real and meaningful problems that face our communities and our oceans. Your role as an ocean professional puts you in a unique position to create waves of change. Let's harness that potential effectively. Now that you have a clear vision crafted from ideation and validation, it's time to delve into the landscape of your market. Market research is the investigative journey that uncovers the terrain you're venturing into. mapping out the needs, preferences, and behaviors of your target audience, or better known as your ideal customer, and also scoping out your competition. Understanding your audience is about immersing yourself in their world. Who are they? What's missing from their toolkit? Your task is to gather their intel as much as possible through interviews, surveys, and data analysis. This should paint a clear picture of the marketplace. But it's not just about the community that will benefit from your innovation. It's also essential to understand your competitors. What are they up to? Who else is addressing these challenges? And how? What sets your approach apart from theirs? Conduct a competitive analysis to unearth opportunities for differentiation and carve out your own niche. Spotting opportunities within the market is like identifying gaps in the coral reef where new life can thrive. Look for emerging trends, untapped needs, and potential for future growth. How can your venture fill these voids and propel your industry forward? Just as ecosystems evolve, so does the market. Ongoing market research is a vital part of your startup's life cycle, adapting to the ever-changing environment and ensuring that you're meeting the current and future needs of your audience. Remember, business is always changing, and so is the market. Remember, market research is your strategic ally on the entrepreneurial path. By deeply understanding your target audience and differentiating it from competitors, you lay the groundwork for a venture that not only survives the tides of change, but thrives in the evolving landscape of ocean science and sustainability. Business planning is about drafting a detailed architecture for your startup's future. Envision this plan as your blueprint, systematically illustrating every aspect of the journey you're about to embark on. A robust business plan is the cornerstone of your venture. It lays out an executive summary, providing a snapshot of your business vision and objectives, a market analysis demonstrating your insights into the industry landscape, and your business model, which is how your venture will generate revenue. Your blueprint should also include a comprehensive view of your product or service, underlying its unique value proposition, your marketing and sales strategy, which should illustrate how you'll develop a customer base and maintain market presence, and finally an operations plan detailing the daily workflow and functional framework of your business, in other words, how your business will run. The keystone of this architecture is financial planning. Picture it as your financial scaffolding that supports your startup. You'll need clear financial projections that project your future financial skyline, what your income is, your expenses, and profitability. With budgeting, you're distributing your resources like a master builder, ensuring every department is adequately supplied to maintain efficiency. Managing cash flow is like overseeing the lifeblood of your project, guaranteeing a steady supply of capital to meet operational demands and navigate through financial pinch points. The marketplace, like the environment around us, is ever-changing. Continuously revisiting and refining your financial strategy allows you to adapt and grow, ready to embrace new opportunities or brace against economic shifts. A well-crafted business plan, backed with a solid financial base, not only prepares you for a thriving launch, but also enduring success. It's your master plan within your competitive world of entrepreneurship, steering your venture towards a future where your innovations impact ocean sciences and beyond. Even if you're embarking on this journey as a solopreneur, crafting a business plan, a blueprint of your venture, is still invaluable. Even though you'll be handling most of the tasks on your own initially, it not only clarifies your vision and goals, but also prepares you for future growth and potential partnerships. As we progress through transforming your concept into a thriving business, it's vital to solidify its foundation through the appropriate legal structuring and registration. The legal framework you choose plays a pivotal role in defining your financial responsibilities, legal liabilities, and your venture's growth trajectory. Let's delve into the common business structures noting that technologies and specifics may vary in your country. The best thing to do is really consult with a legal and tax expert, tailored for your geographical location and sector. But I wanted to give you an overview of some of the more common types of businesses. The first is a sole proprietorship. This offers simplicity and direct control, ideal for the individual entrepreneur just starting out. It allows you to quickly pivot and adapt, but remember, your personal and business assets are considered one and the same, which influences your risk. In a partnership, collaboration is key. Two or more partners share the business's burdens and revenues. It's a relationship that demands clear agreements to ensure harmony and mutual understanding, particularly when navigating challenges. I've worked with many startups that involve partners, and it's key to have everything really well documented on who's doing what and when, and also how equity will be split. Limited liability companies provide a flexible structure with the added safety of your personal assets protected against business debts. That offers you a balanced path for many entrepreneurs. This structure supports growth while also safeguarding your personal risk. Corporations stand as robust entities, enabling expansive growth and external investment. They demand rigorous management and adhere to strict regulations, but they offer significant protection and benefits, particularly in scaling and external funding. Following your choice, registration is the next step. It's the formal act of declaring your business's existence. While procedures vary across regions, it typically involves registering with the relevant authorities, obtaining a tax ID number, and acquiring any necessary licenses or permits. The legal landscape can be intricate, which is why I really emphasize the importance of getting a professional advice to ensure that you're on the right path. Legal and tax advisors can provide clarity on regulations, helping you avoid pitfalls and aligning your business structure with your long-term vision. With a solid legal framework and official registration, your business is poised to make its mark, contributing meaningfully to our world and our oceans. This foundational phase is crucial to setting your venture on a course for sustainable growth and success. Now, I know some of you might feel this is going to be a huge expense for you, but trust me, this is something that's very important that you do correctly, which is why I really recommend that you get legal advice and tax advice as well. It can save you a lot of money in the long run and a lot of frustrations. Plus, maybe some of you may need to get patents or even trademarks, and those are other attorneys that can help you as well to protect your ideas against other competitors stealing them. Building a team is about gathering a group of individuals whose expertise, vision, and dedication converge towards a shared goal. Let's explore how to identify the key roles your venture needs and attract the right talent to fill them. At the heart of your startup are 4 key roles that will propel your business forward. The strategist, possibly a co-founder or CTO, who envisions the technological roadmap. The operator, or COO, ensuring smooth daily operations of your business. The storyteller, your marketing genius, crafting the narrative around your brand. And the innovator, the product manager, steering the development of your solution. Cultivating the right team begins with broadening your search. Dive into professional networks, attend industry events, and engage with academic circles. Building the right team is a quest for compatibility as much as skill. Seek out those who not only bring expertise, but also share your commitment to making a difference. Utilize specialized platforms and forums where like-minded professionals congregate. Tailor your approach to highlight how joining your team offers an opportunity to contribute to meaningful work that goes beyond the conventional, aimed at preserving and understanding our oceans. Throughout my career, I've helped build many high-performing teams. Cultivating a culture of transparency, mutual respect, and shared victory lays the foundation for a resilient startup. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, ensuring every team member feels valued and an integral part to your venture success. The essence of building your team lies not merely in assigning roles, but fostering a community driven by a unified purpose. By carefully selecting individuals who resonate with your mission and embody the spirit of innovation, you set the stage for a venture that not only excels, but also leaves a lasting impact on your industry. The process of turning an innovative idea into a viable product or service is much like sculpting. It begins with a vision, and through a series of deliberate, skilled actions, transforms into something tangible and valuable. At the heart of this journey is your unique business concept, serving as a guiding light for the creation you're about to unveil. The inception of product development is rooted in defining the essence of what you aim to offer. Consider the solutions your product or service brings to the table. How does it cater to the needs of your ideal customer or address the broader challenges within the environmental or oceanic spheres? This definition lays down the groundwork, or rather your blueprint, for the impact you envision. However, transitioning from blueprint to reality necessitates crafting a prototype, your venture's first tangible expression. This initial model acts as a vital tool for exploration, providing a tangible basis for feedback and iteration. It's your project's very own MVP, minimum viable product, embodying the core function while inviting room for enhancement. The essence of prototyping lies in the refinement. Each version propels you closer to your envisioned product. Embrace cost-effective strategies for prototype development, allowing you the freedom to explore and iterate without significant constraints. There are a number of types of prototypes you can use, including paper prototyping, digital, rapid, wireframe prototyping, mock-ups, high and low fidelity types, functional or working prototypes. Each type serves a different stage of the development process, from concept and design to usability testing and stakeholder feedback. Testing serves as a crucial stage for your product's development. By evaluating your prototype in real-world conditions and soliciting end-user feedback, you'll embark on a path of continuous improvement. This cycle is indispensable, ensuring your offering not only meets but exceeds market expectations. Gathered insights are the fuel for your continuous improvement engine. Embrace each feedback cycle as an opportunity to evolve, ensuring your product or service not only meets the market's current demands, but is poised for future growth. In the domain of product and service development, your greatest assets are patience and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Each step forward, each revision, brings you closer to offering a solution that not only addresses a need, but significantly contributes to the betterment of our oceans and the global community. In a busy marketplace, distinguishing your startup requires more than a groundbreaking product or essential service. It requires a beacon, a compelling brand identity and strategic marketing plan that highlights your presence and draws your audience to you. I've witnessed many startups fail because they believe they had such an amazing innovation, their audience would flock to them and buy without hesitation. Crafting your brand identity is about narrating your unique story, weaving visual and emotional threads that connect deeply with your audience. It's about embodying your dedication to making a difference, whether in ocean science, conservation, or any other sector you're passionate about. Your brand should articulate not just the what, but the profound why behind your venture, resonating with those who share your values. Your brand identity lays the foundation upon which you'll construct your marketing strategy. This strategy maps out the journey to engage with your audience across diverse channels, social media, blogs, collaborative partnerships, or direct marketing efforts. It's about being agile, ready to navigate through the evolving preferences and behaviors of your market. Exploring sales channels is like charting multiple pathways to reach and engage with your customers effectively. From digital storefronts to traditional retail, each channel represents unique opportunities to showcase your offerings. It's crucial to start where your ideal customers are most active, mastering that channel before expanding your reach. Adapting your approach for each channel is key. Digital strategies might leverage SEO and targeted ads, while face-to-face interactions benefit from genuine engagement and the tangible experience of your product or service. Begin with the channel most frequented by your target audience, ensuring a focused and impactful start. Today, customer experience is king. Don't forget to consider your customer's journey with your brand, from initial discovery to lasting impact of your product or service. Every interaction should enrich their experience, providing value that educates, inspires, and motivates. As you develop your marketing and sales strategies, think of your brand as both a lighthouse and a home. It should serve as a guiding light that attracts your audience and a place where they feel understood and valued. By going deep into your audience's needs and spreading your reach wide, you create a strategy that not only illuminates your venture, but ensures it becomes a beacon for others to follow. Navigating the entrepreneurial landscape requires more than just a great idea or a solid team. It demands the fuel to power your journey forward. Securing funding for your startup is about identifying and leveraging the right financial sources to support your growth and stability through all phases. Again, you may want to reach out to a financial advisor for guidance. Exploring funding options is a critical step. Bootstrapping means relying on your own financial resources, offering maximum control and a valuable lesson in resourcefulness. It's about growing organically, but with the understanding that acceleration might be gradual. Loans are a more conventional pathway. Think of them as a turbo boost, financed through external capital. This approach can propel your venture forward, but comes with the obligation of repayment schedules and interest rates. Engaging with investors introduces partners who contribute not just capital, but valuable industry insights and connections. This collaboration can be pivotal, though it involves sharing equity and sometimes decision-making authority. I've helped many founders get over their fear of giving away equity. It's better to own 30% of $1 million company than 100% of zero. Crowdfunding taps into the collective support of a community eager to see your idea come to life. It's an effective way to not only raise funds, but also build a base of advocates and validate your concept in the marketplace. When preparing to engage potential investors or financial partners, a compelling pitch deck is crucial. It should articulate your vision, detail your business model, and demonstrate the scalability and potential for return on your investment. Your pitch should weave a narrative that connects emotionally, backed by concise, compelling data. Highlight your team's capabilities, your market understanding, and the unique position of your product or service in the ecosystem. Funders often invest in a team over an idea. Choosing the right funding path is essential to your venture's longevity and impact. Whether bootstrapping, securing loans, collaborating with investors, or rallying community support through crowdfunding, align your strategy with your startup's ethos and long-term goals. With strategic funding, your startup doesn't just move forward, it gains the momentum needed to make real change. Be sure to harness this energy to create something truly significant in the realm of ocean science and beyond. The stage is set, the groundwork laid, and now it's time to ignite your engines and propel your startup into the marketplace. Launching your business marks both the culmination of your exhaustive preparation and the commencement of an ongoing journey of growth and innovation. Let's ensure you are propelled forward with strength and clarity. Before the launch, there's a whirlwind of critical tasks to ensure your venture takes off with momentum. Your launch checklist is your mission control, covering vital marketing initiatives to generate excitement, operational readiness to meet market demands, and logistical setups for seamless product and service delivery. When the day to go live arrives, pause to celebrate this significant milestone. From ideation to this moment, you've translated your vision into reality, a feat worthy of celebration. Yet this launch is not the final goal, but the first step in a broader, more expansive journey. The true course of your venture is navigated post-launch, requiring active customer engagement, responsive feedback loops, and an agile approach to marketing and product development. It's about maintaining your brand's momentum and continuously seeking avenues to captivate and grow your audience. In the vast landscape of entrepreneurship, change is the only constant. Stay alert, adaptable, and always in the pursuit of innovation. The launch, significant as it is just the beginning of what promises to be an extraordinary journey. To all intrepid entrepreneurs, your market awaits, filled with opportunities and challenges. Chart your path with precision, let your mission drive you, and embark on this thrilling adventure. Here's to your success, to the impact you'll make, and to the journey ahead that's yours to shape. Let's reflect on our shared journey from ideation and market research to business planning and legal foundations. We've built a visionary team, developed our products and services, crafted our marketing strategy, and secured the necessary funding. Celebrating our collaborative achievements, we launched our businesses with determination. This entrepreneurial path, marked by both triumphs and challenges, offers endless opportunities for growth and impact. I'm so excited for you. Your contributions towards a better world are invaluable. So let's keep the dialogue going. Share your stories and insights with us. I'm Eric Markowitz of Hero Business Coaching. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Let's continue to push forward with courage and purpose.
Hi, it's me, Anna. I am now at the Sea Hub in Barcelona. You might even be able to see some of the ocean behind me, so we're really close to the ocean, which is really nice. But at the same time, we're here at the Marine Science Center, and I just attended a satellite session which was about ocean literacy, and it was really interesting. Also, we had a little interview on that, but I was thinking I'm just going to try and take you inside with me just to show you a little bit around where everything is happening. So let's see if they let us go inside. It's really warm in Barcelona today, but it's a little bit windy, so it's kind of interesting. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Hola. So this is the entrance area. We can see the big banner here with the UN Ocean Decade Conference. So this will be one of the places where a lot of satellite events are taking place. And so basically you can just enter this area and yeah, just remember it's the Marine Science Institute. So it's actually a place where science is happening here in Barcelona. And yeah, it's a beautiful building. If you look over there, it's very open and bright, which is really cool. Let's try and see if we can have a sneak peek into the room where the satellite happened just now. And the satellite event was on ocean literacy. We just have to walk a little bit. So I'm going to have you next to me. But yeah, the satellite event was on ocean literacy, and we had a really interesting conversation about how ECOP a role in literacy as well. Ocean literacy, that for example for me was long a term that I didn't really know where to put. Like I didn't really know what does it even mean. If it, like I always put it the same as science communication. I always thought ocean literacy is science communication, but it's actually so much more than that, because anybody can be an ocean literacy professional, for example, because there were some people in the panel there speaking like sports people. One girl was a professional surfer, another woman was from the ocean race. So it was sailing, basically, um, little while, and we're going to show with the camera how it looks. Okay, we're just going to show you around this this location, because right now I'm in the C hub. Yes, it's working. Okay. And we just had a very interesting satellite event here about ocean literacy. Um, yes. Okay, back again. Apologies for that. I hope you all stick with us. Sometimes it's a bit tricky here with the connection in Barna. I was just going to take you on a little walk with me into the building to show you actually where we are right now, because we are in the Marine Science Institute here in Barcelona, and the ocean is just across that road, which is really nice. But yes, so we are in the Science Hub here, and this is one of the places where a lot of satellite events take place. Here at the moment for today, because we're still outside in Barcelona, all over the place, doing a lot of different satellites. So this is basically like a start off to the major conference. And yeah, it was really interesting because we had some conversations about the previous satellite event, which was about ocean literacy. And what I was thinking about this topic a long time, I was thinking that ocean literacy actually is equal to communication, and I always felt like ocean literacy is in the hands of science. And something I learned today was really interesting, is that anybody can be an ocean literate, like anybody communicate ocean issues, because we had some really interesting people on stage, professional surfer, for example, or a sailor that loves to talk about the ocean and conservation of our ocean connected to sailing. And so I think this is beautiful. You don't have to be a scientist, or you don't have to understand every process that is happening in the ocean to be actually communicating about. So that's what I love, and you had a great day, and not expected to be a professional in every little discipline that is out there. I am neither, and I'm a marine biologist, so I don't know a lot about ocean chemistry, for example. So that's totally fine. You're not alone. Just communicate that love, and I think we're good from there. So yeah, what's happening next? Right now, there is an event downstairs. I'm not too sure what it is about right now. There's so many events happening at the same time, but I hope you had a good impression and interview the other mojos. It's been a bit tricky to stay in touch over us being like flying around the plane talking to different people, but I hear that the sessions went really well, and hopefully also the training about starting up like an ocean focused business just now was helpful. We also have another training just about I think we'll have still that, which is also really interesting, which is about how ECOPs can be better promoted or can be better visible on social media. And for that, I'm going to hand to Joanne. She's an digital media professional, and she has prepared a beautiful tutorial for us and a lesson for us. And I'm going to hand over to Joanne.
Joanne, Veronica, but thank you for sending it to me over. I don't know if any parts of the interview with Jen were live before. Can someone tell me? No? Okay. Unfortunately, we need to start again. So we will do again the interview with Jen. Jen Jones, is a pleasure to have her with us. And she is an educator and a lot more than that. So maybe you want to explain briefly, what do you do?
Hi, thank you. Great to meet you all. As Jen, I charity in the UK called the Galapagos Conservation Trust that focuses on the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador and the ocean around them as well. I'm also a marine biologist. My PhD is on plastic pollution in the Galapagos Islands. But really my heart is in inspiring the next generation of ocean fans. And so education and communication is really important to me, as I know it is to all of you as well.
And how do you communicate science? Because we have heard about some of your projects, but you can give us some examples.
Yeah, of course. So I think the most important thing is really understand the audience that you're talking to and making sure that you can adapt your communications to that audience for them to be the most effective. So we speak to other researchers. The way you do that often is through conferences like the one we're at right now, or through technical papers. We speak with fishing communities and other ocean users. That's super important to make sure that people feel included in the conversation and have access to all the information that we do as scientists. We do a lot of things online. So now, I mean, technology is really helping us. Before, when I started working with Galapagos, there was very little internet connection. It was very hard to be connected. Now, amazing internet connectivity, and so that ability to connect people with each other and talk directly is getting really exciting. One of our big projects is about storytelling. And so I think this is really important for something we can do as scientists. is to make our work as accessible as possible. And this I made with Alex Herma. It tells a story of a scalloped hammerhead shark, which is a critically endangered species. Our character is called Molly, and the idea of this book is to basically communicate quite a complicated concept program to protect the ocean between the Galapagos Islands and the mangroves where Marty is. We know that a lot of hammerheads document the journey Marty takes out of this marine reserve to Cocos, which is Eureka. And this story tells kids and anybody who wants to read it about the challenges that Marty and animals like her face on these migrations, because they are moving between protected areas and non-protected areas. So the way that we can use stories to highlight issues like plastic pollution, high seas problems, overfishing, in a way that's very accessible, we make sure that always at the end is there, what can we do? Bit, right? Okay, so we don't want to say like, difficult or sad stories and make people feel like, we hear a lot about eco-anxiety. I think that's a huge problem, and people being, what can I do? Things that we about communications, that these are very practical way that people.
So this is a very important topic, eco-anxiety. I've been in different conferences, and unfortunately, I see a lot of young people. What is your opinion, and what can we do? Over there, it's early action professional. So what are your suggestions, your messages?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the opportunity. I mean, I think you have to choose your moment. I think we can be preachy. We can't just talk about the same thing all the time and expect people to listen. I think it's very important to keep talking about climate change because it is the reality we're living in. And there's something like, it's change, okay? Although we are nervous about some of the negative impacts, there will be positive impacts. Like it's we can get across that, are predicted with climate change. We have a growing technology, we have a growing awareness. There is a societal momentum about it, and so I think we have to positivity and optimism. Not against realism. It's going to be difficult, but if we don't keep talking about it and keep everyone involved, we have no chance. And so I think it's about how we, all of us, keep the conversation going in creative ways and empowering ways. So it's not just like, here's some information, do it with it what you want. It's, here's some information, how about maybe you do this? Kind of trying to get that energy, that momentum going into a positive.
So now my last question, what would you say to and wants to engage more with conservation? What are the skills they need? How can they start on what?
So for me, my heart absolutely is in that kind of bringing the next generation of scientists, of activists, of artists to be involved in protecting the oceans. I think what you can do is, firstly, don't give up hope. You can get a job in this area. What you really want, you have to be, but you can do it. I think getting voluntary experience where you can really helps. The skills that very much help are communication, definitely. Actually, being open-minded, making sure you're educating yourself, trying to educate others is super important. For me, I had a job that wasn't necessarily straight away after I graduated. That happens to a lot of people, but you stay involved by being on social media groups, in forums, coming to events if you can, try to share media online with your networks. Like, there are a lot of things that you can do. I also totally recommend that if you are interested in getting more experience, that you actively get in touch with organizations. Don't wait for an opportunity to come to you. Like, you can be quite proactive. Like, don't worry about bothering people. Like, get in touch and say, hey, I'm here. If you need some help in this way, I'm here. Or, hey, what are my ideas? I think education again, right?
Mhm. Thank you so much, Jen. And we are okay? Yes. Thank you. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm going to take you through over the next 30 minutes or so how you can build your social media profile and your digital footprint as an early career ocean professional. So let me know in chat where you are beaming in from across the world. I'd love to have live conversation with you, whether you're in Zoom or whether you're watching online. Maybe you can tag us on Mission Ocean, find the accounts. There's some of the case studies I'll show later on. But my name is Joanne Sweeney. I'm coming to you from the wonderful west of Ireland on the Atlantic coast. And such a thrill to be here. Congratulations to our moderators and our mojos who've been doing a phenomenal job so far today and who will continue tomorrow. So let me talk about why building a digital footprint and leveraging social media is important. And with anything, when it comes to, strategy or planning in our professional life, we always want to set goals. So I've gone ahead and I'm sharing with you what I think social media can do for you as an early career ocean professional. There might be some other goals that you want to add. Please put them in chat. I'd be delighted to hear it. But what we're doing here is we are building our personal professional profile. That's really, really important. You have to see yourself as somebody who is stepping into your industry. You may not have as many years experience as people that you're working with, but you matter, your contribution matters, and what you have to say matters. But we're showing up as the professional us, and that's a really important starting point. And hi to you guys from Cameroon and Nepal and Bangladesh. Lovely to be here with you this afternoon. It's afternoon for me. So you're showing up as the professional you, but you're using your own name, your real profile photo, but you're speaking in the personal professional voice. So what do I mean by that? Well, quite simply, I mean that you're talking about your industry. You're talking about being an early career ocean professional, no matter what area of marine science or industry that you're working in, or indeed academia. But you're bringing your real and authentic and true self. And it's fair to say right now that social media is really giving prominence to individuals who create content. So first of all, commit to showing up as you. The previous speaker said it really, really eloquently. It's about developing your network. Trust me, as somebody who's been in my career now for over 20 years, how I've been able to build opportunity for me is actually focusing on my network. I really value my network. So what is my network? The people that I meet, interact with, work with, collaborate with on projects, but also those people that get to know me on social media and find out about my work. I want you to make a conscious effort to develop your network. And I'm going to tell you through this session how you can do that. Because when we know, like, and trust people, they will help us in our career. And in actual fact, the social networks are built, the algorithms are built on shared interest. So I think about Facebook. The algorithm for Facebook is built on connecting with family and friends, okay? People that we know in our lives. But if we go to X or if we go to LinkedIn, that's really about connecting with people who've got a shared interest. And in your case, it's that shared interest of marine science, ocean conservation, biodiversity. etc. So you want to develop your network, and again, be intentional that that is a key goal of social media. Thirdly, we are all content creators. Well, actually, not all of us. And let me give you a stat. So right now, across the world, on average, about 70% of the world's population is active on social media. Of that 70%, 1%, unfortunately, are trolls, okay? They're bringing the negativity, but that leaves 99% of other people. And that's why when I'm teaching my clients about how to deal with negativity online, I share that stat. So if 1% are controlling the noise and, you know, not believing the science and sharing misinformation, we shouldn't take a step back. 9% of those of us in the world that are on social media are content creators. So we have a very important and valuable role to play. So as an early career ocean professional, your subject matter expertise, your knowledge, your experience to date, you have a responsibility to get it on the social web. We need more truth and more evidence and science there. Then we have 90% of the social media audience, and by and large, they are just lurkers. They are consuming information and making up their own mind based on what they see, they hear, and what they read. But I want you to step into that 9% role of being a content creator, because you are a subject matter expert. And being early on in your career, I can actually say that I work with and I teach senior ocean career professionals who might not have a very strong social media footprint. So there's real advantage and opportunity for you now. So again, intentionally going in and saying, I'm going to be a content creator. From that, then you will grow your following. Okay, you'll grow followers on whatever social networks where you want to be, and I'll talk about which ones are important to you. On the back of growing your following, you increase reach. So what does reach mean? Well, reach is a social media metric that proves that people are seeing your content. Okay, so it's about visibility. From reach, we get engagement. And what does that mean? Engagement is the social media metric that actually proves that people stop the scroll, that they stop and they engage with your content. So that's a like, a comment, a share, a link click, a video view, a save, a duet, a stitch. So that's a really meaningful social media metric, engagement. Because if you think about it, we're living in the economy, the attention economy, right? It's the battle for attention. So when people stop the scroll and like, comment, engage, watch your content, that's meaningful engagement. So you want to deepen that. And I'll give you some content hooks later on how you can do it. Finally, then, all of this is ultimately going to achieve the goal of attracting opportunity for you. The previous speaker said, don't be afraid to ask, to knock on the door, to send an email, to slide into somebody's DMs and ask for opportunity. I totally agree with her. The flip side of that coin is I truly believe that opportunity will come knocking your way. If you commit to building up a really strong, reputable, consistent, interesting and creative social profile, I promise you opportunity will come knocking. And when it does, I want to be the first to know. Slide into my LinkedIn DMs and tell me. So they're the key goals that I believe social media can bring you. If you've got any additions to add, please let me know in chat. So how then can we turn these goals into actions? All right, because as I always say, everything I teach is theory and academic until you put it into action. So you need to make some commitments here. Visibility is really important. People need to get to know your face. They need to know who you are, what you're about, where you're from, what area of marine science or ocean science that you're involved in, that's your responsibility, okay? So visibility is showing up. Relatability is a really clever way to stop the scroll. And what do I mean by relatability? So if some of you can help me here and play along with me, let me know which part of ocean science you are working in currently. Let me know what we call your niche or your niche. So let me know in chat what area you're working in. You can be as specific as possible. But relatability is, okay, so Forba, thank you. You're working in ocean literacy. So it is your goal to improve knowledge and share education around ocean science. And that's probably to very different audiences. We could have youth audiences in school. We might have a business audiences and speaking to industry about the blue economy and commercialization. So what you want to do is, if you're thinking about schools and youth citizen science, you then want to create really engaging teaching materials potentially, and making your content really easy to access and to digest. You want to speak to teachers because you know it is the teacher that will bring you into the classroom. So if you do a whole campaign or a series of social posts about, you know, here are 20 different mini teaching moments that teachers can bring into their classroom to help students better understand the ocean, the teachers are going to stop the scroll. Okay, so it's relatability. Another word for relatability is called just like me content. So whoever you want to engage, think about what you can give to them. It's called leading with value. I hope that makes sense. And if you've got any questions as I'm going through these slides, then please let me know in chat. So relatability is just like me content. Consistency is really important. So that means committing to social media, but showing up on a regular basis. Did you know that the value of going viral is actually superseded by you showing up consistently? Because what we want to think about here is, and I don't want you to get like a little bit despondent or depressed if your posts aren't going viral, because what matters is, what the algorithms want is, they want consistency. They want your curve to go like this. Some posts perform better than others don't perform very well, but it's that consistency. And the other side of consistency is what we call the compound effect. You might have learned about compound interest in junior maths at junior school, where, you know, if we add up all the likes, the comments, the video views, and the link clicks over a period of 90 days, that gives us influence. Okay, so it's not thinking about the success or the performance of an individual post. I want you to think about, by showing up consistently 3 times a week over the period of 30, 60, 90, 120, 365 days, I am building influence. That's all you need to do. Okay, showing up regularly and doing a little bit often, that's what works. Timeliness. We've got World Oceans Day on the 8th of June. We've got the Ocean Decade Conference this week in Barcelona. The reason that we have this 2-day, 48-hour live stream is the timeliness of having that captive audience in Barcelona and capturing the attention of early career ocean professionals around the world. So when we have issues that are topical or trending on mainstream news, on social media, you want to jump in on the back of it. Okay, you want to add your voice, add your opinion, add your insight. That's a great way to also get noticed. I'm going to talk about what individual tactics or features on the social networks will serve you well, and it's focusing on those. And then finally, guys, it's test and learn. Okay, you're going to go away, take my hints, take my tips, put them into action, but you're going to learn what works best for you and for your audience. Okay, so that's kind of the strategic approach, setting our goals and then strategically how we're going to show up on social media. The customer journey on social media never really changes. So it doesn't matter who you want to speak to, who you want to influence. I talk about the AIM method. It's awareness, it's interest, and it's motivation. That's your job at all points. So whenever you're sharing content, I want you to ask yourself, well, what am I trying to get citizens or customers or my audience to do? Am I just trying to raise awareness of this issue? Are you talking about taxonomy, for example? Are you talking about, the discovery of new, previously undiscovered species in the deep sea? If that is it, maybe it's just awareness building. Maybe you're just explaining how using eDNA technologies can now help us learn about new species previously undiscovered. Okay, so that's introducing people to a new topic, and it's just awareness building. Then you might develop it and you want to get people to be interested. So that develops engagement and they start liking and commenting. So maybe you introduce them to 5 new species that were discovered in the last 12 months. You might interview the scientist. You might interview the organization. You might interview those that were on the research expeditions in the deep sea. So now you're taking the story a little bit further. Finally, then the M stands for motivation. And this is where the citizens who are receiving the information are motivated to act. So they might share your content. They might watch a longer YouTube video. You might even be inspiring future early ocean career professionals by sharing that knowledge. So what we're doing is we're taking people on a journey by literally breaking our story up into 3 parts. The beginning, which is awareness, the middle, which is generating interest, and the end, which is moving them to motivation. And this is a really great content trick. Never tell your social media story in one go. We all know the stories. We all know the fairy tales. What do they all start with? Once upon a time. And then we're taken on a journey. I want you to start breaking your stories, your knowledge, and your insights into like fairy tales, starting off with once upon a time, helping people imagine a scene and breaking those up into mini social media stories. And then that gives you what we call content in your content pipeline. Okay. The next thing we need to think about is the frequency and the format of social media content. This is really, really important. If I was delivering this session a year ago, I would have said something different. Social media has been disrupted by TikTok. TikTok is one of the leading social networks, and it's catching up with Instagram, it's catching up with Facebook, it's catching up with LinkedIn and X. But what we've learned, and as a social media trainer and practitioner, I have to share with you that the content that people want now is they want vertical video content. That's content that is shared on our mobile phone. It's full screen video, and we're using our smartphone to shoot that content. Okay, so you can be a creator. We've watched what Fiona and the other Mojos have been doing today and will continue to do tomorrow. They're doing Mojo. They're using their mobile phone to tell stories. It's mobile journalism. You all can do it. And I highly recommend you be inspired by the Mojos that you've been watching today. And you could do it also. And all you're doing is you're putting up your camera and you're asking another person to tell their story, to tell their once upon a time. And that is hugely powerful. And if you start with that little strategy, your content will take off. So we think about vertical video content. We think about reels on Instagram. We think about reels on Facebook. We think about shorts on YouTube. We think about TikTok videos. The next type of content format that will give you a lot of return on your investment are carousels. So a carousel is effectively a photo album on Instagram. The reason that they are working so effectively now is that we swipe to see the next photo, and then that increases the dwell time. It increases the attention that we're giving to that post, which is then a signal to the algorithm that we're interested in it. Okay, so carousels, so photos. So again, you're using your smartphone not just to take video clips or to interview somebody. You're now using your phone as a method of taking photographs to tell a story. Another great way to bolster social media success is to go live. We're all live at the moment, right? The moderators are doing a wonderful job. We've got speakers like me coming in. We've got our mojos doing live pieces to camera. This creates a sense of authority and urgency and expertise. You don't go live all the time. You go live for a reason. So again, for example, European Maritime Day, I believe it's in May. World Ocean Day is June. So you're looking at key calendar events or key reasons to go live. The other word that I have there is called a simulcast. So a simulcast means that you're going live on multiple platforms at the same time. So I'm live on Zoom. I'm also live on YouTube. I could also be live on Facebook and on X. And actually, let me write into chat here the tool that I use to go live on multiple platforms at the same time. And you can use it for free. It's called StreamYard. So literally, you just connect your social networks to StreamYard. You can click go live and you can broadcast on multiple channels at the same time. But make sure you have your notes and a reason to go live and understand what you're going to say to the audience. Text-based posts still work. They work really well on LinkedIn, and they also work well on X and sometimes on Facebook and on Instagram too. So some people prefer to read as opposed to watch. If you're bringing people to a website, then your web link posts will also work. And it's fair to say that as a content creator, you should be checking the authenticity of those web link posts. So they should be going to trusted sources. We still love watching photos. If you've been following the Generation Blue campaign that I'm going to show you later, from our mojos who've been doing a wonderful job, Fiona, Mariam, Luca, and Tara, you can see the wonderful photography, unique insights into all topics around ocean conservation and ocean health and river health that they were doing for that campaign. And again, they were just inspired by the environment around them. And I know that you guys are located right across the world, but as early career ocean professionals, your interest and your environment is going to be that coastline or those river basins. So bring us those unique stories, okay? Be mobile journalists and use your smartphone. If you've got some data, lots of stats, like a free tool like Canva or Adobe Express, you can use free versions of these. They will create infographic style graphics for you. Brilliant, really easy to use, but people love stats. And then finally, what I do want to mention, and if you haven't already updated, and if you're not on LinkedIn, it's the biggest people database in the world, and you can write articles there and be influential. So that's an overview of format. When it comes to frequency, how often should I post, Joanne? I'd like to see you posting 2 to 3 times a week. Most of the social networks have a scheduling option built into them. LinkedIn has one, Facebook has one, actually Meta has one within Business Manager, and X has one. So you can write your posts over the course of 30 minutes and schedule them for the entire week. Now, when I'm talking about posting, don't forget to engage. Okay, so posting is putting your own content out there or sharing somebody else's content, but then you've got to look through your feed and you've got to engage with other people in your network. Remember the power of the network? So the power of the network is liking, is commenting, and is sharing their posts. Okay, where you want to grow your network is on LinkedIn. We can connect with up to 100 people a week on LinkedIn. You go over 100, you're going to be signaled for spam. How do you find people to connect with on LinkedIn? Go to the company page of organizations in the EU Commission. Yeah, look at who their employees are. Connect with them. Go and look at Private industry, look at their employees, start connecting with them, connect with each other. There's a whole lot of Horizon EU projects, Mission Ocean projects. Who are the organizations and the people behind them? Start connecting. Trust me, it is an employees market right now, so you have the advantage. Okay, let's get into some ideas around content hooks. How can I stop the scroll? Go niche on your content, my friends. What do I mean by that? Don't just talk about ocean literacy. No, it's too broad. Go into the detail. Give me one little insight about ocean literacy. What is it about ocean literacy that matters? Who are you speaking to? So think about your niche audience. What age are they? Does gender matter? Does location matter? Does behavior matter? So for example, are they a student? Do they work in industry? Are they in academia? What are their interests? What we want to do is we want to speak to people based on a shared interest. Go narrow, don't go broad. The reason that people go broad is because, oh, well, this is a real general message. It might reach more people. No, the opposite is true. Let me speak about this niche topic because it will engage more relevant people. Okay. Saumak is coming in and he says, Copywriting Secrets is a good book for this. Thank you so much for that recommendation. Another great hook are triggers or aspirations. So we've got triggers. So a trigger is when you're triggering somebody's pain or their question or their lack of knowledge. Okay, so you're triggering somebody with, something like, do you live within 5 kilometers of a coastline? Are you frustrated by the increasing amount of plastics that you're finding on your beaches? Do you think that you can help? Here are some ideas. So that's triggering a pain point. The other part of that, or the opposite side of that coin, is leading into aspiration. We follow social media accounts that inspire us, that motivate us, and that have aspirational content. So again, what do you know that you could lean into and use there? So your answers are your insights, are content that will speak to aspirations or to triggers. The other thing that I want to say here is you don't always have to be the creator of the content, guys. One of the smartest things I have ever done is launch my podcast, right? It's a video podcast, the Public Sector Marketing Show for the free plug. But what I do is I interview other people. So they're giving me the content and then I'm putting that content on my social networks. So you can get the content from other people. Pillar messages is another trick in terms of planning your social media content. So what I want you to think about is when you're preparing your content plan and preparing social media messages, write down some of the high level topics that you want to talk about. Again, maybe it's ocean literacy or citizen science as the big topic, but then you break it down into subtopics, into snackable content. Get to know your coast, why biodiversity matters, how you can get involved and help protect and restore our ocean and waters health by 2030. Be part of Mission Ocean. And what you're doing here is you are kind of sharing that leadership voice. You can imagine if you were doing this consistently between now and the end of 2024, how much your profile would build, your authority would build, and how much your network would expand. So try and go into subtopics when you're thinking about social content, okay? And I don't need to teach you about what you know. I call that your zone of genius. You need to lean into your zone of genius and start talking about what you know. Stay in your own lane, talk about what you know, and then interview people who are also in your own lane and ask them about what they know. That's how you do it. And then you become that content creator. So let's talk about the social networks and how you can leverage them. I know your time is short, okay? And I know that social media is my business, so I hang out there a lot. But if I was to advise you now what to do between now and the end of the year, I would say get to LinkedIn and update your profile, right? Send me a connection request and I'll review it for you for free, okay? So get on LinkedIn and update your profile and start connecting with people there. The second thing that I would say is I would probably, depending on what country you're in, because I know there's different uses of Instagram versus TikTok, I would go Instagram or TikTok for those vertical video social media apps. Choose one or both. In actual fact, if you're creating content for Insta, it can also go on YouTube Shorts. It can also go on TikTok. So you've got that 3-for-1 effect. I know in some markets, Facebook is still really, really, really important, as is WhatsApp. So again, you've got to look at your own figures. But let me direct you to a website that will give you the social media stats for your country right now in 2024. Even I think that's the right URL. If not, just Google Data Reportal Study 2024, and it will tell you how many people are using each individual social network in your country right now. But definitely LinkedIn, and definitely one of the visual storytelling apps. X is massive for the marine science community. I know it is. I see it all the time, but it's got very negative. It really has. And you can actually connect with people on LinkedIn. But if you're on X, good for you. Okay, I then spoke about content format, but these are tactics. These are the tactics that are working right now on social media. If we're thinking about Facebook, albums still work. Facebook supports Reels. We've got Facebook groups there. Maybe you can have a search for early ocean career Facebook groups, or maybe there are Facebook groups relating to ocean health in your country. Facebook supports stories. What I would be recommending here is I would create on Instagram and cross-post to Facebook, because you can, they're owned by the same company, and you can create on Instagram and cross-post to Facebook, especially when posts and on stories. When it comes to Reels, we're not allowed yet to cross-post Reels, but you can save it on your phone and then upload it to Facebook separately. I mentioned carousels, the whole swipe effect. So you can add up to 10 photos or video clips in one album. YouTube has introduced shorts. The length of an Instagram reel is 90 seconds. The length of a TikTok video is 10 minutes. The length of a YouTube short is 60 seconds or less. What I would say to you is create shorter videos when you're starting off, and don't be afraid to open up your camera on your phone and just speak to it. Hey, Joanne here from Galway in the west of Ireland. I wanted to pop on today and tell you 3 things that I've learned in the last 48 hours about what early career ocean professionals are doing on social media, right? So again, just being really natural. We're not looking for high production value. We're looking for you to show up, show your face, build know, like, and trust. When you improve and perfect your LinkedIn profile, writing articles is one way to be higher than 80% of the people on LinkedIn. What's an article? It's a blog post. It's text, 300 words. That's all we need. You should all write your top takeaways from V.ECOPs over the past 48 hours when it's over. That should be a LinkedIn article. 7 things I learned from being part of this, especially moderators and mojos here. You should be writing that experience. That is then indexed on Google. It's highly discoverable. For TikTok and Instagram, you could do it as a video, but you're writing it as an article on LinkedIn. So really powerful. And then we get to TikTok and it's about video. Okay. Obviously, they've added stories, they've added carousels, but start with TikTok and start with video. And I love that Kriti is just already connecting with me on LinkedIn and also putting his LinkedIn profile in there. Good for you. That's what's called being proactive. Voices and faces are really important, and we're coming to the end. But I want to leave time for questions before I get kicked out of my slot. But it's really important in 2024 that we show up as ourselves. That's going to differentiate you. And as I said before, it will also differentiate you in the more broadly Ocean professional network, because there are senior leaders who are still not doing this. So you can leapfrog them by building up your personal professional profile. Go front of screen, use your phone, buy a lapel mic. So buy a little lapel mic that'll cost you about $20 or $30 from any reputable internet site. And you're just going to search for smartphone mic. Let me put that into chat, because people will forgive you for bad picture, but they won't forgive you for bad audio. So let me put that into chat, smartphone lapel mic, and then write in whether you're on an Android, an iPhone, a Pixel, etc. And it means that you can shoot video by being, you know, on the coastline on a windy day, and people will still be able to hear you. Be an influencer, you know, be an ECOP influencer. You've been involved in this over the past couple of days, whether as, you know, a facilitator or as a participant or as a trainer. You are an influencer. If you are consistently posting, talking about what you know, bringing your network in, that is influence. And in actual fact, something that changed very recently on LinkedIn is that LinkedIn dropped the title creator in favor of subject matter expert. You are subject matter experts in your own field. You don't have to be a CEO or a director. What you know now is important, and there are people there that are willing to learn from you. Interview other experts, as I said. Speak to citizens using your smartphone. Ask industry what they are doing. So bring other people into your network, and it's a great way to create content. People love a call to action on social media. So at the end of your video or at the end of your post or your article, ask people to do something. This is the motivation in the AIM method. Do you want them to follow you, connect with you, add their own opinion or insight by commenting? Do you want them to subscribe to your newsletter or your YouTube channel? Do you want them to register for a webinar that you're going to do? Or do you want them to join your network? Don't forget about that call to action. And then finally, thinking about, well, how do we measure success? So I want you to find the insights part or the analytics part on each of your social networks, okay? And then the kind of numbers that we're looking for, they're either called impressions or they're called reach, depending on the social network that you're looking at. You're looking at engagements, likes, comments, shares, video views. You're looking at the platforms where you're getting most impact. Is it TikTok? Is it LinkedIn? Is it X? You will know from the activity. Have a look at the total posts that you've published over a 30-day period, and then see if your followers are growing and how many video views that you're getting. So don't forget to look at the numbers, because if you don't, you won't know whether you're improving and if you're making an impact in the world of social. If you're not already following the Mission Ocean EU accounts, have a look at them, because we've been implementing best practice there. So use that for inspiration. Have a look at the stories that are being told. Have a look at the content that's being shared, and use that for your own brainstorming and your own inspiration. And just to call out our amazing mojos that have produced this content, Mariam, Fiona, Luca, and Tara, that you'll see on the accounts. And also we see our moderators and our mojos from V.ECOPs as well. You can be that social media influencer. You know, these guys were willing to do it, committed to doing it, had a little bit of training with me, and off they went and they found the stories. You can replicate that too. Okay, so that brings me to the end. I'll plug my podcast, The Public Sector Marketing Show, where I give you free tips and tricks on social media and digital marketing. And that's my book. But I will take questions for now. Do we have any questions?
Hi, everyone. I'm here in the Mediterranean Marine Protected Areas Workshop that is organized by the Monaco Explorations Foundation. And we are just waiting here for the Prince Albert II to come, to enter, and to give a keynote farewell. So this is how it is going around here. Some security, some people from Monaco Explorations, and just some police motorbikes came, but we are all waiting. The MPA forum is actually closing today, is the last day. They were discussing different sessions or different main topics. They were based in solutions, best practices, challenges, and scaling up, and how to keep the momentum in these MPAs. So we had different organizations being part of it, from, for example, Charles Darwin Foundation, Hotokobo, Protected Seas, Global Fishing Watch, um, a lot of different institutions that work on the management and also communication around marine protected areas. And that's why the last part of this MPA forum is based or focused on a workshop for the Mediterranean marine protected areas. So hopefully it's coming in some seconds. We can show also to our participants some of the words from Prince Albert during the keynote, if that's a possibility. He will just come right directly to the auditorium, enter, go down, and give his note, his keynote. Some of the ideas or topics that were also discussed during this MPA forum, for example, from the Minister of Spain, were how to reach the 30 by 30 target. And within that target is also the 10% of street protection. In Europe, only around 12% of the ocean or the seas are protected, and less than 3%, I will say, is street protected. So we're still far from those conservation targets. And here there were some discussions about how to really do that, not only reach to the target, but doing it effectively. Because it's not only about reaching the 30%, about putting an area, but effectively manage it and protect it, not only on paper, as we know the paper marine protected areas. That was one of the challenges and issues that were discussed here. Also, another main problem within marine protected areas is the lack of communication between stakeholders and the lack of trust, of course, because sometimes actors like fishers and local governments or tourism industry, they don't have a good relationship and start to lose the trust between them. I think something is happening around here. More security is coming, so let's see. No. Bueno, we are all waiting. Regarding early career ocean professionals, some of the discussions within the MPA forum was about the energy that early career ocean professionals can bring on the table, and also the new mentalities or new ways of thinking that we have. Because it's not the same as maybe a manager that he has been on the same place or in the same position for 30 years. Right now there are different tools, the society is different, the actors are changing, no? So we might have a better or a different way to see the same challenge, and also, of course, finding the solution. I don't know if someone maybe in the V.ECOP has a question. We can maybe just address it here. One of the other topics that were discussed during the MPA forum were about the ways of communicating out of this bubble, right? How to break echo chambers, because at the end, the same people comes to the same conversations, but how to include the people that are not here today with us, that are not integrated in these spheres, right? So for that, there were some discussions and sessions about how to produce different communication products, for example, documentaries or newspapers or reports that are not only written in English and not only written in this scientific writing, but also in a lay language, which is very important for the persons that are usually living in marine protected areas and suffering from this ineffective management. So something to consider also, I will say, as an eco, is to think a bit out of the box and see how we can engage with different stakeholders in the way we communicate, in the way we share our knowledge and ideas, because not everyone receives the information in the same way. Still waiting. But everyone is kind of ready here.
All right. So as we wait for the Prince of Monaco to arrive, we're going to introduce the first broadcast from the Americas region of Virtually Early Career Ocean Professional Days 2024, or as we call it, V.ECOP Days 2024. So the Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona will kickstart tomorrow, a decade full of new innovations, opportunities, and partnerships. We're excited to share our program with you today from wherever in the world you may be joining us from. So we look forward to discovering how ECOPs take a part in this. The UN Ocean Decade is a once-in-a-generation opportunity and the first global campaign to catalyze ocean science solutions for sustainable development. As part of the official UN Ocean Decade activities, we're presenting contributions over 3 days from around the world in conjunction with UN Ocean Decade Conference program. We've got ECOPs from a variety of professional disciplines to showcase their ocean-related work, activities, and contributions to the UN Ocean Decade. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Carson Straub. I'll be one of the co-hosts alongside my other co-hosts, Manon and Tamara. I'm not sure if you guys want to introduce yourselves as well. And then tomorrow we'll open up the Education for Ocean Advocacy section.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tamara from Argentina. Welcome to our first session from Americas region, as Carson said. And our first session will be related to education. So we'll focus on how education can improve global advocacy for ocean health and sustainability. But first, there will be a short video published by UNESCO regarding Ocean Decade Challenge 10, regarding changed humanity's relationship with the ocean. We believe that part of education is strengthen this relationship. So we would like to show you this video. But first, Manon, you would like to introduce yourself, so we then jump to the video.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Manon. I'm currently based in Canada, and I focus on ocean biogeochemistry and how this can relate to climate change. And I'm happy to co-host this session with Tamara and Carson. So now we can move to the video.
Perfect. All right, so I guess we're just waiting for our technicians to pull up the first video.
So my very first time seeing the ocean, I was so nervous because I thought this is the way, one way to drowning. But at the same time, I was so intrigued. I was interested. I just didn't know where the ocean started and where it ended, and I wanted to know more.
My first experiences of the ocean were as a child of maybe 5 to 10 years old in Kenya, where my parents used to swap houses with somebody who had a beautiful beach cottage on the reef in Malindi. So we used to go down there for 2 or 3 weeks each year and go out on the reef. My dad was very keen on fishing and shell collecting and so on. And I really got my inspiration and knowledge about the sea from there, and I never looked back from that stage.
We make Explore the Shore in the hope that we can help more people have their own ocean discovery and connect with this amazing spot where the land meets the water that offers this joy and contentment to so many of us. For this episode coming out on Youth Day, we decided to connect with Kolofelo, a marine biologist and educator at Sentinel Ocean Alliance, and have a chat about the importance of marine education and the different ways that we can make the shore accessible to everyone.
Kolofelo, I think let's start by asking you how a girl from Limpopo got involved with the sea.
So I came to Cape Town in 2006. I was 13 and we were on our way to Robben Island, and that's when I actually experienced the ocean for the first time. It smelled so different and I wanted more of that. The mystery of the ocean kept me wanting to know more about it. The vastness sparked my interest, but the most important one was how it smelled. It smelled so different. It was just the smell that I've never. No,
so
I've never been to the sea before.
And then how did you develop from that to actually getting involved with marine biology?
I did not know anything about the ocean. I didn't, like, the knowledge that I had was from documentaries that I would see on TV. So I didn't even know what marine biology was. I wanted to become a vet. So I went home and I told this lady about my trip to Cape Town, and I told her how mysterious it was and how big it was and how it smells so different. And this lady said, how about you study the animals in the ocean? And I said, oh, what is that? She said, that's marine biology. I said, yeah,
that's a new one.
That is a new one, and I want to do that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic story. So now that you've got a job here in Hout Bay, what are you actually doing? What's your organization?
So I'm an educator at Sentinel Ocean Alliance for the Parley Ocean School. We run 2 programs. One called the Parley Ocean School program, where we teach the kids about the wonders of the ocean, the beauty and the fragility, and what we can do for a sustainable future.
How great they smell.
Yes, how great they smell. And we teach the kids about the ocean threats, that one of marine plastic pollution in particular. And the second program, called Tend the Tide, now we get the kids into the water. We want to get them excited because you can only protect what you love. So we try to get them to be connected to the ocean.
So what is their actual experience of the ocean? I mean, they're living right here on the ocean doorstep.
So these kids, when they come to our Parley Ocean School, they have little to no knowledge about the ocean. They think that the ocean is a place full of these scary monsters to stay away from. They believe that the ocean is not a place for us to explore. So they're really afraid. When they get here, they literally don't want to go in. They don't want the water to touch them just there by the feet. But at the end of 16 weeks, they're already jumping in and swimming like at the back line. So that is really an achievement.
No, that's great. I mean, it opens up a whole world for them, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah.
So can we talk a little bit about why educating these children about the ocean is so important?
So one message that we try to put out there for the kids is that we are all connected to the ocean. I mean, our planet has 70% of water and only 30% of it is land. I believe that we should call our planet Oceans.
Absolutely. Yeah,
instead of planet Earth. And the ocean provides us with more than half of the world's oxygen.
Absolutely.
So I think the education is so important because it gets the kids to understand what the oceans are going through and how we can protect it, how we can live for a sustainable future. And if our oceans die, then we die.
Yeah, I mean, they're providing us with all sorts of other resources.
Yes, I mean, transportation, jobs, like they provide us with food. There's so much that the ocean is doing for us that we need to protect. Yes.
So do you find when the kids have been through this course and have learned these things, then that changes their perception of the ocean?
Oh yes, definitely. And we see it in them just randomly picking up plastic. When they get to us, they tell us that, no, I'm not going to pick it up, it's not mine. But when after 8 weeks or after 5 weeks, they pick it up. So the kids, most of the kids don't, because they don't know so much about the ocean, they don't see the need to protect it. And immediately when they start with the program and they get into the water, now they see the need to actually protect this because the water is out there, it's great. I need to experience it in the next 30 years. So what should I do now for me to be able to?
Nice for me
exactly. What should I do now? So they actually, the behavior changes so much. It's remarkable.
And you're giving the children that are coming on your courses a fantastic introduction to the ocean. But in terms of the wider South African community, what's the problem there in terms of children getting access to that information?
And to be honest, there is no meaningful access for these communities. And the kids, the parents did not grow up knowing so much about the ocean and coming to the ocean to enjoy it. So I don't think they can allow their kids to now come to the ocean. And another thing is that there are financial reasons as well behind that. These kids have to take a taxi to come to the beach to come enjoy the ocean.
Even if they're in Cape Town?
Even if they're in Cape Town, just right here. But we actually provide access. We have transportation that goes to pick up these kids and bring them to the ocean school because we understand that the biggest problem is finances. The parents don't want to bring them here because they don't think it's safe, and even if they felt like it was safe, they don't have transport money to bring them here.
Yeah, I find when people first start doing this, then they don't know what they're looking at. So they see like a sea anemone, for example, and they think it's a plant.
But what is that?
But so you have to be able to recognize these things and to enjoy them and like appreciate exactly what diversity you're actually seeing.
Exactly. And the kids, when they get here, because they don't know so much about the ocean animals, when we teach them about them, so when now they walk on the beach and they pick up the shells or they pick up this, now because they can recognize them, they see the beauty in them.
So what are your hopes and aspirations for marine education, both in your own organization and kind of in the country?
Yeah, so I'm dreaming big for this one. I need more kids. More kids deserve ocean education.
Absolutely.
I think we need to give more kids opportunities so we can be better at protecting and saving our oceans. So I think
need a center in every
every little town to teach more kids about the beauty and fragility of our ocean in order to have bigger groups of people protecting it. Because it doesn't make sense to only teach 30 kids and calling it a day.
I mean, that's really the way that we've been thinking, and rather than go out and take a group of kids to the shore, we're trying to make these explore the shore videos, which tens of thousands of kids can watch and maybe influence a much larger number of people.
Yes, oh definitely. And we want to actually incorporate our programs with the education, the curriculum.
Right.
Yes, so that
if you can get into schools, that's really
so that we can get into schools, we can work with schools from anywhere.
I mean, if we could just get this as a standard part of the curriculum in all the schools, I think that would be a fantastic thing. It's so important, I think.
But I mean, the curriculum will need to include a little bit of traveling for the kids. Because the kids, if we want them to be really interested and to really love the ocean, we need to give them like something to look out for.
Absolutely.
To say, we're teaching you about this, now we're going to experience it. Now you're going to get the whole package.
Your own experience is a great example of that, isn't it? Your trip to Cape Town and smelling the sea and getting just that that single experience has actually
Yes,
changed your whole life.
that changed my whole life.
Okay.
So I believe that every child out there deserves just that single
that opportunity. Yeah, yeah. No, that's great.
So I think if we give more kids the same experience of learning about the ocean, they will fall in love with it and they'll have the eager to protect it, because you can only protect what you love.
Absolutely.
And this is what we need.
Yeah, yeah. You know, more people to vote ocean,
Definitely.
not vote land.
Definitely.
My memory is that when I did first come here through the ocean, I was so scared and I was so small.
I was scared of the waves, and I was so like, I'm not gonna go in.
The ocean was so beautiful, and I could not believe that I saw the ocean. It was my first time to see the ocean.
I used to be scared, but then thanks to Pali, I am now confident when I'm in the water.
Well, the way that I overcame that fear was when I came here to Pali Ocean School. They taught me.
Hi everyone, here we have the entrance of the priest Alberto to the auditorium of the World Trade Center, and he is just going down the stairs to start his keynote on the MPA forum. If you want to hear some words from his keynote, I recommend you to stay here with us, and we will continue recording. If not, you just can go live with other content. Yeah, let's enter. Ariana, let's enter from this door.
We're very honored with this of your presence, and we had a very fruitful session. Thank you very much to all the speakers. So I will now put the very dance on table. Thank you very much for being with us and for your very nice things.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, apologize. People should be here for the last few minutes of your session. I'm sure it was fantastic. Here's back that so this is not important. Before this slide was important, 30 by 30. So thank you for your participation. I think that what has brought us here today is absolutely vital, so important for the future of our ocean and what that entails. It is these topics related to the preservation of marine areas that have mobilized the Med Fund for almost 10 years, which prompted us to take action with our public, philanthropic, and private sector partners. That they concern the Mediterranean, of course, its fragile and endangered ecosystems, and the marine protected areas which we work to support and help to fund in order to protect our ocean and the Mediterranean, specifically more effectively. More generally, however, these issues concern the development of this type of management of ecosystems in marine protected areas to promote, expand, and improve more sustainable use of marine resources as they meet the needs of both nature and communities alongside them. And behind all of that, it's also brought us here, is the creation of a sustainable economic model. A model that combines innovative financing mechanisms and the everyday realities of ecosystems concerned, as well as the economies and societies. Consequently, the Mediterranean issues on which we focus have a broad resonance, and I believe that the development of MedFund has a significance beyond the marine area. Because the various challenges we face are not unique to our region, particularly high concentration. These challenges, I believe, are faced by all those who are working to establish and develop protected areas all around the world. First and foremost, the context is politically sensitive, socially complex, and ecologically. The context undoubtedly more pronounced in the Mediterranean than anywhere else. The inherent to our ecosystem is subject to a strong while those regions furthermore, we have to be aware of the great diversity are directly proportionate to this level. Scientists have demonstrated that
All right. So we're going to get some notes eventually from the Mojo who's at the interview. And so hopefully maybe later on in another session, we'll be able to hear some more from the remarks from the Prince of Monaco. In the interest of time, we're actually going to move on and introduce the first contributor who's going to give us a presentation about their work. So we're going to hear from a representative from Mexico Azul, who will discuss educating and empowering youth to tackle ocean issues through education workshops in Mexican schools and a network of 10 blue schools committed to sustainability. Their aim is to cultivate environmental leadership. The plan includes fostering a community for practice for schools to meet climate targets and investing in youth projects focused on education innovation, marine conservation, and recycling of ghost nets. So if the contributor is here with us now, we welcome you to join the stream and give us a presentation about your work.
Yes, hello everyone. No, go ahead.
We might have lost her. Yeah, we'll see here. We'll try to there we go. Yep.
Should always have in your mind and always fight for that. It is really, really important. That's the reason I've dedicated the last 40 years of my life to education, to be an underwater photographer, and to share my work everywhere in order to cultivate this love for our oceans. So I just wanted to start with that part. Monica, I don't know if you can share with us or you want me to share the screen. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. I think I can share it. Can you see my screen now?
Yep, you should be good.
Okay, okay. Let me just get out of here in order to see it in a bigger space. ¿En dónde? Ajá. Ah, perfecto. Es que tengo aquí a todos.
Ajá. En slideshow. A la izquierda. A la izquierda, a la izquierda.
Ah, yeah.
No te...
Sorry. Sorry, I'm not very fan.
No problem at all.
It won't let me share, but well, anyway, I can go like this. If you can see it, is it okay? Can you see my screen?
Yep. Yeah, we can see your screen. Yeah, I think it should be enough, worst case, for people to be able to read it. Yeah.
No, I think it's not presenting. Sorry.
Right, right.
María,
Yeah, no problem.
Ahí,
Okay.
dale en slideshow.
Acá. Okay, share. Es que me sale esto aquí.
Ahí, y abajo, al lado como de la parte donde dice 100%, a la derecha hasta abajo, tienes como una cosita, un icono que dice presentar. Y ahí le picas.
Claro, no, es que no me sale porque... Voy. Esto de aquí, ya. Este.
Exacto. Muy bien.
Ready. I'm sorry. I couldn't get it
no
done.
Problem.
But anyway, here we are. I want to talk a little bit about what is México Azul. México Azul is Blue Mexico. And Blue Mexico, at the end of the day, is foundation that a friend of mine, Guillermo Mendoza, started, and I collaborated with him since 2010. And we've been really trying to see what activities we could do and how we could help our oceans to thrive. So we started with a little bit of education, conservation, shark science, aquaculture, citizen science. And as of a very few years, we decided to adopt the UN global goals for 2030. So we're really expanding all our programs into the K-12 education from kindergarten to 12th grade, because we strongly believe we can really do an impact there. There's an area, I was a school director for many, many years. Our school became almost zero waste. And we really believe that if we make children fall in love with the ocean, we have a big part of the game going on in our favor. So let me go to the next one. Okay. Our mission is to inspire the next generation of ocean conservation leaders through innovative educational programs. How are we going to do it? By fostering a deep understanding of marine ecosystems, promoting sustainable practices, and empowering young minds to take action. We aim to protect and preserve our oceans for future generations. If you have ever been an educator or have ever given classes to children, it's the most wonderful thing you can do in your life. It makes you the happiest person. And something I can tell you is that the moment a child realizes he can make a difference in this world, and he starts imagining new options and new ways to do things, you empower him to really do great things, and the sky becomes the limit. That's why we love all these educational programs. Why? Because our vision is to inherit a world where every child is equipped with the knowledge, passion, and skills to become guardians of the ocean. Okay. In all this part of Blue Education, we have the part of marine conservation, because this quote, I don't know if it's from David Attenborough or somebody else, but it's amazing. If children don't grow up knowing about nature and appreciating it, they will not understand it. If they don't understand it, they won't protect it. That's something we adults already know. You cannot, it's hard to love something you don't know, you don't understand. And that's why we are focusing so strongly into the education part, especially in Mexico, of course, in all Latin America, and hopefully all around the world. But we're starting with this part because we really think that if children understand the importance of the ocean and the magnificence and the beauty of the oceans, they will fall in love with the oceans and they will be our ocean guardians. Here on the right side, it's part of our conservation program we have. It's an amazing program about reef balls. These are huge cement balls made specially to create new reefs. So we have been dropping those reef balls in several parts of the coast of Mexico, and results are amazing. We do it with some universities and with other companies that help us with this project, and that we're changing all this area of where coral was dying into live new structures of corals, and we're very happy with that part too. But today it's about education. So the current challenges of UNESCO Ocean Decade are many, but these two are the ones that we're really focusing on them. Challenge one, understand and beat marine pollution. I will explain you a little further, but all this part of Ocean Guardians, our program of Ocean Guardians that used to be Ocean Champions, now it's going to be Ocean Guardians. It's really looking at how can we help our oceans thrive without pollution. What can we do as children? What can we do in our schools? What can we do in our home? And being a very green and blue person myself for many, many years, I've realized that if you stop producing waste, if you stop producing trash, you're helping the ocean, and you're helping the ocean a big way, because then no plastics in your house will become no plastics in the ocean. So that's why this challenge number one for us is really, really important. Challenge number 10, change humanity's relationship with the ocean. And of course, it has to do a lot with all this part of education. It's very important for us to have a very healthy relation between humans and the ocean. Okay, the current challenges of Mexico, we have many challenges, but speaking about the ocean, it's even biggest our challenges. More than 60% of the Mexican territory is made up of marine ecosystems. We're a very fortunate country that's full of ocean all around, with the most amazing biodiversity, not only in the ocean, but outside of the ocean. Mexico occupies the 4th place in the world in disposable plastic production, PIT. And in national territory, between 250,000 and 1 million tons of plastics are thrown into the oceans every single year. That's why we're focusing and stop producing trash. 34% of the country's inhabitants, that's around 129 million, are under 19 years of age. We have a huge young population. We really need to work with them in order to have healthier oceans. And unfortunately, our education system does not include much for any kind of awareness in sustainability. Here, our education programs are Ocean Guardians Workshop, that it's the one we have with plastics, fossils, and sand. This is the book we have, the book we're working on. We're going to show you some pictures. And we also have the shark fin workshop that it's learning more about pelagic. But I think there's an alarm going out. Can you hear the alarm or?
Not really, just barely. You should still be good.
Thank you. Then I'll keep on going. Our goal is to inspire the next generation of ocean conservation leaders through innovative educational programs. That is really our vision and our mission. We really want to inspire them in order to do a lot more for our oceans. Our Ocean Guardians workshop, this one is raising awareness, but it's not only raising awareness, it's raising awareness and being hands-on. We work with schools, we work with families, we work with a whole educational community in order for everybody to become a lot more sustainable and to become zero waste. That is like our goal. At the end of the day, if you become zero waste, you really help the planet, you really help the oceans. And that's something we've been working with, and children love it. Children really love it. And the great thing about working with children is that we cannot change a grown-up, but if you change the mentality of a child, he will change his family and he will end up changing his whole community around him. So that's why it's an amazing bet for us. Here are some of our activities of kids working with Ocean Guardians. We started in 2017, specifically with this program in Nuevo León, Jalisco, Sinaloa, and Mexico City. By 2023, we had already reached 2,300 children with Ocean Guardians. And in 2024, we're doing a lot better. We're doing a wider job, and we already reached so far around almost 2,000 students with Ocean Gardens. With the activities we have with the kids, of course, it depends on the age of the kids, but what we do is, for example, they start building up puzzles where they might have questions and they might have many other things in order for them to be like more aware about the sea. They love it. We have the sand challenge that it's amazing because they start like digging in sand. Even if we're in the middle of Mexico City, we take the sand there and they find that they can find shells and many things, but they can also find a lot of plastics and cigarette butts and things that do not belong there. Then we have all this part of recycling where it's, we try to convince them that our consumption becomes really, really important. So anything we buy, we should always think, what's going to happen to this when I throw it away? Is it going to end up in the ocean? Can it end up really, really recycled? Or can it end up as part of nature and it will work a lot better? So all the recycling programs have been really strong in this part. Here we have more kids working with global goals and with all the recycling parts. And at the end, we have all this part of storytelling. And in this part of storytelling is when I was telling you about empowering kids with actions, with concrete actions for doing it a lot better with this planet, with the thriving of our oceans and the thriving of our planet. They end up making stories about how they would help how they would help the ocean to thrive and to do things better. So it's amazing how happy they get, how much fun they have. And it doesn't matter if it's a private school, if it's a very poor school in a very rural area, all of these kids have like all the energy and all the passion because they want to do things different. Here we have our original book that was Ocean Champions, Defensores del Océano. This was the first edition we had. It was a book done by Michelle Mech, and we helped her pass that book into Spanish and then publish it again. And now we're making a book that creates a lot more awareness, that is Ocean Guardians. And then on the other side, we also have shark fin workshops. Where we are raising the awareness of the importance of ecological, all the pelagic situation, not only in Mexico, in the world. In Mexico, we are very fortunate. We have like the biggest pelagics in the ocean. They go to Mexico and we find them in Mexico. So it's very important for us that our kids are aware that we are really a country that has so much to give. But if we don't take care of our oceans, we will be in trouble. Today, we have the fortune to say that 6 years ago, Mexico decided to make one of our national parks a huge, huge area of ocean, make it a non-fishing area to protect all the pelagic part, Revillagigedo, Socorro Island, known by the divers, where we have the largest manta rays in the world, where we have whale sharks, school of sharks, and all this part. We want our children to fall in love with all these animals, these huge animals that we have in Mexico, but we have to take care of them. So in our shark fin workshop, we work a lot about for the kids to learn a lot about all the species in the ocean, but specifically our huge pelagics because we have them in Mexico. We start activities with school, shark fin school in 2015. We've attended to several activities nationwide in Mexico, like the Festival de Papirolas. Papirolas is like an origami you make with paper. And it was a huge event, and we had all the part with little kids doing all the papirolas about ocean animals. And the impact was around 500 boys and girls from kindergarten. They loved it. And afterwards, we had more than 10,000 environmental care webinars that also worked amazing. Here's part of the pictures you can see about the Festival of Papirolas, all the little kids making their little sharks or their little manta rays, and they had an amazing time. Here again. This was in the book fair, the International Book Fair of Mexico, the largest one of all Mexico is in Guadalajara, and there's where we could be there doing these activities with the kids. Future plans were, our future plans are to keep up with the workshops. We strongly believe that we have to be very responsible about what we consume, not only plastic-wise and waste-wise, but also about seafood. At least in Mexico, and sometimes we believe this happens also worldwide, is that we are very focused on everything around humans, not around the rest of the inhabitants of this amazing planet. So we have to take a look at the ocean, not only for the ocean to feed humans, but for the ocean to survive as the ocean. So we also believe that having these workshops of responsible consumption of seafood becomes very, very important. We are starting to work with some universities and with some kids in order to be able to have an app, a very easy way to use apps where you can tell if you should consume this kind of fish or not. I know it's like something huge. It'll take us a lot of time, but I know a lot of people that are watching this are going to be able to help us also to do it. Well, the Blue Teacher Certificate is, we're really looking for the teachers to become our allies. Our allies, because if they fall in love with the ocean and with everything we're doing, their kids will fall in love also with the ocean, and they're going to do amazing things with us. Blue Campus, the Blue Schools Alliance. Today we have different programs that are more or less looking into having schools like more sustainable, but we really want to reach further. We want to do more. We would love to have a digital platform for tracking results, Shark Tank schools competitions, watercolor painting competitions, Run for the Oceans, unplugging, many activities to make people aware that doing things for the ocean is worthwhile. In Mexico, right now, we have Blue Schools in Mexico, but it's a little alliance, a very, very little alliance. I think it's only about 2 or 3 schools that they have started with this part, and they have made an alliance with schools from the Atlantic, Blue Schools from the Atlantic. But we have also a lot of schools on the Pacific and on the Gulf. So we're also starting to work with them in order to learn from them and to see what we could do for Mexico and for all Latin America. I want to tell you that in Latin America, we're trying to do a huge effort because most of the pelagics, the big pelagics, the huge schools of hammerhead sharks, the huge schools of manta rays, they have a triangle. They go from Galapagos to Coco Island and Malpelo and all the way up to Mexico. to Revillagigedo, Socorro Islands. And we're not protecting them correctly. We need to do a lot of noise. We need to do a lot of things in order for our governments to really do something to protect our oceans. And that's why we also want to work with you and with Atlantic schools and all the schools and all the people that want to work with us. By fostering a deep understanding of marine ecosystems, promoting sustainable practices, and empowering young minds to take actions, we aim to protect and preserve our oceans for future generations. I said it before, I say it again. I want to invite every single person who's interested in working in this kind of project. We're all here. We're here for you. We want to work together. We really want to reach as far as we can in order to give as much as we can for our amazing oceans. Thank you very much. Here you have the information. I'm in the Board of Education of Mexico Azul. I don't know if here we have, no, we in the Board of Education, you can contact us through Mexico Azul, and we're here for you, and we want to do lots of things with you. Congratulations for this amazing week, and I hope you keep on doing great the rest of the week. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much, Monica, for this wonderful contribution. Personally, the biggest takeaway I have from this, and something that I think you spoke about so well, is just the way that the mind of the youth and children, the way that they interact with the world, and they see the ocean as this like big magical thing, and the way that it's possible to develop such a profound fascination and a love for it, and how that blends so well into your program, where you're able to have these beautiful initiatives and activities. It's really inspiring. And I think too, for me, seeing all the photos as well of all the activities and all the young kids like making their projects, it's not only is it truly adorable, but it's inspiring for all of us. And so I thank you guys for being here. Not sure if my co-hosts, they might also have some thoughts as well.
Thank you, Carson. Yes, I would love to highlight this regarding Guardians of the Oceans. You mentioned such a not only adorable but also inspiring concept. I'm from Argentina, and I never heard about blue schools. I will love to see how your organization and your ideas growth enough in Latin America to reach us, and I can't wait to see also this reaching us. It was a delightful presentation, and it really demonstrates how education can also be a powerful weapon against climate change and to save the marine environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And if I can add just something, we thought, that the opportunity would be to speak on specifically young ocean professionals, because sort of the preventative work comes from education. So we need to start with youth, and we also have a program together with other universities. We want to start a Shark Tank, or let's say a blue entrepreneurship program. But this is why we thought this conference would be fit, because we want to inspire young children.
Oops.
We lost you, I think.
Might have lost her again. See.
Well, I think we lost her, but anyway, yes, we want to. Monica, come on, you're back.
That was the message. So basically, starting with youth, and then we want to also follow up so that they become the future young ocean professionals. To finish with that.
That's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. We have a couple minutes until our next presenter here. So I wanted to open the floor up to our live audience. If they wanted to make use of the Q&A and just ask some questions about the presentation and your guys' work, just to see if there's anything that you guys can clarify. But yeah, just once again, wanted to applaud you for this amazing presentation. I think there's a lot of countries that will look at this and see it as really inspiring and something that will motivate them to have programs like that.
Yes. The book I told you about, Ocean Guardians, we are just starting to build the second edition, and all the ideas, if you're an educator, or if you have kids, or if you have kids around you and you have tips you can give us, They will be welcome. We're really looking to have this. It's a storytelling about the story in the ocean and the fish and all how they struggle with all the plastic trash and everything. And but we also are looking forward to have some like tips for teachers, for schools, in order for them to be able to become zero waste and also sustainable. So if you have any ideas, examples, if you're in similar projects, anything, please get in touch with us here. This is a mail. I'm sorry we had it wrongly, but I already arranged it. It's Monica L, like in Luis, at mexicoazul.org. So there you can get in touch with us, and we will be happy to get in touch with anyone who wants to join this amazing effort. And or if you are coming to Mexico and want to see what we're doing, we will love to have you with us.
That is awesome. Thank you, guys. I see in the chat we have one comment actually from one of the other hosts from the European region, just mentioning you guys might want to reach out to Whale Shark Mexico in La Paz. And so I anticipate you guys are always looking forward to some collaboration, and it's nice that you guys have all of your info here so that everybody can reach out. All right. So yeah, we'll just leave the floor open here for just another minute or two to see if anybody from the chat would have any questions, and then I think we'll move on. We'll see. So I wasn't actually here for the previous session, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how interactive our audience has been so far, but it seems like the programs have gone pretty well. So hopefully we'll get some questions here. Remind me, Maria, how long did you say you've been working in this sort of program in business?
You weren't even born. I've been like a really green person like for the last 40 years. When I started diving 40 years ago. And then I become an underwater photographer because I love all this. And since then I become like really aware of we shouldn't generate any trash at all. Any trash, no trash at all. And I became a little maybe a little too hysterical about the subject, but as I was a school director, I decided I would make the first zero waste school in Mexico, and I did. I'm not the school director anymore because I'm getting older and young people should be there. But now I'm working a lot more with Mexico Azul in order to be able to do all this material and these books in order to reach everywhere.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. If I may ask, do you plan any public policy to make more institutional these blue schools or these education regarding oceans? I don't know, a proposal, something like that for the government?
I would sacrifice my life to go into the Ministry of Education and work inside them to make things happen. But I don't think it will happen because they won't hire me. But I strongly believe that our governments should be doing a lot more. But I know they should be doing a lot more about conservation, and they're not doing it. So not government organizations like foundations, we are the ones who have to keep on working and keep on going for this part. I strongly hope that one day there will be governments that really think about the importance of our planet and our oceans and do something about it. I hope it's not too late for that.
That's awesome. Yeah, so it looks like we do have one question in the chat, and I know we're sort of coming to the end of this segment, but perhaps you guys can answer this before we move on to the next. It comes from Gabby, and she says, first off, thanks for a fantastic presentation. Out of your breadth of work over the years, what is your favorite oceans project that you've worked on?
My favorite is the actual one, the one I'm working in. That one will always be my favorite and my most important one because I put all my energy in it. for having Revillagigedo, this amazing island in Mexico, protected. We worked a lot. Everybody in Mexico worked a lot, even Greenpeace, Conservation International, everybody worked in order to have that. And that was a project that was amazing. And I think it was the biggest impact we all as ONGs, the impact we've had in Mexico. But today, I think this can be something really big, really amazing, and we can have an amazing impact also with this part. So my favorite is the one I'm in.
And just one that I would like to add as well is the importance of making alliances. So for instance, even though we focus on giving different programs to teach children in formal schools, it's also important to get them out there and be able to be present in museums or different spaces. And so there's other organizations that work with education from a choral perspective. So they go out and they teach children about the importance of ocean acidification. So it's great. We can't always do everything, but it's good to be able to, for example, in La Paz, go and cooperate with organizations that focus on different things and be able to, build in the puzzle piece of what the ocean is.
Thank you very much for this inspiring word and this remarkable presentation. We hope to both of you keep engaged during the rest of the session. And now we have one of our own hosts here to present. Carson will present now regarding education. He has a background in this. He's not only a giant scientist with background in ocean science from Canada, but he also has been involved regarding education and ocean advocacy. So he will now present regarding, he's going to tell us about a little bit about the V.ECOP Blue Training Program. So Carson, you have the floor. Please, we can't wait to hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the introduction, Tamara. Thank you all for being here for this this amazing program, and I'm glad that we've heard such an amazing presentation already so far from Mexico Azul. So yeah, as Tamara mentioned, I'm actually broadcasting from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. And so I'm going to present just a short couple minutes about my experience as a trainee at V.ECOP Blue, which stands for the Women and Youth Technical Capacity for the Blue Economy. I was very fortunate to have gotten the opportunity to participate as a trainee in this unique program. As you see here in some of the images, this was a joint training project that happened in 3 separate hubs. One in Nova Scotia, Canada, one in Accra in Ghana, and then another in Mindelo, São Vicente Island in Cabo Verde. And so this was, if I go to the next slide here, so just a little bit about what V.ECOP Blue is. So it was 2 survey courses that were taught virtually with a joint learning component, and it was 3 different modules. Yes. Oh, you can. Let me see here, one moment. Sorry about that. I'll stop sharing here and try and reshare if you guys can see. I do see it on my screen. Let's try that one more time. Okay. Okay. Got the slides? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I guess I'll just, as I said, this was 3 training hubs, Nova Scotia, Ghana, and Cabo Verde. And so it was 2 different survey level courses that both had a joint component. One of which was ocean technology, maritime safety, and risk management was the second. And then the third component, which was shared by the 2 courses, was business and entrepreneurship in the blue economy. And so the main goal of this program was really to build stronger connections across the Atlantic between Canada and West African nations. There are a lot of really inspiring young innovators there, like between Canada and West Africa. that are getting into the field of the blue economy. And so this was a really important initiative to get all of us in a collaborative learning environment to work with each other, discuss different problems and opportunities in the ocean tech and maritime safety sector, and really just learn what it takes to start a business in the blue economy. So as I mentioned, the 3 training hubs were Accra, Ghana, Mindelo, Cabo Verde, and Nova Scotia, Canada. This was put on in part by all the sponsors that you see here. So one of them, the .can Institute, which is based out of Nova Scotia, which is the development of ocean technical capacity with African nations. As well, we had some significant input from Initiative for Africa, who were able to provide us some inspiring speakers, especially in the business and entrepreneurship modules, where we got to learn a lot about what it takes to start a business in the ocean economy. As well, the 2 additional training hubs, the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, which is an amazing institution with a lot of great minds there, as well as Biosfera in Cabo Verde, which is focused on coastal conservation around the islands of Cabo Verde. Additionally, we had the Sustainable Ocean Applied Research Initiative, as well as the Canada's Ocean Startup Project, and supported as well by Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And so I guess I'll just go into explaining my experience as a trainee. And so every week we had learning modules that were taught virtually. And so we joined our partner hubs in Ghana and Cabo Verde live on Zoom, and were able to engage in collaborative learning. And so one of the amazing things was that all of these partner institutions were able to bring in speakers from various parts of the world. So we had speakers from Canada, but we also had speakers from Ghana and Cabo Verde who came in and told us about their work, but also just educated us in general about the work that's going on in ocean tech, the work that's going on in maritime safety and risk management, and as well give us some advice on business and entrepreneurship. And so it was really incredible that all 3 of these hubs were able to host so many valuable speakers and contributors to the program. And so all the trainees really benefited from that. Additionally, we also had some collaborative study sessions with some of the groups. And so at the end of the project, we were tasked with coming up with a novel solution to shared problems among Canada and West Africa in terms of ocean technology and maritime safety and risk management. And so that was a very unique opportunity for us to really sit down and speak with the young ocean professionals and aspiring ocean professionals really about the state of ocean science and sustainability in their respective regions. And so I certainly learned a lot as a representative from Canada about some of the similarities between the challenges that we face, not only in Canada, but also in West Africa and really elsewhere around the world. And so that was a really unique opportunity, and I'm very thankful to have taken a part of that. Finally, as well, I just have a couple of photos from the experience. And so it wasn't all just virtual meetings where we were being taught. There were also site visits. And so the photos that I have here are just some examples of site visits that we partook in Nova Scotia. So one of them, we went to the Sustainable Blue Aquaculture Farm in Burlington, Nova Scotia, which they're doing some really amazing work in essentially having complete water recirculation, so no discharge. We got a great speaker, one of the representatives from that company. We also visited the Port Innovation Engagement and Research Center, or otherwise known as PEER, which I'm actually presenting from right now. And that is involved in incubating young ocean tech startups that are providing products that are going to revolutionize and make more sustainable the global shipping industry and blue economy as a whole. Then we have another photo here. This was us visiting as well, a virtual visit from our partner hubs in Ghana and Cabo Verde. This was the Ocean Technology Center over at Nova Scotia Community College, which is just across the harbor from me right now, where we heard some valuable speeches from one of the professors there and got to demo some of the cool tools as well and show that to our partner hubs in West Africa. And then finally here you see 2 of my colleagues, Michelle and Samantha, with one of the chairs of .can, Doug Wallace, who is also a very big part of this whole program. And so I guess that's really all that I have about this program for now. There might be some participants in the chat, although I'm not sure who'll be able to give some context to some of their experience in the chat as well. But overall, this was an incredibly enriching program and something that I think is really promising towards building those connections across young ocean professionals in the future and being able to collaborate even across borders in a time when traveling to different countries can be quite difficult and expensive. So I really applaud this initiative and was very thankful to have been a part of it. And so that's it for me. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Carson. That was a great presentation. Yeah, I think you're pretty lucky to have been involved in that. So now I wanted to ask, does anyone have questions for Carson?
So looks like maybe not. Yeah, like I guess just to reiterate that, yeah, it really was an exciting opportunity, and I think sort of similarly to so some of the speakers that we've heard before, like it is critically important that we try and get people involved as early as possible, and especially not only within their region but also collaborating elsewhere. This was sort of a first of its kind of event and initiative, at least in Atlantic Canada and West Africa. And so we're hoping that there's more that comes of this in the future. And yeah, we're really excited to really expand this network and include more nations going forward.
All right. Well, maybe I have one question for you. I'm not sure that maybe you mentioned it, but how long was the training in total?
Yeah, sure. So training took place over 8 weeks. It was primarily occurring on the weekend. So the way that it worked was on Fridays around lunchtime for me, but later in the afternoon for our compatriots in West Africa. It was a joint learning module on business and entrepreneurship. And so both the members of the ocean technology course and the maritime safety and risk management course met together to really contextualize a lot of their ideas or innovative solutions in a way that gives them the tools to then go forward and build an organization that will be able to sustain the livelihoods of those around them and really globally. And then on Saturdays, there was in the morning, we had our ocean technology stream. And then in the afternoon, we had the maritime safety and risk management. I was lucky enough to attend both, and so I can vouch for both as saying they were incredibly enriching, and we got to speak with a lot of really valuable contributors in a very intimate setting and a way that was able to build connections and really increase awareness of the amount of work in ocean tech and the blue economy that's going on worldwide. But yeah, it primarily was 8 weeks over the weekend.
All right. Thank you, Carson. So maybe one last question. If we have no more questions, then we can move to the next presentation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess if there are no questions right now, we do have a little bit of time. And so I'm wondering if maybe we can get the chat a little bit more involved in some discussion just about what we've heard so far. One of the questions that comes to mind to me is I'm wondering if potentially there are other organizations similar to the ones that we've heard so far. I know Tristan had mentioned one that potentially could have been a partnership with Mexico Azul. But if there are anybody in the audience that has experience or knows of some initiatives that are similar to what we've discussed, and really like empower education for ocean advocacy, we'd love to discuss and get your thoughts. Sure. Manon, maybe you're, because if I remember correctly, you've grown up in France, and so maybe you know of potentially some programs as well that do similar things with bridging international connections, maybe in ocean tech or the blue economy in general.
Well, yeah, there are some programs, but from what I know, like there are not many programs supported by public institutions. I think this relate to what the presentation from Mexico Azul said, that you have like a lot of initiatives done by NGOs, etc., but they are not yet quite supported by official institutions, and maybe there would be a need to push more, to get more involvement, like about institutions.
I see in the chat, Tristan is saying this morning there was a talk on blue schools from Mallorca, Spain, and they had initiated it there and had over 100 schools involved, which is quite amazing. I'm not even sure if there are 100 schools in and around where I'm broadcasting from right now. That's actually, yeah, that's a huge number. That's really incredible. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Tristan. Okay. Yes. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, cool, Gabi. Yeah. That's also really cool. The Monterey Bay Aquarium. They work to providing resources to teachers in public schools to connect oceans with climate, plastic pollution, and other topics. It's relatively new, emerged a couple years ago. That's something that I noticed as well, is that among a lot of these initiatives, there's so many that are springing up right now, but they're still all fairly new. I know particularly in Nova Scotia, we have a lot of infrastructure and a lot of like innovation hubs and training programs that exist, but really they've only popped up within the last 5 or 10 years. And so I think I'm quite excited to see if there are more of these programs and how quickly we're able to develop and integrate them going forward, because it does seem like it's a bit of an exponential curve at the moment. Exciting to see more projects like this emerge, and it's long overdue. Absolutely agree, for sure. And it's incredibly important that over the next few years that we continue to develop that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and maybe to involve more and more actors, not only like NGOs, but also not only NGOs and schools, but also maybe companies, private companies, and public institutions also.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, regarding my question to the previous contributor, also the government should get involved, because a public policy, has a more impact sometimes regarding education in the entire country. If you make, I don't know, a public policy regarding education to every school to teach about the importance and the values of ocean, as we also see on the video, this could reach everybody, and not only NGOs. It's not only their task. I mean, we need the government to engage in this type of conversation and raise awareness of the importance of oceans.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Tamara. Yeah, it is very powerful when you're able to have sort of like a mandate at the national level where a country can say, we've committed to educating youth in ocean science, and it's now policy that we make sure that these programs are in place and they last a very long time. And I think it's really cool too that I think one of the advantages of having this at the policy level is that you have governments that they have a lot of funding that they're able to allocate towards the promotion of education. And I think in some cases it's in ways that are really like competitive with like private or like nonprofit initiatives themselves, and they possess a lot of power because they're able to invest like so much, if not more, in.
Carson, sorry to interrupt you. They are telling us now to jump to Fiona. She has some material for us, so now we give Fiona the floor to show us what she has.
Okay, we're live.
Okay.
We're live? Okay. Hello, everyone. It's Fiona again here in Barcelona. So thank you very much for staying with us. I have someone really interesting here. His name is Guillermo, and he was part of establishing the ECOP program from the scratch. So that was 5 years ago. We were just having a conversation, getting to know each other. Why don't you share with us a little bit how it went down a couple of years ago?
Sure. Well, so about 5 years ago, as you might remember, in Copenhagen, there was the first global planning meeting of the. So this is before the start of the decade, where about 200 or 250 stakeholders met for 2 days in Copenhagen about trying to figure out the details of the decade. And one of the sessions was early career professionals. No, not even early career. It was the youth, and I was invited as the sole speaker. So after finishing my intervention, together with 3 other colleagues, Alfredo Giron, Harriet Hardin-Davis, and Aaron Satterwhite, we realized the importance of reaching out to UNESCO and noting that the next generation has to be part of this decade-long process of every step of the process. Every program needs early career professionals, and with the support of Alison Clausen from UNESCO, who's a real champion for the ECOP program, slowly but surely we started getting some structure, bringing in more voices. Then the ECOP program got endorsed. The leadership, I'm not part of the leadership anymore. We passed the baton to an even better generation of ECOP. So yeah, really grateful to be here. It's amazing what the ECOP program has turned into, from nothing to this. So it's really exciting to see what the next generation of ECOP leadership is doing. And so that's the journey.
Yes. Do you have any, I mean, looking at the very beginning of everything with the ECOP program, do you have any ideal scenario? Because, I mean, we're now at 2024 and it's still going, well, the UN Ocean Decade is still going until 2030. Like, what's your dream about the ECOPs, how they could be involved in the decade, or like if you have any ideal scenario in mind?
Yeah, well, if there's any ECOPs listening here, I would say if you're listening, you're part of the front line. The help is not coming. You're the help. We are in the hundreds now, but we need to be in the tens of thousands. So if you think early career professionals need to be involved in your country and there's not an ECOP node, maybe you're going to be the first leader of that ECOP node. I'm just letting you know. And there's no money. So we're going to have to find that money and build that structure and build those objectives. So my hope is that every ECOP considers themselves not a follower of the ECOP program, but a leader within the ECOP program, because there are about 30 to 40 chapters or nodes. We need almost 200, 193 nodes. So if you're listening, don't wait for things to happen, make them happen. Find the funds, find the support, find the ideas, find your colleagues, and join the front lines, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, now to break it down to next steps, where could they start? Who do they reach out for starting a node in their country, for example? Like, who could they talk to?
So that's a good question. I would say there's an ECOP website where you can find all the existing either geographic nodes from continental to country. Find, first of all, if there's a node in your country. That's a good starting point. If there is, reach out and then get involved in that way. If there isn't, get involved with ECOP Global, the leadership in ECOP. It's run globally by Evgenia. Ask about what is the process to establish a chapter. Is there any support? And if there isn't, you can still establish it. Create that space to then form the plan and find the resources. Don't wait for the money. Don't wait for the money to get started, because ECOP started the first 2 to 3 years with $0, €0. And if we had given up, there would be no ECOP program. So I encourage you, if there isn't a chapter, to start it, to learn from other chapters, from other nodes, because there's many years of lessons learned. Let's not replicate mistakes, and ask questions and get involved. And the website is a great starting point.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you so much. I think that was absolutely perfect. Maybe just to wrap it up, what are you involved in today? Like, what is the main topics and projects that you're working on?
Yeah, so I left academia about 2 years ago. I've been an academic all my life. Now I'm a research consultant, traveling to film documentaries around the world, also stories about ECOPs around the world, and work on research around the high seas and fisheries. So I'm a bit independent. I left the comfort of academia to try this experiment, and it'll work out. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an experiment.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great. Thank you so much, Guillermo, for joining us. I think that's all from our side, and I'm absolutely happy to send it back to our hosts.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for this. We
And
appreciate you
we
taking the
are
time
out.
to.
Yes. Thank you.
That is so cool.
It works super well. Like, we're still,
It's still cool.
it's still really cool.
Yeah.
No, it's very.
Yeah.
Oh, they have some questions.
I'm-
Okay, let me just quickly connect. Can I give this to you for one? Maybe I can use my phone loud. Okay. But yes, in the meantime. Yeah, she's gonna tell. You can start giving us some questions, and we're gonna hand them over. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like there are questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
in the meantime here.
Thank you so much for this. This was a very comprehensive interview. We thank Guillermo very much for being able to just sacrifice
Any
a few minutes
questions?
of
They're
his
thanking
time.
us. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I guess I wanted to like follow up a little bit on that question of getting involved from a young age in the ECOP nodes. And so I think you touched a little bit on the funding aspect, but what sort of challenges and barriers are there that that I guess young ECOP should be aware to overcome when joining?
That a young ECOP should be aware to have when he starts?
Barriers.
Challenges and barriers.
Wow, that's so context specific. It varies a lot. The challenges where you're from and what area of the ocean you're dealing with. I think feeling like you don't have a voice in the space that you're working, whether it's restoration or fisheries, feeling that perhaps that powerlessness, that you're doing all this work, all this research, all this effort, and it's not landing right into decision making. And I think that's very normal. That's a frustration that we have to learn how to live with and find. I think the Ocean Decade is a great space for us to connect with decision makers, hence the importance of the ECO program, because we're not only talking to peers in our generation, we're talking with political leaders, industry leaders. So a lot of us are interested in knowledge or science to action, right? We want that action part. So learning how to go from a university or a technical program to that action is tricky. So finding that science to decision making interface, that the decade is one of many examples, so that you feel a bit more realized and energy. Because doing research for the sake of research, sometimes it's like, all right, so where's the action? So yeah, the decade is a great space to find that landing spot for your research. So don't burn out. Look for what you want to do. What are the ultimate stakeholders you want to engage with, and find those channels of communication. Because otherwise, perhaps at least in my experience, being in academia and just publishing papers that get cited a few times, it's like, all right, so what am I doing with my life? Exactly. So what's your plan, and find a way to get your knowledge and your viewpoint across to decision makers.
Yes. Thank you. I can hear you also on my phone now, so if there's any more questions, I should be able to hear them directly.
Okay. I had just one quick follow-up, and I guess, sorry, there's a little bit of feedback. I'm wondering, what role do young ocean professionals and events such as V.ECOP Days play in motivating more people to start ECOP nodes around the world?
Well, again, like I said at the very start, if you're listening, you're amongst the privileged few who are in on this decade, and we're already halfway into the decade. So I think I'm sorry to say, but if you're listening, you have a responsibility to make sure that a node exists in your continent, let alone your country ideally, and that there is because a node essentially is a mechanism to bring all these other hundreds or thousands of ECOPs or don't even know the decade is a thing, make them part of it. So it is a bit of a double-edged, it's an opportunity, but also a responsibility. So it's a little bit daunting, but I will say it was even more daunting 5 years ago, where €0 and a huge mandate. A lot of folks wanted to become engaged, and they're not there wasn't a mechanism. So I would say things are better now. Reach out to existing nodes, reach out to Evgenia, reach out to the existing ECOP network, and try to avoid mistakes from the past about creating an ECOP community. There's a lot of lessons learned. I don't think we speak about them enough. And trial and error. Anything you do is positive. So don't wait for the money, and don't wait to have everything figured out before you start trying things.
Yeah. Very powerful. I think there's always like the little bit of passion as well that is necessary, because people are like, well, but I am not getting paid for this extra work. Well, it should be like your passion, you know. We're all here and we're all investing our time, and so I think that's a very important point as well. Is there anything else from your side? Any other? Yes.
I think we're good from our end. Yeah, we thank you guys so much for this interview. We really appreciate your time, and we got a lot of really valuable insights out of this.
Yes, I want to just give the thank you back to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I think this was really great and spontaneous. So Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the session. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Wow, okay. Not sure Tamara, Manon, you guys had any thoughts about that. I found that a very interesting and spontaneous interview.
It was great, no, because for me, this point he may regard research just for the sake of research. It's like it doesn't conduct to anything. So I think it's nice for all of the young to hear about the importance of taking action, of sorry, Tamara, now you have to go for ECOP Argentina. Absolutely. We have, after this session, another contributor from Argentina, but I think we have the task on our shoulders to spread the world, to make it bigger, since we also have such a huge connection with the ocean. You are absolutely right, Tristan. I have to take care of that immediately.
Yeah, I can only agree. Like, if you do research, but you do not connect it to society, to the people who live close to oceans and to the sea, well, then you kind of stay in your ivory tower, and you lose connection with the society.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I also think that these kind of events also have to become more like more disciplines to be involved. Like, for example, in my case, law, to also get involved in this and hear what science have to say about oceans and all the tools we have to prevent the destruction of them and to restore them. So I think now I'll give you the floor, Carson, so for our next activity.
Yeah, it looks like we actually have a contribution from one of our mojos, Veronica, that we're actually going to go to right now, if we're able to. We'll just give them a moment to get set up here. Yeah, and so I got some confirmation from the organizer that they're just getting it set up now. So it'll just be another minute.
Yes.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. No. Okay. Hi, everyone. Dear ECOPs. We just had the visit of the Prince Albert II of Monaco here. He was closing the MPA forum. It was a short keynote speech, but we had the pleasure to talk with him for a couple of minutes, and he was taking a look into the exhibition of the Letters to the Sea from children and youth from all over the world. I was taking them apart, the letters, because it's the end of the MPA forum. But here, for example, you can see one of the letters from Syria. This is a world full of secrets, magic, and beauty. Its waves take me to the worlds of imagination and mystery. And the idea with this exhibition is not only to put or paste beautiful messages, but also bring closer to us, to all these high level talks or meeting the voices of children and youth that are usually underrepresented in these spheres. Everyone can also answer to the children if they take a picture to the QR, which actually the prince did. I hope you can see later in a video. And this is an initiative run by a project that is a UN Ocean Decade project, completely run by V.ECOPs. The name of the project is SOS, Somos Océanos, or in English, We Are Oceans. And you can see how it looks, the logo here. And you can just look for it in the internet as www.sos.blue. And just an example of what V.ECOPs can also do and what can we achieve, right? So I pass it back to the host, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, that's really
You're
interesting and
welcome.
a very valuable discussion from the Prince of Monaco.
So nice to see the children involved in these V.ECOP days. So
Okay, I think we're done for the session, right, Carson?
Yep, so I'll actually turn the floor over to you now to introduce our next speaker, Elena.
Okay, thank you. So following this session related to education, we will move to a new session which targets ocean research into action. So we will listen to several presentations about how increasing the knowledge of our oceans for all of us can make a difference. So to find solutions, for example, regarding climate change and marine pollution. So feel free to ask questions to our speakers and also in the chat. So now we'll start with our first speaker, who is Elena Martinez. So she's the research and development lead of SOS Carbon, which is a climate tech company focused on transforming climate crisis into value chains. So she has a bachelor degree in oceanography, 2 masters in blue biotechnology, and she's currently pursuing a PhD. So she has spearheaded various research and development projects in the fields of blue economy, blue biotechnology, and climate change. So I will hand it to you, Elena, if you can share your screen, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I will present now. Okay. Can you see my screen?
yes, we can. It's not in a presentation mode, but we can see your screen.
Okay.
Yes, if you can put the presentation mode, that would be great.
Okay. Now can you let me switch?
We do not see your full screen.
Now?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Well, so the Caribbean stands as one of the most biodiverse regions in the world, holding immense potential and being crucial for most of the climate actions that are required to solve the climate crisis we are currently living. When we hear the word the Caribbean, probably the first thing that comes to our minds is the image of pristine beaches, of coastal clear waters. And myself, I have the possibility to witness this privilege in Santo Domingo, in the Dominican Republic, where I'm currently living and work. This image is from the Malecón in Santo Domingo, but as we can see, the same place, the same area, in different times of the years couldn't be more different. And the reason, the Sargassum seaweed crisis. Crisis is that is ravaging the Caribbean, that is creating anoxic zones, polluting the environment, covering all the coastal areas, and many times making water unrecognizable due to the extremely coverage that is creating. But what is Sargassum? Sargassum is a type of brown seaweed that appears in what's called the Sargasso Sea. The Sargasso Sea is the one that we can see in this image. And inside this sea, well, it has a peculiarity, and is that the only sea in the world that doesn't have coastline. It's surrounded by 4 ocean currents that allow it to be there in the middle of the ocean, but being its own ecosystem. Inside this sea grow 2 main species of Sargassum, Sargassum fluitans and Sargassum natans, with natans showcasing 2 different morphotypes. The Sargasso Sea has been existent for years, but why having existed for years has become now a huge problem? Mainly due to reasons related to climate change, changing currents, increase of ocean surface temperatures, increase of atmospheric CO2, or nutrient runoff from the land, have created in the Atlantic Ocean the perfect environment for Sargassum to massively proliferate. And now the main problem is that the Sargasso that is arriving to the Caribbean is not longer mainly coming from the Sargasso Sea. Now it's coming from the new area of formation of invasive Sargassum that, as we can see in the picture again, is around the equator. And this area is called nowadays the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. To give an idea of how huge this new proliferation area is, it is estimated that has around 8,000 kilometers, and inside it is growing 10 to 20 million metric tons of Sargassum. Here is an image of Sargassum monitoring, a web page where it reports the Sargassum massively accumulations. And as we can see, the whole Caribbean is completely covered by Sargassum, but North and South America are starting to be affected. Every day, every year, the Sargassum crisis increase, the massively arrivals increase, the problem increase, and specifically it's affecting everyone and everything. For the tourism, the main source of living of the Caribbean, it's a huge problem. 55%, more than half of the region hotels have been reported being affected by these seaweed invasions, and it has been estimated tourist losses between 7 to 35%. In a region that where some islands depend till 60 to 70 GDP on tourism, this is extremely severe. But it's not only tourism losses and economic tourism losses the problem, but also improper management and harvesting of this seaweed is creating also huge monetary losses, and specifically the necessity of invest money in restoration due to bad harvesting techniques. Moving, it's also a huge environmental and social problem. Social, specifically for the public health, massive accumulation of Sargassum has been related with, for example, the increase of preeclampsia risks in pregnant women with the proliferation of a bacteria called Vibrio vulnificus, that is a flesh-eating bacteria, and also with respiratory disease. But why? Well, Sargassum per se is not a problem. It's a seaweed and it's natural and it's not toxic. But when it starts massively accumulating on the coast, it starts decomposing and rotting. And when it decomposes and rots, it releases toxic gases such as CO2, methane, or hydrogen sulfide. And those gases in contact with the environment, and if we breathe them, can create severe problems. And for the environment, for example, also these massive accumulations create anoxic zones, so zones without oxygen, therefore related to species death, and also affecting other really important ecosystems in the environment, such as coral reefs or seagrasses. So with the idea of mitigating, but also transforming this crisis into an opportunity, into value chains, SOS Carbon arise. SOS Carbon is a company, an organization that was born in the MIT, and with the main idea of first solve the problem, and therefore creating a sustainable harvesting system that we call Littoral Collection Module, LCM. That is the system that's showcasing in this image. The system is a hardware that transforms artisanal vessels that are all around the Caribbean, into high-capacity sargassum harvesters at sea. It's really important to harvest at sea because when it reaches land, it's not longer being able to use for valorization, and also when it reaches land, it's probably already rotting and decomposing. This system is cost-effective. As I say, it harvests at sea, so it's not a problem for erosion or posteriori valorization, and also it's a responsible extraction. When maybe we hear the word traditional, artisanal, we tend to associate it with less capacity, but no. For example, just one system, one LCM, the one that we saw in this picture, can harvest till 60 tons of sargassum per day. And one of the most important things I believe about this project is that the people that are employed, the people that do the harvesting of the sargassum, are local fishermen for the coastal communities, extremely vulnerable communities that are the mainly ones affected by the crisis, the sargassum crisis, but also communities that are already vulnerable because they don't have usually formal or stable livelihoods. And up to date, we have been able to train over 80 fishermen in this sargassum harvesting and recollection, and also in the correct management of the seaweed. So what we want and what we aim and what we are doing is try to transform a climate crisis into a value change, into opportunities for the environment, for the society, and for the economic and sustainable economic growth of the Caribbean. These value chains start with the harvesting and the sanitation of these environmental costs. And we are a Dominican Republic company. Our headquarters are in the Dominican Republic, but currently our systems are also deployed in Antigua and Barbuda, in Puerto Rico and Mexico. And many more countries of the Caribbean could be benefiting for this, because as we previously see, many countries of the Caribbean sadly are extremely affected by the sargassum crisis. The value chain continues with the management, and it's important specifically, as I mentioned, a sustainable management. Currently, we are the only ones that have an environmental permit granted by the Ministry of the Environment to have the license to harvest sargassum and to manage this sargassum. And then we go to the part I really like the most. This is the research and development. Seaweed, in general, every type of seaweed, any type of algae is a huge value resource. Many companies, many countries develop technologies to develop aquaculture of algae, because the seaweed market is extremely huge. And specifically nowadays that the eco-conscious of the people is increasing, natural sources and specifically sustainable sources are even more demanded. And sargassum, as any seaweed, has the possibility, and if it's transformed, to become from a waste to a value-add product, to a raw material where we can extract sustainable products. The first product that we have developed is a biostimulant. This is a product for agriculture. We have mainly focused in develop agricultural products because, as probably most of you may know, agriculture is one of the most pollutant activities that humanity develops, and specifically the use of synthetic fertilizers are a huge problem for the environment. Every year, over 40 million tons of synthetic fertilizers are dumped into the oceans and are one of the main sources of pollution for the ocean. But also at the same time, the geopolitical situation currently in the world has created a huge increase in the fertilizers prices, making it a severe problem for agricultors and farmers. And also, due to climate change, again, crops are suffering a lot. And biostimulants, specifically biostimulants derived from seaweed, has showcased the possibility of increased resilience on the crops. And besides our own research and development, we also work with other companies, other institutions, and we commercialize, we export this sargassum. Till date, we have exported sargassum to over 9 countries that has also their own companies or research institutes or universities that are using sargassum in different applications, such as bioplastic, cosmetics. We are also moving into the nutraceuticals and animal feed sources. And as the last part of this value chain, we find the possibility of creating carbon credits, a new source of income that, again, for the Caribbean could be very beneficial. Why can be carbon credits created from the sargassum harvesting? Well, as I previously mentioned, when sargassum starts to decompose and root, it releases CO2. It is estimated that per 2 to 6 tons of sargassum that decompose, 1 ton of CO2 is released to the atmosphere. Therefore, if we manage to harvest these 2 to 6 tons of sargassum and transform it and make this sargassum a long-term CO2 storage sink, we will be able to obtain 1 carbon credit. Of course, we are not doing this alone, and for us it's really important the part of create a change maker ecosystems. To give some examples of the other companies we are working for example, Origin by Ocean is a Finnish company that has used the sargassum to extract many compounds from the cosmetic industry, and now it's associated with other company, a textile one that's called Marimeco, that develops fabrics using a compound derived from the sargassum. We also work with Kelpie, an Australian company that is using the sargassum to create bioplastics, or with universities at the Catholic University of Valencia in Spain, where we have established an industrial PhD relation where we are trying to merge and create this bridge between the scientific academia sector and the industrial private sector. So it must be really clear that the Caribbean, of course, and all the oceans are crucial for the environment, are crucial from the development, and blue bioeconomy and blue biotechnology are crucial also to achieve the sustainability and the success we need. So thank you so much for your attention. If you have any question, if you have any inquiries, you can ask me now, but I also let here our social media or mails and our contact information in case you have further questions or if you are interested in knowing anything else or a little bit more about this project. And now I'll let you have any question or something I can clarify. It will be a pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much, Elena, for this very clear and fascinating presentation. So yeah, I knew that sargassum were pretty bad with the production of toxic gases, but yeah, I didn't know how it could have such a bad impact on tourism and economy. So, and your solutions are very interesting. So now I will ask if people have questions. So you can tell them or write them in the chat.
I actually did have a question as well about this presentation, and I want to thank you, Elena, for coming here and discussing this with us. This is really valuable work and work that's just critically important. The question is about sort of the circular economy that you guys are involved in with sort of the byproducts of the sargassum. And I'm sort of wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on how you got started in working towards this circular economy and what that process was like.
Yeah, so, while I was doing, for example, my master's in blue biotech, I performed some research about valorization of sturgeon skin for cosmetic applications. So here I discovered a little bit how waste many times is not really waste. And if we apply some principles such as the blue biotechnology and blue economy ones, waste can be transformed into a raw material from which obtain this resource. So here in the Caribbean, first, what, as I say, the main necessity was to harvest the sargassum. And in the Caribbean, sargassum was only seen as a waste, not as a possibility of a valuable resource. But when we started harvesting in huge quantities, many external companies, specifically from Europe and from the United States, starting to wanting to buy it. So here they were like, okay, if we are having the problem here, we are one that are most affected by it, what we are giving the only positive thing to others, and we don't try to create this here. So the project started the valorization part 1.5 years ago. First, what we did was to choose in which sector we wanted first to valorize and transform the sargassum, because as we have seen, it's a really broader spectrum, and we choose agriculture because what I previously said, here at least in the Caribbean, for example, the synthetic fertilizer crisis is huge, both economically and environmental. What we did, as we was a small company and we don't had our own laboratory, was create an association with the custom lab of the country. They create some type of agreement with us, so they are now letting use their facilities and their devices. And we started our project and with a clear idea. We don't want to create a new problem trying to solve another one. That's really important, because sometimes valorizing and transforming is not easy, because if you want to scale up something, you must be really sure that it's not pollutant, that it's eco-friendly, and of course that is economically viable. So we start developing this process. In the laboratory, we perform different extractions methods till we optimize our final product and till we formulate it. It's a completely organic product. That was other important point, because here in the Dominican Republic and in many Caribbean areas, many crops are organic certified, so they only can use organic products. And therefore, once our product was tested on the lab and we performed the analysis to ensure that it has not any pollutant or, for example, heavy metal that will be dangerous for the environment, and that we prove that it has the polyphenols, polysaccharides, and proteins that are the molecules that are going to have this elicitor and biostimulant activity, we start to contact with local farmers and ask them if they are interested in do field trials with our products. We also have our own field trials, but of course are in smaller areas. But now currently we have here a field test with banana companies, with tomatoes. We are starting with rice, and we are trying also to do field trials on other countries. And we have had really good results now, and specifically about the mortality of the crops, that here specifically in the periods that we lack water or the radiation increase, the crop suffers a lot and the mortality increases. So that was more or less the process. And now once we can prove in the field trials that the efficiency and efficacy of the product is tested and confirmed, we are also starting with the part of the packaging, because of course we want it to be sustainable packaging. We are also doing studies what we to do with the remnants. And well, one of the most important things when you are doing a project is have a clearly idea, and from the beginning have everything covered and closed. Because being sustainable, it's really difficult, and being unsustainable is really easy, but specifically when you are creating something new, because there are a lot of different points in this change from the beginning till the commercialization of the product. So now we are also studying the type of packaging we want to use, maybe even talking about creating some type of refill service, and trying to innovate in all the possible areas.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Elena? Okay. Well, I
If I may ask,
have.
sorry.
Okay, go for it, Tamara. I'll ask after.
Sorry, I just want, it's a comment / question. So I'm not from the field of science, but I can tell you that I admire, also I want to congratulate, because small islands are taking the lead in tackling climate change. I think this is not only your proposal and the work you made along with your organization are a clear example, but also at the international arena, I see islands leading this movement. So that's on one side, and on the other hand, you mentioned this about that sustainability. It's not as easy as going to unsustainable and sustainability. If you how would you inspire industries from your own experience to go from a sustainable path instead of unsustainable? I don't know if
Yeah. So what I think is the most important part is that many times it's related that being sustainable is more expensive or reduces the revenue you are going to have. And that's not true. Sustainability and economic profitability are not ones against each other. And many times it's even the opposite. Sustainability will help you specifically to have a sustainable economic growth. That is really important. So what I first think is, what they say, science-based decisions. Many times we scientifics tends to stick in the academic scientific field, and it's really important to us also to merge in the industrial pathway, because it's the only way to ensure that these compounds, that the products that are being created, that are going to be used, are safe for both humans and the environment. It's really sad nowadays that we are seeing that many products are being replaced in the market because they have been proved 5-10 years later that they are cancerogen, or that they are toxic for the environment, or that they have many problems that would have been able to be solved previously if the research behind that product was higher. So this is why I also find really important to merge this academic scientific field with the private industry one, and why I think relationship between universities and research centers with the private and academia are so important. Also the other parts, and as always, legislation. Many times also companies find a problem that they don't have legal support, or for example, in our case, nowadays, if we want, we will be able to be harvesting sargassum without any legal permit. We were the ones that decided to go to the Ministry of the Environment to try to make it in the legal way and to formalize this process. But the sargassum is not yet in the legal recognition of the countries. It's nothing. And if it's nothing, it's really complicated when you are creating the product, where it goes. It's organic, it's a waste, you are valorizing, you are transforming it, it's a raw material. So of course the legal part is crucial, and again, for this legal part I find really important to be scientific on it, because again, many times laws are a little bit chaotic and detrimental to the companies or to the society because they are not scientific based, or there is not a person with the proper knowledge. And specifically when we are talking about the marine world, that we know it's so different from the land world. And this is why there are degrees such as oceanography and specialties such as blue economy or blue biotechnology, because they are really required. So that's the other part I will believe is crucial, is to give the place and the space to the people that are specialized in those fields and that have the knowledge. And of course, merge everything, because alone biotechnology, alone bioeconomy, or alone diplomacy don't work. They must work and collaborate together.
That was great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm a lawyer, and I agree with you that sometimes lawyers are doing things without consulting the people who actually knows about the stuff. And we also learn in law school that law is always behind the reality, that we always have delay in legislation and everything. So it's very good that you also, as a scientist, raise this point to us as a law community to pay attention that blue economy is there and we have to pay attention, and it's time for us to also catch up in that regard. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Sorry, man, I'll give you.
What you say, one of the main problems is that in most of our degrees, in every field, they teach us more individuality than community. And they don't teach us that we have the possibility, for example, scientifics and like oceanographers and lawyers to work together to create a better environment or better possibilities. Because most of the time they even say that scientific language will not understand law language and vice versa. So yeah, definitely I find really interesting these opportunities to talk, to express all the possibilities. And I want to truly thank your invitation and to letting me the space to talk about this.
Okay, thank you. We have one question in the chat.
Yeah.
So thank you for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. I noticed in your map that there is a significant concentration of sargassum in the Gulf of Guinea, off the coast of Nigeria. So what lessons from your experience do you think can be transferred to an ECOP who wants to replicate this in Africa?
Yeah, so that's something I not added yet to the presentation, but Africa is the next continent that's going to be affected by sargassum, because as we saw, the new Atlantic sargassum Great Belt, it's also covering part of Africa. Now the currents are pushing the sargassum most to the Caribbean, but definitely African African coast is going to start being affected. What to do? Well, this is complicated and this is difficult because not even in the Caribbean we have become to an agreement of what to do. And there are different opinions, there are different ideas. What I say, the first part should start with education and covering what's the problem. What first had started happening here is that when the problems appear, everyone started to trying to solve it without understanding the problem, without even understanding where it comes from. For example, at the beginning, everyone was saying that the sargassum was coming from the Sargasso Sea, then they discovered this new area. So first, the most important thing is like try to associate with Caribbean entities and organizations that has already this knowledge, and that can let you know more information about sargassum, how it's reproduced, the season of the years that you are going to expect having it cover the coast. And then there are already many scientific information and what they have called like white papers performed by FAO and the UNESCO. I think it does another grant, the European Union. In the Blue Bioeconomy report of 2023 has also a section that it's only about sargassum and the sargassum invasion in the Caribbean. So those documents, I find them really nice to start reading about the problem and understanding it. And later, for example, if you want to contact us directly to me, I will be happy to answer any specific questions. And also, as you were able to see, we not only work in the Dominican Republic, we work also in Antigua and Mexico and Puerto Rico. And in these countries, we work through a licensing system. So we go there, we let them rent our system, we train the fishermen, and then we offer consultation, activities every month to ensure. But our idea is try to create the highest and most positive impact around the areas that may be affected by sargassum.
Okay, very great. Thank you so much for your presentation and for all these insights that you gave us. So now we will move to the next speaker with Celeste Lopez Abate. So Celeste will discuss about INI-CO2. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. So decarbonization pathways in Argentina. So recent measurements revealed that Bahia Blanca is the coastal city with the highest per capita CO2 emissions nationwide, largely due to its intense industrial activity. So Celeste will explore the INI-CO2 projects with the aim to assess the estuary's natural decarbonization potential and its impact on offsetting the city's greenhouse gas emissions. So Celeste, you can share your screen and you can start.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Manon, for the presentation. I will start sharing. So, can you see my screen now? Yes, right?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so, okay, my Argentine Oceanographic Institute in Argentina. And today I wanted to talk about our recently launched project, which is focused on negative carbon emissions and seeks to identify the natural decarbonization pathways in a highly emitting coastal city from Argentina. So the name of this city is Bahía Blanca and is located here in this green point in the center of Argentina. As you can see, it is not a quite big city compared to the other urban settlements from the country, but it has the particularity of having a relatively high industrial and port center, which is one of the most important from the country, also from South America. And there has been some recent measurement of carbon dioxide emission in the country, and this observation have revealed that although the main carbon dioxide emissions are concentrated in the main capital, which is Buenos Aires, Bahía Blanca has been identified as the city with the highest CO2 emission per capita, and this is due to the presence of this highly emitting industrial center. So under this scenario, we wonder whether the next-by environment, the coastal environment, which is the Bahía Blanca estuary, might offer a solution in terms of the carbon compensation of this highly emitting city. So at first, we did not know much about the carbon dioxide fluxes in the area. We did know that the Southwestern Atlantic Ocean was a global hotspot of carbon capture, and in particular, the Patagonian Shelf Sea captures nearly 50% of the Argentine annual emissions, and also that the area is roughly 30% above the mean global mean of carbon dioxide capture. But what happens in the Shelf Sea and in the open ocean might be quite different from what is happening in coastal environments, and in particular in estuaries. So we start looking at different carbon pathways that are taking place in this environment, and we found that an important carbon emission pathway is associated with the loss of salt marshes. Actually, there has been a study that measures the surface of covered salt marshes that has been lost due to lateral erosion. And this study revealed that in the past 3 to 4 decades, a conspicuous area of covered salt marshes have been converted to mudflats, and these mudflats are rapidly losing sediments to the water column. And with these sediments, a lot of carbon is being lost, possibly released to the atmosphere. On the other hand, other researchers have identified a carbon sinking pathway, which is associated with the presence of the burrowing crab. And this crab has been estimated to produce nearly 35 million of burrows in the food plains of the estuary. And once the crab abandons the burrow, this hole generates a tidal depression, which the researchers found that can trap a significant amount of carbon, and in this way sequester a significant amount of carbon dioxide within the estuary sediments. So knowing all these facts, we come up with a plan that consists mainly of 2 action packages. The first action package is focused on determining whether the estuary is behaving as a net source or as a sink of carbon dioxide. So for this, we started an on-site monitoring of the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in different fixed points within the estuary. And along this monitoring, we are measuring also other parameters of the carbonate system and variables related to the microbial plankton community, because we also want to know which are the pathways that the carbon dioxide is following after it is assimilated by the phytoplankton in the surface layer. And the second action package is intended to interpolate the carbon dioxide fluxes, both in time and in space. And for this, we are developing different algorithms to implement PCO2 satellite products in this system, which is optically very complex. So when we obtain this satellite product, we will validate them for the estuary using the on-site data that we recover in the first set of actions. So this is the timeline of our project, and as I was telling before, it has these 4 stages. The first stage is focused on testing the PCO2 sensor and in obtaining and analyzing data from the estuary. The second stage is focused on developing these satellite algorithms and to validate this product for the Bahía Blanca estuary using this on-site data. The third stage is to map the carbon dioxide fluxes within the estuary and to diagnose whether this natural environment might offer a decarbonization pathway that might compensate the emissions of the city. And finally, we would aim to produce some recommendations for our local community, in particular to local stakeholders that are interested in reducing the footprints of these highly emitting productive activities. And ultimately, we wish to validate our satellite product to other coastal environments that are associated with productive activities and other communities that wishes to make their productive systems more sustainable. So this project would not be possible without the interaction with other actors. In the first place, we have an interaction with the Bahía Blanca Port Management Consortium, which provides the financial and logistical support to gather on-site data and also to analyze this data. And we also interact with different experts in the framework of 2 international projects. The first is an ECOS program within France and Argentina, and has the aim to create and calibrate this algorithm to obtain and implement the satellite PCO2 products. And the other project is the Ocean Negative Carbon Emission Multinational Project, which is an UN-endorsed program, and it seeks to develop the bioengineering tools that might enhance the negative carbon emission in marine, coastal, and open ocean environments. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer and to hear any comment that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Celeste, for this very interesting and insightful presentation. So now I will ask for questions from the audience. Any thoughts or comments?
Well, Celeste, I'm from Argentina too, and I'm so glad to hear all these projects here at home. I'm a lawyer, so I'm a little catching up with all the scientific developments that are occurring in our country. So thank you very much for this presentation. It was great to know about this. How are we tackling dioxide in our region?
Thank you, Tamara.
Quick question. This is just coming from me, who works a little bit in data science, and I was wondering specifically with regards to some of like the remote data sets that you're pulling in. So like satellite information, for example. What was that process like integrating that into your work?
Well, we will always very interested in these data sources because they open access and they are they are for free, and also we can access to a wider spatiotemporal coverage of data. So we established some interactions with experts, because we are not experts on algorithm development, but within our project we have an Argentinian expert that is working on developing these algorithms to try to validate these products. But in our particular case, the main challenge was to use this product in the estuary, because it's quite easy to implement satellite products in open ocean, but in these really complex systems, such as the estuaries that are influenced by very different sources of uncertainty and variability factors, it is quite challenging. But until now, we have already validated the chlorophyll A product for the estuary, and we are also obtaining some promising results for the PCO2 satellite product. So yeah, it's very challenging, but nothing that a strong networking cannot solve.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much for your answer. Any more questions? From the chat, maybe? Okay, we have a comment in the chat. So Gabby says, wonderful presentation. When translating findings like this for general audiences, what would you say is the biggest takeaway, call to action, that you'd like the public to understand?
Maybe the main message is that we as scientists might interact with other actors outside academia, because for us this is our first experience with outside academia with this the Port Management Consortium, and we were surprised by their willingness to improve the sustainability of their productive activities. So I think it was very enriching for us and for them, and also we learn a lot from their experience and from the port activities, and how port activities might actually provide environmental solutions. For example, they are implementing some tools to reduce this lateral erosion that is taking place in the estuary. So there is a double gain for the port operation, and also for the capture of carbon and the reduction of the habitat loss. So I think we should make a more straightforward link between academia and the productive actors of our local communities.
Thank you. Thank you for this final message. I think we are a bit behind schedule, so we'll move to the next speaker, who is Lisa Chen. So Lisa Chen will talk about oceanic impact. So she has worked as a marine biologist, dive master, and educator around the world, and she's passionate about ocean conservation and education. So she has many years of international and intercultural experience in marine biology, conservation, fisheries, aquaculture, and education. So this has inspired her to start Oceanic Impact, which is a marine conservation social enterprise focused on tackling ocean issues through education and technology development. So Lisa has a Bachelor of Science in Biology and a neuroscience from McGill University, and she has a Master of Marine Management degree from Dalhousie University. So her master thesis focused on creating an ocean literacy framework to guide future ocean education initiatives and to create an ocean literate community. So this framework also forms the foundations of Oceanic Impact that we'll now hear about. So Lisa, you have the hand, and you can share your screen.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Can you see my slides?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you everyone for inviting me to this talk. I do apologize, I'm slightly sick, so if I sound a little off, apologies in advance. I know this section is on ocean research in action, but actually we are going to take a step back and going back into a bit of ocean education. So when looking at ocean literacy, the first thing I wanted to talk about is actually my connection to the ocean. So for me, I concurrently work in academia, not-for-profit sector, government, and industry. So I'm why in this intersection. So in academia, I did ocean literacy research. Additionally, I have worked as a marine biologist in Vietnam, in Thailand, as well as in Florida in the USA. So coming very much from an academic research side of things. And then additionally, on my spare time, I volunteer as an educator with many environmental not-for-profits here in Canada. So I got exposure to the not-for-profit space. And then currently, I'm actually working as a physical science analyst at Fisheries and Oceans Canada, which is the federal government here that is responsible for national policy making on marine stressors. So that includes underwater noise, marine contaminants, marine debris, and other things. And then on the industry side of things, I'm the founder of Oceanic Impact. So as Manon mentioned, our main focus is on education and technology development to empower people to act. So let's take a quick look at my ocean literacy thesis. So during my master's thesis, I actually conducted a literature review on different aspects of ocean literacy. So I'm not going to go through this. This is just 2 of the 5 6 diagrams that I built in my thesis. But in summary, I broke it down into 3 different layers of ocean literacy. So inside, internally, the deepest layer we have is our disposition. So it's intangible, is how we feel about the ocean. So that can be our awareness about different ocean problems, our sense of hope, our sense of agency to act towards conservation, as well as our perspective on whether our action or the future will look like. Then the next layer we have is something I call something that is explicit. So it's knowledge and skills that we can actually use to act on an ocean issue, whether it's in research, in conservation, in education, in science communication. Those are knowledge and skills that are tangible, that is explicit, that is transferable, that we can teach to someone else. And then outside, we have our community. So our community can form barriers and enablers to ocean action. So for example, if you think about whether you are in, we were talking about starting V.ECOP hubs. When you have a hub, when you're surrounded with your peers, you're more motivated to act. So that forms a form of enabler for you to continue taking a certain ocean action. Conversely, barriers can be things like, I don't have accessible to sustainable seafood. So perhaps that's why I'm not purchasing sustainable seafood. Or that I want to live a more sustainable life, but I live too far from my grocery stores or my commute to work, so I'm unable to bike or walk to work. So those all form a form of barrier against individuals that is taking conservation actions. And then doing this research, I realized that conservation cannot be all environmental focus. So as a biologist, I used to be going like, we need to protect all the beautiful whales and dolphins and everything, but it's very one-sided. For individuals or to convince individual and society to act, we really need to strike the balance between environmental protection, economic viability, socio-cultural consideration, and politics. And by economic viability, I mean that if individuals cannot afford to put things on the plate, food on the plate for their family, conservation is not going to be their top priority to take action. And then in terms of socio-cultural consideration, we can think about subsistence fishing or other forms of practice that has been going on for centuries or thousands of years. Those things you cannot change as is very much part of their society and their culture. And additionally, on the social side of things, we need to think about the forms of barriers or economic liabilities that is impairing them to act. So for example, I work a lot in Southeast Asia. So for individuals that care about marine debris issue, but if they don't have a waste management facility, does it make sense to implement, say, a recycling system or conduct research or education in that topic? And then finally, on the political side, we need to look at different types of political interests from local municipalities to provinces to national policies to international policies that we are currently at with the UN conference at what is the interest level at different levels of government. Are there competing priorities? For example, was COVID a consideration? Was it housing? Was it employment opportunity? Is there a way to balance protection with all these competing interests to motivate politicians to implement policies to help in conservation? So why working in this space and striking the balance between different factors, I came across a term called systems thinking. So it's essentially a holistic approach to understand a complex problem as a whole instead of individual parts. So in terms of oceanic impact or any conservation issue, this has been the foundation of how I approach the problem, considering it from the environmental, socio-economic, and political perspective. So I found that oceanic impact. So we have two main pillars. So on our education pillar, we have a flagship program called Let's Stop Butts. That's a focus on cigarette butts reduction and elimination. Additionally, we also host events and we leverage social media as our education tool to one, distill ocean education knowledge and also giving people the knowledge and skills to act. Additionally, we have a mentorship program. So we encourage youth to come and meet us if they are planning a conservation project. So we use the system thinking approach to help them plan out their community-based project, from funding to what kind of stakeholders to reach out to, and so on and so forth, to help scale their impact and make their projects come true. And then additionally, we also develop tools. So on my screen here is the logo of our two mobile app platform. On the left is our Marine Way app. So it focuses on ghost fishing gear, trying to provide a second life for end-of-life fishing gear. And then on the right is our Debris Mine app. That is a community-based platform for eco-action. So currently for eco-action, we have 4 groups to help organize cleanups, as well as providing them with a one-stop shop to access the environmental news. And then on our website, we also provide some DIY guides on building different tools and skills that that individual can use in their local community. So as I mentioned, we conduct cleanups. And we do a lot of environmental education work, including tabling or with other not-for-profit organization in this space. And then while we do litter cleanup, we also do something called litter mapping. So that is collecting image data of litter and then extracting the data to form hotspot maps of where there are litter hotspots of a certain litter type. So we started that with cigarette butts, and we actually used the knowledge and brought it to our municipality government on locations where they can install more cigarette butt canisters, and that they can collect the cigarette butts and send them for recycling instead of littering on our grounds. And then speaking of recycling, because we do talk about engaging people and giving them skill and tools to act, we actually collect old coffee cans or paint cans, and our volunteer and I will paint them in this beautiful cans, and we will give them away to business so their customer have a way to dispose of the cigarette butts, and we can recycle them instead of littering them on the ground. So throughout this experience, we work with a lot of stakeholders. So I mentioned we work with governments in terms of the litter aspect. We work a lot with municipality government, but we need to focus on what are the priorities of different municipalities. So depending on, like even locally here in Toronto, Canada, depending on which city or which town it is, the next municipality government might not have the same priority or interest in working with litter as certain governments. And then we also work with individuals whose behavioral that we want a bit of a behavioral change. So they are our targets. So from working with them, we learn to talk in a non-offensive way. So not that we are blaming you for a certain ocean or environmental problem. Is more like, how can we work together to not impair your own habits or convenience, but also helping to protect the environment. And then for our funders, that depend on who our funders are. They all have competing interests and priorities. So the way we talk with them might differ. Some might interest they're in working with youth, some on environmental problems, some on social impact. So depending on who they are, we would change our messaging as well. And then for our volunteers and students, because they are volunteering our time for systems thinking network, I'm a strong believer of no one should work for free. So instead of them just volunteering our time, our first onboarding process is asking what they want out of their volunteering or their student internship process. And I would try to provide them with as much experience or exposure in that as possible, so that can involve learning more about environmental issues or ocean issues, or building up my portfolio of website, or building apps, or going to conferences. So that kind of thing. So so to make sure that they are motivated and that they are getting things out of programming. Then in terms of general public, if you stay around for the social marketing talk, there's no such a thing as a general public. So those would be our followers on social media, where we provide general messaging on things that people can do every day to act. So through this process, we actually encounter a lot of challenges in community engagement and waste management. So as I mentioned, there are a lot of competing priorities, especially working with government. And you are talking about litter, waste management, and so on. If you put it on par with housing and food, usually waste management, unfortunately, is not on the top priority of a lot of government. And then I found that it's often easier to engage with individual. It's actually very hard to engage with larger organizations and government due to different layers. You don't know who to talk to, and a lot of bureaucracy and so on. And then when we were talking, dealing with, I mentioned talking about cigarette butts and recycling. So other than that, we actually look at a lot of different types of recycling as well, including fishing gear recycling. So there is a lot of logistical challenge with recycling all these products. So using system thinking, oftentimes I am stopped by the fear of, am I causing more harm than good? Because I have to ship this recycling product so far to get a recycling, and that there is a lot of contamination. And the funny story when we work with fishing gear is that we do have a paradoxical recycling system. That one is that we currently have a very linear product chain that things are not expected to last. If throw away, then they can produce more and sell more. And that hard to recycle items such as fishing nets are actually made to last. So that's why machines are very hard to process them. But at the same time, we also learn a lot of things. So marine debris, I learned, is not a first world problem. So a lot of our solution there is no one size fits all solution. We need very simple solutions that are scalable based on local context. And then, as I mentioned before, we need to understand our stakeholders' priority in order to get support and to leverage their support network. And then another thing I found is much easier to increase the locals' capacity to act instead of doing everything myself. So this can include providing language support, providing tools and a platform for them to act. And therefore, that was what got me into the ocean technology field on providing digital tools for individuals to act. So far, we are with 8 different countries around the world, mostly in here in Canada as well as in Southeast Asia. And we educated over 2,400 individuals who either came out to our events or other things. And we also collected over 200,000 cigarette butts for recycling, which in turn created cleaner communities and waterways. Yeah, that's it for me. And here's my contact information, and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Any question from the audience?
So I think my understanding is we're a little bit pressed for time right now. So what we're potentially going to do is go directly to the Mojos who have a potential interview, and then we'll come back. We're going to hear from one more contributor, and then we'll go to a joint Q&A with both of them. At least that's my understanding.
We are almost reaching to the end of the second day. And we have here Nicola Matovic with us. Would you like to introduce yourself? What do you work? And just a bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Nicola. I work at Technical University of Berlin. My work is concerned around verification and benchmarking of certification schemes and labels for bio-based products. So it's from different kind of sectors, including marine sectors. For example, if we have like macroalgae as a biological feedstock for producing some products from their byproducts, for instance.
And what brought you to the Ocean Decade conference? What are your interests here?
Well, yeah, basically I am interested in sustainability certification schemes and labels and how we can actually harmonize them, because there is proliferation of these schemes and labels in the market currently, and there is a lack of knowledge, and also like there is a proliferation. So we need to make like harmonization of these schemes and labels so we can actually see if they are really promoting the sustainability that they are meant to do.
And this conference, the virtual one, is for ECOPs, and we were not so long time ago ECOPs. So what will be your suggestion or your advice for people that are looking for job, like for example like yours, to reach somewhere that they are looking for?
Well, networking events such as this one, I think it's also quite important for you to get to know people who are working in the industry, especially the things that you're passionate about, that you're interested in. So you can basically see who is working in this kind of field and maybe get to know them better, and how they work, actually like also maybe making some contacts for exchanging like yeah, LinkedIn contacts and so on. Yeah.
What do you think ECOPs should bring to the table nowadays? What do you think it's important? What are the important skills for ECOPs to have? If, for example, they want to get into the system benchmarking.
Well, I think most of all they should get acquainted with the topic. I think it comes from the research mostly. Like when you're researching the topic, you get acquainted with it, you know what to look for, you can actually reach out to the stakeholders in the field, and yeah, get to know the basic like projects that are being done around these topics. And I think that's like to make a bridge between youth, if we are talking about young people that want to get their foot into business, and also the other sides like stakeholders, researchers, certification bodies, and so on.
And we still have 3 days ahead with the conference. Tomorrow starts the plenary sessions. What do you think there will be the main topics or the highlights or outcomes of this Ocean Decade conference?
That's a tough question. I think the main topic might be the ocean pollution and how to beat it, how to also mitigate climate change effects on the ocean, also ocean acidification as one of the emerging topics nowadays. And I hope there will be good dialogues, but also reaching out to policymakers, because they are actually like decision makers, and we need to translate the research into policy. And I think that's the way to go. And also, of course, public pressure on the policymakers and the support of researchers in this.
Okay, thank you so much. And I pass it to our host. See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this interview. Okay, so now we can go back to our session. So we have one last speaker. with Manuela Barbosa. So she will talk about turtle methodology. So this approach is rooted in experiential learning theory and integrates water sports, beach activities, and social projects to educate and raise awareness about ocean culture. So it is designed for easy implementation by sport teachers and coaches, and it enables the dissemination of ocean culture through adaptable and accessible methods. So Manuela, we can now hear from you.
Let me share the screen. Can you all see? Is it full screen?
Yes.
So let's start. Hi everyone, I'm Manuela Barbosa, a Brazilian woman, graduated in oceanography. I'm also an environmental education, and I have sorry, got stuck here. There you go. Restarting. I graduated in oceanography, and I'm also a specialist in environmental education. I have coordinated social projects and recently finished my master's degree in sustainability science. But it's also important to highlight that sports are a big part of my life. I'm an amateur athlete in rowing, open water swimming, and rugby. And my perception was due to my professional life and personal life. I realized that sports could be a strong tool to build knowledge and promote education for ocean sustainability and also disseminate ocean culture. Therefore, for my thesis, I developed a methodology which I kindly named Turtle. But it does have a meaning behind it, and I can explain a little bit more later, with the main focus being applicable and structured process to turn sport experience into scientific knowledge. How? Turtle methodology is a step-by-step application based on a theory of experiential learning to apply on water sports, beach sports, and social projects for ocean culture education and awareness. You might have noticed that I'm using the term ocean culture instead of ocean literacy because I intend to express the concept of connecting people to ocean, building relationship based on knowledge, accessibility, and diversity while reinforcing a change of habits. So why sports? Sports create the feeling of happiness and pleasure, connects people to nature, and stimulate the sense of belonging. Therefore, the experience generated from sports trigger perception and of the surrounding, facilitating the construction of knowledge in favor of ocean sustainability. The steps are based on a theory of experiential learning by David Kolb. The Turtle methodology is an adaptation of Kolb's cycle, putting the sports practice at the center of the experience. We simply call the steps experience to facilitate, and then working through the process of learning using the individual's perspective, which we call the reflect step. And then we bring the person, so where we bring the persons out on what they observed and felt at the first step experience. Then scientific concepts, which we named think, to connect the perspective to facts. And lastly, reinforcing the knowledge with the practical application, which we call the act. I'll bring an example to try to make it more sense. A real example that happened in the rugby social project that I coordinated. In the picture, we have João, a teenage boy that played rugby at Ipanema's beach in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. On almost every training, he would get injured by broken glass, wooden sticks, and other litter left on the beach. The teachers started to notice that we needed to educate him and his colleagues about the environmental preservation. So we applied the Turtle methodology once a week as a trial. One of the days that we applied, we focused on the main problem felt by the students, the litter left on the sand. So the experience, the first step, the experience, the teachers asked the class to be divided into 5 different groups, Each group had to collect the most litter at the beach they could in 30 minutes. Then we had to find one person also at the beach to interview about the perception of Ipanema's beach pollution. Then they followed for the next step, the reflect. So after they finished the task, in a circle, the teacher asked the students about what they felt during the activity, if they agreed with the person that they interviewed, and if what they heard concurred with what they saw and experienced at rugby practice. The next step was when all the students were already heard. The teachers introduced some information on theoretical knowledge, such as the period of decomposition of each litter, the effects of plastic on the ocean, health issues for the environment and for society. And the last was the act. The teachers asked the students to think of an acting, and that could help to solve at least one of the problems they just learned. The achievements. Through the total methodology, the rugby class became much more than just a sport. The students were able to construct critical thinking about the different subjects such as recycling, pollution, climate change, ocean preservation, gender equality, social vulnerability, blue economy, and sustainability, in a fun and interesting way that puts them as the main character of the learning process. It's all very easy and simple to apply. The innovation comes from the transdisciplinary approach, bringing the context of sport to ocean sustainability through a structured process of learning. It is flexible to adjust to different sports and realities. And the most important, the main goal of all, this is to change humanity's relationship with the ocean. And quickly to explain the name, the relationship of the marine turtle with the ocean is developed by the sequence of life process. If one of these steps are missed out, it affects the turtle life cycle. If a baby turtle does not crawl on the sand all the way to the ocean, it won't recognize and locate the same beach after adult to lay the eggs. The experience builds up knowledge to the turtle, like sports builds up knowledge to ocean sustainability. So thank you very much for listening. And if anyone needs to contact me, I'm Manuela Barbosa, my email address and social media.
Thank you, Manuela, for your presentation. Now we can move to a question and answer session. So we will do a joint session with Manuela and Lisa. So feel free to ask questions to both of them.
Okay, I guess I had a question to start off, and this one actually goes back to Lisa. First of all, thank you guys so much for being here and being able to present. It's truly valuable, and we greatly appreciate you coming in and being able to share these ideas and your insights with us. So Lisa, with regard to the Let's Talk Butts campaign, I'm curious, so what made you go down the avenue of choosing an initiative that involves like a wide variety of stakeholders? I know people can kind of get very narrow in terms of like where their focus is, but it seems like your program does a lot of outreach. And so what led you to that conclusion?
Actually, for the Next Top Butts campaign, I think we were very narrow. We were very niche. So we were just tackling one of the many types of litter items. So cigarette butts are the #1 litter item in the world by number. And then a lot of people don't know that they are actually recyclable or that they actually have a chemical and a physical impact on the environment. And because of the lack of awareness on the topic is kind of what motivated me to start. And then when I first started, it was meant to be a 60-hour volunteer project in my local community. As you can see, it actually scaled quite big. yeah, so not very an answer to your question, but we did start very small. But it was doing our learning and outreach that we started to scale and involve other stakeholders in the space.
Cool, thank you. And I guess that sort of leads me to a follow-up question for Manuela, actually, because your initiative also involves like getting young people interested in and changing their relationship with the ocean. And my question was, like, to what extent is it important to approach the ocean in a multitude of disciplines? Because we look at it from a scientific perspective, but then there's also this recreational aspect where you have people participating in ocean sports. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I will bring some examples like from Brazil. I believe that we all love soccer and sports, so it's much more accessible and easy to talk about sports here in Brazil than environmental education, for example, and especially even though so bringing other aspects, so we include society and not just sorry for my English, it's been a long time that I didn't speak English. And so the process of bringing together other parts of society and trying to create a dialogue between science and those other aspects, just like sports, we can multiply and make people more interesting, because we're not just bringing theoretical information like scientific concepts that some parts of society are not interested in. So we make it more fun and more accessible, so other parts, other people can get interested and involved. And I think sports, people in general that like sports, they are involved with nature, swimming or rowing or sailing at ocean. They have a different relationship already with the ocean, but sometimes they lack a bit of information of so I think they can bring that relation a bit more to the scientific aspect, and the science can bring a bit more of information to that part of the population.
Thank you very much.
Another question? Okay, we have one question in the chat. So for Manuela, which other approaches besides sports do you think may bring people closer to the ocean?
I really believe that anything can bring you closer to the ocean. Like the sports, the water sports are a bit more direct, like but I think art, music, anything can be built on and work together to create that sense of, it's not just like because when we talk about sustainability, it's not just in a big scale, like in a large scale. We also have the micro scale, like the small scales that we're talking about, like the feelings and the personal sensations. So I think we have to bring out those type of feelings to connect people to the actual world and change their relationship. So I think art can be worked, music, culture in general, traditional, and yeah, that's it. You just need to be creative.
Thank you. Maybe one last question? Okay, if we have no more questions, then we will jump to an interview. So I think we have to wait a little bit.
Well, I am Maria Rodriguez Sancho. I am Director General for Biodiversity, Forest and Desertification in the Ministry of Ecological Transition in Spain.
And what brought you today to the MPA Forum?
Well, because I am in charge of the marine biodiversity in Spain, and we have a very strong commitment with the ocean, with the marine waters, and we are trying to comply with the commitment with the Global Biodiversity Framework to have 30% of marine surface protected in 2030.
This is an amazing objective and also a challenge.
Yeah.
And together with the virtual conference that we are having for ECOPS, what are or how do you see the role of early career ocean professionals to reach to these conservation targets?
Well, I think it's very important that young people is involved in all these objectives of protecting seawater, because it's very important to have the involvement of all the society. Young people is so strong and they have so much energy that is essential to protect and to have all the actors involved in the objective of protection, because it's not only an objective for administration, an objective for institution, but is essentially an objective of people. Because protecting ocean is protecting us.
Yeah, definitely. And just last question, what will be just an advice, one sentence, for someone that sometimes finds it difficult, someone that is young, difficult to get into those circles, right? To help other ones that are more decision makers or higher in this difficult challenge. What will be your advice?
Well, I can give you an example in the ministry, because we have a foundation, the Biodiversity Foundation, where many young people can join to the foundation and work in these kind of issues. I think there are many channels where young people can join in NGOs that are working in ocean. There are a lot of NGOs in Spain that are involved in the protection of the seawater, and also in the administration, regional administration also are very active in some cases in protecting seawater.
Okay, wow, that's great, and thank you so much for including also early career ocean professionals in this scope. And I know you need to leave, so thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you very much, Veronica, for that interview that you show us. Well, it's the end of these sessions. We like to thank you, all of the ones who participated, see our sessions and the entire sessions of the day, actually. We would like also to give a special thank you to our contributors, to our journalists that make this interview happen and enlighten our sessions, also to the ones who engage with questions, the other host of other sessions that also jumping in and contribute, and finally to our sponsors and all the organizers that make this event to happen. It's for us, early professional ocean professionals, so I hope you all enjoy it. And now we're giving the floor to our mojos also. Carson, if Manuel would like to add something, or we just continue, please feel free to do it.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Hello,
so
everyone.
much.
Hi, Veronica. I see you.
Hi, Fiona. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. It was a long day, but very exciting.
Yes. Where are you right now?
I am at the World Trade Center in the Harbor Hub, and we just finished almost with all the sessions here. Everyone left. There's not many people, but yeah, it was an exciting. How about you? Where are you?
I am at the Sea Hub at the Maritime Museum here outside, and actually we have some aquatic wildlife right there, some turtles in the pond, probably freshwater turtles. I think I had to point that out because it was kind of nice to have some wildlife around. But yes, like same with you, the day is coming to an end, the sun is setting slowly, people have left after a busy day. Yeah, we're all slowly calming down and kind of like wrapping up the day, and that's what we're doing with the audience right now, right?
Yes, exactly. I don't know if Susanna is with us. If she's not there, yeah, you're there. Susanna, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It is good to see you all. I'm back at the studio and watching you guys showcase wildlife from back here. And yeah, today has been great. Can't wait to give a summary of it all.
Yeah. Would you like that I start with the Americas summary?
Yeah,
So the Americas session started and covered education as one of the main tools to raise awareness regarding the value of ocean. In this regard, the relevance of children in these talks was incredible highlighted, and I'm very happy that that was highlighted because that was also one of the main topics that was highlighted also in the MPA forum. Not only children but youth, uh, and they can also highlight this phrase pointed out by one of the contributors. She mentioned turn kids into education as guardians of the oceans. What a beautiful sentence. And they also talk about what barriers do young people face in participating in ocean advocacy. And lastly, but we listened to several presentations about how increasing the knowledge of our oceans for all of us can make a difference to find solutions regarding climate change and pollution. I'm sure you also had these topics in your session, so I'm wondering, let us know. Susanna or Fiona, who is next?
Go ahead, Susanna.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Veronica, for taking us through that really lovely overview of the America session. I will be giving an overview of the Africa session that was led by Abby and Blessing. And this is a really engaging session that had some key reflections, which include that emphasis being made on the enforcement of policies to manage transboundary ocean resources, to avoid spillover effects where destruction of one marine habitat has ripple effects elsewhere. So that was a key point in the conversation, in the discussion about how this destruction can be curbed by co-management of such transboundary areas. Another interesting highlight is that ocean data can be used as art to serve as a tool to innovate and disseminate research in a creative way. And this is really interesting because a lot of the sessions I attended today were focused on ocean literacy and communications and ocean communication. So it's interesting to see that ocean data can be turned into art, and this can be used for communicating science. Further, another key reflection is that ECOPs should not shy away from seeking funds and pursuing them in a quest to establish relevant, innovative ocean-related projects. So this was just an encouragement to ECOPs to seek out funds and to be out there and to engage in this space fully and lean into the space fully. Finally, the main highlight also from this session was that there's a need to promote synergistic and interdisciplinary research for the SDGs. And this also alludes to collaborations and sharing knowledge and learning together. So I think these are all keynotes that we can all take home as summaries for highlights from this Africa session. Over to you, Fiona.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Yeah, I'm excited to summarize the Asia session from this morning. So that was the very first session we started off with. And obviously it was very exciting because it started off with some introductions and interviews of different ECOP nodes all over the world. So that was great. And it was followed by the session called Knowledge Sharing with SIDS, LDCs, ECOPs, and Youth. And was followed by a next session about the status and future of marine protected areas. And I'm just going to summarize also the conversations that I've had today. And it was very inspiring to jump in with a couple of interviews and conversations, especially the one with Guillermo. I want to point out because that was a very enriching conversation we had. He was part of the very first establishment of the ECOP program while the Ocean Decade was still in the planning. And I think he had a very great message that he put out there, which was we have the responsibility, we are already privileged to have the knowledge about the ECOP program and to be present during the V.ECOP Day and maybe here in Barcelona as well. And with that privilege, we kind of have a responsibility also to make sure our network is growing and to make sure that ECOP nodes that might not be established yet in any country around the world, because there's a lot of countries still missing, we have the responsibility to make sure this is started up. And yeah, it's probably going to be hard work, but we should not shy away from it because it's definitely a passion project for all of us. And I think that was a very powerful message. What do you think, Susanna?
Oh, I resonate highly with that. I think that's more than a powerful message. It's like a call to action for all of us. And for sure, we all have homework to go and spread the message of ECOP, back home. I really like that.
Yeah, what was your impression of the day out here in Barcelona? I know it was a quick changeover arriving here and straight going into the satellite events. So how did that feel for you?
It was a bit of a whirlwind at first, but Barcelona is a lovely place and there's very many pleasant people around. I really enjoyed engaging with people at the Communication Symposium and outside the World Trade Center where Veronica is. Everyone was engaging to talk about, how they're using their platforms to incorporate ECOPs. And I really enjoyed my first interview with Dr. Nadim Nazrali from Mauritius. And he gave a very interesting perspective on how the youth and early career ocean professionals are innovating in Mauritius and using cameras to study, coral reef habitats and contribute to, their conservation in Mauritius. So that was really encouraging. And a note that he said that we need to set our minds free, and think big and think out of the box. So that was a really inspiring thought that I think we can carry with us this entire week. Veronica, what was your highlight?
I will say for me the highlight was to the think out of the box was one of the sentences that was said the most among all my interviews. And it made me also think because there was one beautiful example that was given by, I think, Annie from Global Fishing Watch and also from Deidre, that she's from Protected Seas. They are very similar entities or work, what they do. But Global Fishing Watch focuses more on satellites and technology. And one thing that they were saying is that, well, we think that maybe an organization or a company or an institution is very technological, because it's focused on satellites. But actually, there is a whole team behind, Not everyone needs to know about physics or engineers. No, they actually need a big team that are maybe communicators, researchers, even teachers. So we shouldn't close our minds and think, oh, I will never apply or reach to these people because they are focused on satellites. No, there is a lot more down there, and we should be open and try to also open our minds to apply for other things that are maybe not that obvious at the first instance. So that was for me also the highlight of today.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think if I just jump in there, I can absolutely resonate with everything that you're saying. The energy that we have here, speaking to all the other people. I even spoke to some people that didn't even know about the ECOP program or the V.ECOP Day that is going on, and they were so interested what we're doing here and absolutely engaged, and we're excited to check it out online as well. So I think it's definitely helpful to be here. For one, first of all, it's motivating me as well, like personally, to keep on doing what I'm doing. And so I think it's great energy here, but at the same time, it's also really great to spread the message of we are uniting, we are coming together as ECOPs, and we are kind of like channeling our energy and making sure that our voices are being heard as well. So yeah, I think that's
Definitely.
something I can definitely add to that conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
I will say that our day is over, and maybe we can close the session for today. I don't know if you, Susanna, has something else to say. If not, I invite you to close the day.
Oh, okay. Well, I can close the day by saying I explained to someone at the World Trade Center what we were doing, how VCOPS is a 3-day live streaming satellite event parallel to the main Ocean Decade Conference. And they were like, wow, this is so innovative. And this is how you bring, everybody on board. So just a testament to highlight, how the first day went. It went really well from my perspective and the perspective of people here in Barcelona. And we can only hope that all our attendees left with something and nuggets of wisdom and insights that, will push us forward as ECOPs in our respective regions. So on behalf of the Mojos, I'd like to take this time to just say thank you for everybody who's attended and been here this far. Thank you to our hosts who've also logged on and stayed behind. Thank you for taking everybody through wonderful sessions. And to the team in the background handling everything in the studio, we say a big thank you. Without further ado, that's
so
it
much.
for day one.
Thank you.
Yes,
See you
thank
tomorrow.
you from my side too. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.